Hi guys! Maayong hapon. It's 1 p.m. and again we are back in the part 2 of the day 3 of Hackbang, the first virtual hackathon in Mindanao. Maayong hapon sa atong mga nananaw diha. Grabe kay mi ka on time diri guys, no? So dapat ingunanig gyud pag yung alauna live gyud ta. Bahalaga nagkalisod basta kay lingaw. Okay, and of course speaking of lingaw, daghan kitag kalingawan karon hapon nga mga bisita, no, nga they will be sharing to you tips, mga educational stuff that might be of use to you, especially if you are in these kinds of situations. So karon na atay bisita and she will be talking about time management for millennial moms. I know there are a lot of young moms right now who are working and at the same time trying to make sure that they are taking care of their children. Lisod ba kay ni labi na karon guys nga naata karon sa balay, and at the same time ato po mga bata naara sa dinhino, so unsaon man ni nato nga dili ta madisturbo o dili ta ma-distract, unsaon nato pag maximize sa atong oras nga dili ta ma-stress. And of course, kauban ako karon ang atong host, no, nga ganina kauban ninyo sa cooking show nga Ibog Kay Ko, kaya maglami magid kaayo itong giluto ni Chef Oy. So of course we have Jerome back in the house. Hi Jerome.
Hello Owen. Maayong hapon sa tanan.
Busog na ba? Busog na ba?
Yeah, busog na sa akong nagikaon. Gusto na ako matilawan ng dumplings ni Chef, pero marag dili siya kaabot diri sa kuha. So, I hope
no, murag maibog ta nila Shaila ug Jimbo nga dool na kaayo ang lime and zest sa ilaha. Murag isa ra ka sakyanan o napanana ba yung dito, kung commute or they will just, drive their way to lime and zest. I'm sure matilawan to nila. And speaking of matilawan, magpasalamat dito sa VJs, no, nga murag mo'y ga sponsors sa daily lunch sa atong Butuan crew. Thank you to VJs for that. And ayan, Jerome, I think our speaker is ready backstage. Nakakita na ako atong very beautiful momshi na who will be here and sharing to us some tips. And even magpabilin man ta, Jerome, no? We will be here, although we're not momshies, but we might be also learning some things on time management. So,
exactly.
Ayan.
You will be the momshies of the new normal.
I hope madawat ninyo na guys ang giingon ni Jerome, murag ako galisod ko ato og process.
Kasi hindi naman talaga momshies ang kailangan ng time management.
Abi na ko kanina ang mga momshies of the new kulbaan sad ta.
Makakuha tayo ng idea kung paano ba talaga minamanage ng ating speaker ang time niya sa buhay niya. Ma-relate ba natin ito, di ba? And of course, I am so honored, I am so happy that this person na i-introduce ko said yes to me right immediately. Alam mo, kahapon ko pa siya gustong ilagay, pero sabi niya may birthday at yung mother niya or maybe tomorrow or the other day. But anyhow, I'm so happy and honored na nandito siya and mukhang prepared talaga siya, no? So, mga fellow Davaoeños, if you are watching right now, I will be introducing my beshi, my friend, a proud Davaoeña, She left her dream job as a broadcast journalist to focus on taking her daughter, which is named Yana, the cute little girl. Presently, she is pursuing another dream to educate pregnant and first-time moms through her YouTube vlogs and Sunstar Davao lifestyle column, Kangaroo's Pouch. Ayun, meron siyang segment doon sa Sunstar Davao. She also manages her Facebook page, a mom community, and the Davao Mommy Bloggers. Ayan, sa mga mommy bloggers, hello sa inyo. She is a resource speaker for moms, events. Ito kasama dito sa events host ng Davao, isa dito sa mga magagaling na host, tsaka for online show. So, kaya naman maraming salamat at naisingit mo kami dito sa schedule mo. Please help me welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the most beautiful and young mommy, entrepreneur, vlogger, proud Davaoeña ng Davao, Mami Ara Casas Tumuran.
Woohoo!
Hello!
Hi, Mami
Good
Ara.
afternoon! Maayong hapon!
Maayong hapon. So, thank you, good Kaya, for giving us this chance to be with you. And also, salamat, good Kaya, for saying yes to Hakbang. And I'm sure our momshies, and not even just the momshies, but all parents and everyone like us, no, even if you don't have kids, I think we really need time management. Importante jud kaayo ni siya nga skill nga dapat may bawaan sa tanan. Labi na karon nga narata sa balay, murag lami sige katulog mami, no?
Sige katulog, sige kaon. Pero magpasalamat sa ako bago na ako
Yes.
sugdan na to ang kuan karon. Thank you so much sa Hackbang, especially sa kong beshi si Jerome for inviting me to speak here. It's really a pleasure aron nga makashare pud ta sa tuang gamayng kaalam about aning time management.
Ayun. So, ready na ba ka, Mamshi?
Yes, I'm so ready na. So
Okay.
I have to start our presentation. And can you see it?
Yes.
Yep.
Ayan. So, our topic is, Nax, mura tag maestra din, no? But ang atong topic is time management for millennial moms. So, millennial, when we say millennial, sila daw tong, di ba, gipanganak between 1981 and 1996. So, karon year 2020, they are 24 years old hangtod 39 years old. So, pasok pa ba ta sa millennials? I'm sure pasok pa tayo.
Sadly, ako dili na. Ano na
Oh,
I'm
but you look younger.
Thank you very much. I'm already 41. Thank you.
Wow. So, ana to ang dapat, Jerome, ana to ang goals.
So smiling always para mga muscles hindi mo ato dito dili manaog.
Correct. Ayan. So, let me start by having this answer. Kaning from William Penn, time is what we want most but what we use worst. Hands up daw sa mga mommies nga guilty din ha. Be, magsige tag-ingon nga, ay, busy ko. Pero tinuod ba gyud nga busy? So, kini si William Penn, ikaw na nako ha, paila lang ako sa inyo ha. He is a politician from the province of Pennsylvania. So, politician, when we say politician, alam mo na, busy but productive. Ayan. So, what does he want to say us? So, ang ingon niya, ang pasabot ani is, we always say that we are busy, but we are actually doing things that are not worth our time. Kaya diba nag-usahay ka ng busy ta, pero social media lang di ay, busy lang di ay sa social media si Momshi. Nakalimtan na di ay dito ang anak, wapay ligo, wapay kaon, agoy. So muna ginaingon nga, baka sinasabi natin na we are busy but we are not actually productive. So number 1 tip, set your goals for the month. So I am talking here sa mga momshies and also para sa mga kahit bisag dili momshies, I'm sure busy man gyud ang tanan, murag gusto na to isulod sa tuang una-una ba nga bisita, di ba? Kay law of attraction, when we really attract that, mabisi gyud tagtaman. So muna ni, una, set your goals for the month. Bakit isang buwan? Of course, we have to identify which days of the month we are going to do our tasks. So for example, sa mga mama, kainos amantaman laba, kanus ata mag-general cleaning, mga ingon ana nga mga schedule kay nganong importante siya aron dili mag-abot ang ato ang mga trabahoon sa isa ka bulan. Kay mga tag grabe ang June, grabe ko ka-busy ana kay di ay to wala na to siya na hanay ug tarong. So for example, kami, we wash our clothes every Saturday. So, muna na siya. Bakante na gid ng Saturday morning for washing of our clothes. General cleaning, that is every Sunday. So, muna. So, karon Sunday, medyo postpone sa gamay. Move sa nato gamay ang schedule niya for the day. Kaya we are doing this sharing sa mga mama. So, knowing your schedule can really maximize our productivity. Now, the question is how to set our goals. Let us put in mind that goals are different from plans. Yan. So, the difference between the two is that yung goals, nasa isip pa lang natin yan. Gina-conceptualize pa lang nato sa tong huna-huna. But when we say plans, those are the things that you write down. Like, you use the phone's calendar, you have a planner. So how about you, Jerome and Owen? Do you have planner or how do you set your goals and
plans? Na ako'y Starbucks planner pero ang mga travel goals nga gisulat dito as plans mer nga postpone. But of course nagamit siya balik because of Hackbang and not just that dili lang dito sa kanang props mga mamsir no natay promo. Yeah. So yes, I have, but of course, dili kayo siya gakagamit lately. Kinala lagi ta sa balay, although I still write down some stuff there. Yeah.
Same ta. I also have that Starbucks planner actually given by my friend Andrea. And dati, like before quarantine, puno. Oh. Diba? Puno og mga events, both hosting and vlogging events. Puno siya. Pag abot sa quarantine, namingaw ang March. Murag gilangaw ang March. Pero ako, I make use of the spaces by ginabutangan ako og kani nga adlaw mag-edit ko, kani nga adlaw mag-film ko, kani nga adlaw wala ko'y buhaton, magmama lang jud ko ani sa ko ang anak, etc. etc. So muna, it's important that we have to differentiate goals and plans. So kanang plans, when we say plans, uy naa na jud tay motivation jud nga. Mun jud akong buhaton. Kani jud akong buhaton kay usahay kalimtanon baya ta nga ay kani di akong plano no, but when we look at our phone's calendar reminder or ato ang unsa pa na imuhang means of kanang para ma-remind lang ka, mabalik ang imuhang motivation aron nga ma-push through nimo imong goals. So number 2, ayan, prioritize your tasks. I have written there important and urgent, important but not urgent, urgent but not important and not urgent. Dili siya tongue twister ha, but nana siya yung mga kanya-kanyang explanation. So for example, let's start with important and urgent. Muna siya itong mga tasks nga na I value and at the same time, you need it now. Like now. So like para sa mga mama, for example, stay-at-home moms like me, meals. Magbutang nimo na siya. Preparing meals, magbutang nimo na siya din sa important and urgent. Na siya value, of course, you need to eat. And kailangan nimo mo karon dayon. Ingana. Next, important but not urgent. Muna siya itong mga tasks nga na I value, but dili nimo necessarily nga kailangan karon dayon. So, muto ako na-mention ganina, like washing of clothes. I consider it as diha siya ma-fall sa category under important but not urgent because for sure, naman dyan tayong mga extra clothes. So, pwede na ito ma-assign pa itong clothes. Akani mo niya kung suoton karon. Dili naman ta kalas og sinina karon kay naalang man ta sa balay. Diba?
Actually, mami, ang kakahurot karon kay ang labang kanang pangbalay.
Ang pambalay na pod mo na pod na ang problemado na pod. Exactly. So number 3, urgent but not important. Muna siya itong mga tasks nga kailangan nimong humanon as soon as possible, but when it is completed, wala na siya important value, wala na siya value sa imuha. So, kamo ba na aba mo yung mga maisip na yung ana, usahay manggod ka na ganing mukalit lang na siya pop up ba kanang na friend nga mo kuan mo sulti sa imuha nga ingon ani ing buhaton ana magkarakara pug ka, pero at the end of the day mansan nimo dili man day kayo tuingon ana ka importante. So muna siya ang kanang mga urgent but not important. Next, kani last but not the least, not important and not urgent. So kani pwede na siya unya-unyaon. Muna na siya ang katong wala siya value and basically dili siya needs but wants lang nato siya. Kana like shopping, Shopee, Lazada, sa pana din na Edamama, sa pana mga kuan din na.
Guilty ng isa diha, mami.
Naghilom-hilom gani. Naghilom-hilom. Lami kayo og smile. So, Jerome, that's not important and not urgent. Okay, next. Schedule your day ahead. Kani, natay 24 hours nga gitagan to og 24 hours nga buhaton tanan nato mga tasks. Pero unsa na to napagsuksok. So, ang ato ang dapat buhaton is identify the tasks nga kailangan nato buhaton in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening, or naapag-iuban kada kadlawon. Ako not so much with the morning kay lately pag sugod jud sa quarantine murag tag alas 3, alas 4 sa kadlawon ako makatulog kay muna ang akong tikaw-tikaw muna din ako plano para sa ko ang mga content, kanus ana ko i-upload, kanus ana ko siya i-edit, ana. So planuhan na nimo siya. Although dili good kanang murag class schedule nga na-adjust every hour. Dili necessary ngayon ana kay pag ingon ana magud magpanic ka and then ang tendency ana is ma-sacrifice ang quality or ang output sa imong ginabuhat. So for example, maingon kag magluto ko dapat 11 to 11:30 AM. Dali ka hala 2 minutes na lang mag-11 na magdali-dali ka guman sa isa ka task. Magluto ka di ay to dili na malami ang imong luto, etc. etc. So munang mas maayo pod nga kato ng important tasks of the day. Kailangan nimo na kay time limit. Pila ka oras nimo buhaton or pila ka minutes nimo buhaton ang kana nga task. So maingon tag magkarakarata. No, kailangan yun na siya plano. Planuhon nimo like hunahunahon nimo ba nga pila ba ni siya ka oras? For example, magbuhat ko, mag-edit ko vlog. Kani siya nga vlog it's 15 minutes. Pila ba ni ka oras nga mag-editing? Ako dili jud ko hawd mag-edit, so marag makaingon job 2 hours more or 3 hours kana. Butangan nimo nag oras ngayon ana. And in between, pwede po na nimo siya insuksukan, of course, may sa mga mama, like pwede nimo kumustahon nimong anak dito, nagkaon na ba to o basig na bula pa to kaligo na sige kag-edit din ha day unsa na kana. Ang importante lang jud is you always have to set a reminder for the day. Karon kanang nagka-edad ta ba murag mas nakalintano lagi ko or kanang ginaingon nga mom brain kana na ginaingon nga mom brain makalimot ko. So akong ginabuhat is akong phone imbis nga sa reminder alarm na gyud. Gina-alarm gyud nako siya aron pag mag-buzz na jud siya, uy, kailangan na di ay nako ani akong buhaton ana. Importante jud makaingon tag ka ng OC siya, but unsaon man nimo imong oras nga naalang ka sa balay, we have to be productive. We have to make use of it nga kanang dili ta magpatanggong lang. Murag this is a challenge man good for everybody nga kung sino ang kaya buhaton nga naalang ka sa balay nga you can earn, you can learn, nga pwede ka at the same time nga for your own wellness, physical wellness, etc. Kung sino kaya buhaton, so munang imuha yung planuhon. Dili ta maingon nga ay para lang na sa mga dato, para lang na sa mga naay mga negosyo. No, bisag kita mga stay-at-home moms, work-at-home moms, we really need a schedule. Schedule because as again, akong i-mention, basig na sacrifice na nimo imong anak. Naa ka sa balay, pero wala nimo nakita iyahang mga milestones. So, kana isa pod na, dapat na akay time nga, as in mommy time lang yun, alagaan nimo makigdula kasi mong anak and etc. Ayan. Number 4, plan your meals ahead. Yes, Jerome.
Mira, sir, pwede, before tayo proceed, kaya natin mga moms na viewers ko, pwede na ito i-visit kung gamay ang atong presentation.
Ma-full screen siya, mami.
Ayun, full screen. I'm having a hard time with ansa.
Kung pwede lang. But if dili, okay na pod ka anyway.
Ay, na-zoom icon dito. Pwede ba ata?
Or
Let me try, ha?
And ayan, for those who are watching while gi-adjust ni Mommy ang iyahang, ayan! Ano,
This
Mommy?
one?
Maklaro na siya. I'm so happy. Ayan, we are with Mommy Ara Casa.
Ayan! I'm sorry, I'm so ansa.
Alright.
Anyway, let's proceed with plan your meals ahead.
Yes.
Nagkaon na ba mo, Jerome and Owen?
Yes. Make sure ginako nga sakto akong kaon kay taas-taas pa ang akong adlaw karon. Moabot pa mi gabi dinhi. So, actually naapadiri akong bowl. Pero wala na. I'm done.
Carbo loading, ayun.
No, wala. Kuha lang. Mga meat and vegetables.
Oh,
Salad time.
that's nice. That's nice. And actually, when I say plan your meals ahead, kanidaghan kayo og guilty. Kaya uban magsettle na og kuan kanang mga instant na mga pagkaon. So ako plano na ko ni ako ang meals na mo. Pag mama namang good ka, dapat kani ka ng planado and budget. Pati ang budget ginaplano na nanimo. So, ginaunsa ba na ako pag plan sa amo ang meals? Kani, I hope makatabang yun ni ginaing permin ako ni ginasulti sa amo ang mom community, sa amo ang small group na mga mommies nga kanayon anak kay mo na usahay ang topic. Usay sudaan kay para na ako idea. Okay lang siya nga mga itakag idea, but you have to take that down, I mean, take note of it para sa next week na. Dili kay karon mo lutoon. Kay sayang imong oras magpalit pa kag ingredients and all. So unsaon ba na? Una, kailangan na kay weekly meal plan. Ilista yun na nimo Sunday to Saturday. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Imuha na ang isulat. Isa-isa yun na nimo. Take your time yun. Mag-isip ka, ana-ana, mangutana ka sa mga mama. Kung sa pwede lutoon, dito nimo ibutang. And then, pag kauman nimo ana, adto na pud ka sa imuhang adlaw. Anong sa imong adlaw? Sa breakfast, lunch, o dinner. For example, Sunday, sa breakfast, lunch, o dinner, sa breakfast, i-identify na nimo, ilista na nimo kung sa mga ingredients nga kinahanglan nimo. So, for example, breakfast, gusto ka og simple lang na breakfast like hotdog, egg, and sinangag. So, ilista na nimo dito. So, lunch, etc. and dinner, ana. Pag abot na pod ana, pag mag-grocery manggod ka ana, ang purpose manggod ana, ang isulat nimo ang ingredients is that para pag mag-grocery ka, kinahanglan na nimo nga tan-awon lang nimo unsa ang ingredients nga kinahanglan ana para sa recipe. I mean recipe for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So pag mag-grocery ka, kinahanglan nimo identify na nimo ang ingredients ana. Aron in that way malista pod nimo malista nimo, makabalo ka pila lang imong budget para ana nga grocery, unsa tong mga kinahanglan nimo lutuon dayon ug unsa tong mga tong pwede pa nimo lutuon by the weekend aron katong mga dili pa gani malata ana. Kay it saves time and energy. Time because dili na ka maghunahuna kay kabalo mo maka-consume jud nag oras kada magsige pa kag hunahuna nga ay ako lutuon kay kanang unsa man ako lutuon oy ay kani ani na lang ay dili wala man kulang man ding ingredients. Sayang ang oras nimo sige hunahuna. So may nang naa na kadaan ingredients sa imong kada recipe nimo. And after that, after nimo nga mag-grocery, you'll have the ingredients na on hand, the raw ingredients, the materials na kailangan nimo. Ang imuha na pong buhaton is go back to your recipe, katong mga ingredients, isort nimo tong mga gipang grocery nimo base sa kung kanusa sila naka-schedule. You can place them sa kanang
Ziploc?
yes, Ziploc or kanang sa mga this is a brand but plastic wares ana. Sulti unta ko isa ka brand. Plastic wares. Mga makuan jud kay ba mabista jud nga pagkainahan kay naa jud mga brands in mind.
Katong mga brand nga since gabay pa ta na apahang tud karon ano pasabot nga grabe ka durable.
Yes. Super. Ana.
Kita ka kinas lang bayran.
Nagpailasan ka Jerome no nga browse ka ana nga magazine. nga brochure.
Bili mo sa labas mga nasimot-simot sa baho.
For sure na may night collection ang imuhang mama anak din na Jerome.
Ayo.
Ayan. So mo to ibutang i-store nimo na sila tarong. Syempre dapat kabalo pud ka unsa man pag-store tarong kay basig ang imuhang karne mabaho na din ha isagol nimo og manok mag-food poison mo imuhang pamilya. So tarungon yun na nimo. Anyway daghan kay available karon sa YouTube na mga tips gani on how to properly store our food para dili ta ma-food poison kay nobody wants nga ma-food poison labi na karon na atay pandemic dili ta gusto mga tuog hospital just because of
correct.
that.
Hay hadlok
Diba?
kayo makabisita didto kay basin uloy.
Yeah.
Oo. Yeah, health is wealth. So muna. So nga na, then pag it's time na nga magluto na kag lunch, at least na kay prepared na. So na dito, butang nimo sa ref, di ay butang nimo sa ang papel sa ref, ang katong imong weekly plan, and then today is Tuesday. So ang lunch namo is kani. So na dito, pao na lang nimo sa ref, mato ready na imo iluto, magluto na ka. So by that means makabuhat pa ka sa lain nimong tasks para sa imong the rest of the day. Ayan. So, number 5, yes to multitasking. Nayuban mo ingon nga no. No to multitasking daw. Para sa ko, na-try na ko siya many times. I'm sure kamo po, naga-multitask mo.
Actually, right now, gani, multitask.
Diba? Yes. Yes to multitasking yun ta. Kay, dili man ta, dili ta papugong sa isa ka task. Kung kaya man pud na to, nga mag-isabayon siya sa isa pa ka task. So for example, para saan ang ginabuhat niyo karon? Na ay backstage nga nga instruction and then naga-live pod mo dire, that's good. So ako po din naga-storya-storya ko and at the same time, ako ang anak din atas ako atubangan, nagaampo ko nga dili siya muhilak. Ako siyang dili siya muhilak kay basig maabot siya madunggan din So nga na gani, unsa pa ba? Daghan pa magud og mga paagi, daghan og mga gamit nga nagatabang sa mga mama aron nga maka-multitask. One is baby carrier. Baby carrier. Kaya kita mo nang ginabag ang babies.
Yes, and cute tayo.
Exactly. As in, nakatabang na siya sa kuha for the first, angtod 1 year and 6 months ako ang anak. Kay makasya pa man siya sa baby carrier and gusto pa siya magpa-carry, magpamusakay ato. Karon dili man siya gusto sakay. So, nakatabang na siya. Kay nga no, for example, clingy gyud kaayo. Labi ng mga breastfeeding babies, very, very clingy. Dili gyud na sila magpabutang. So, mo lang sige naghilak. Maghilak lang sila. Gusto lang sila sige breastfeed sa mo. Wala kay mahuman nga task for the day kung magsige lang ingon ana. So, good thing nga na-discover gyud ning baby carrier. So, ang ginabuhat dati, karga siya din ginabag na ko siya, gina-carry, and then I wash the dishes. Diba? So, dili na siya may makinaano siya mismo sa imo nga tubangan, nagahugas ka din mangwalis ba ka din and etc. So, daghan kay mga gamit. So, unsa pa ba like manlaba ka ni guilty ko. Manlaba ka but you are answering a phone call.
Pero pwede naman siguro, Ma'am Shi, di ba?
considered.
Kay Mami Ara, kay na may mga, for example, kung washing machine, pwede kaya, di ba? You can just turn on the washing
Yes.
machine and then you can actually cook or call somebody on the phone or
Yes.
sa mga kumare. Pwede naman siguro. Unless kung, at pwede man po tingali, Mami, nga hand wash.
Hand
And then
wash. Labi na mga
naka-Bluetooth.
favorite clothes na to. Mga favorite
Oo.
clothes na yun.
Naka-Bluetooth na yan, di ba? At least, di ba, kay laay biya pod maglaba. Mo na isa sa pinaka-dili
Correct.
ako favorite nga nga
No.
oh. Ha?
Huna-huna ka sa imuhang mga
Pero kung lami kay mong feelings nga mga gakalagot, lami kay mo kuso, di ba? Malimpyog yun, no? Di lang pasubraan basin magisi ang sinina out of our emotions, mga feelings nga kabati.
Yeah.
Yun.
Yes, tama jud na. Tama jud na nga kuan. So multitasking mo lang mobalik tagyapon sa ginaingon gani nga dapat we have to be productive. Busy ta pero dapat productive. Dili kay bingon tag busy ta kay nag social media lang data. I'm sure mura gani ka na mo na ginang guilt sa mga mama karon. And speaking of social media, just last week na ako'y gibuhat nga vlog about screen time management for kids kay grabe daw jud ang isang ako guilty ko ha ang screen exposure karon sa mga bata nga nagsugod ang quarantine. Why? Because walay playground, walay mga malls nga laagan, etc. Wala tanan. So, masacrifice gyud ang learning and growth and development sa to ang mga anak. Kasi mama man pud di ay mo to kay tungod sa iyang koan tungod sa iyang mga pagunahuna kung sa mga buhaton para sa quarantine unsaon pagpangwarta kay wala na lockdown ana di gina-divert na to atong attention diba sa social media pero it's not healthy. It can worsen our anxiety in fact. So ang buhaton nato aron makalimtan nato ato anxiety is we do other things like we can plant, we can clean the house. Ako murag kapilan ako nagsigig declutter diri sa balay. In fact, kani-gani amo ang white wall. Makita ninyo, this is a confession ha. This is a product of quarantine boredom. Like,
di ba? Productive nakapintal ka, Mami.
yes. With the help of my husband, of course.
Okay. And then kanang mga tanom sa likod po siguro, no?
Kani, product po ni siya sa sa quarantine
yun.
yun.
Guilty ko, okay na ako diri nga side.
Diba? So, daghan yun.
Sa kawas na mong balayang ako.
Bita Jerome, Char. Okay.
I-repot, Jerome, i-repot. Beto, okay. Kanang ato ang gamiton kay pag productive man gud ta, it makes us happy, di ba? At the end of the day, ay, grabe, ang fulfillment gani nga kanang, ay, nahuman na ako ni siya, nabuhat na ako ni siya, ugma na po, ingon ani akong buhaton, ana. So, yes to multitasking and being productive, yun. Kani, mo niya ang ginangon. How to be productive. Actually, this is the last slide na. How to be productive but not busy. There's a difference between busy and productive. Make sure you aren't making these productivity mistakes. So, how do you differentiate busy and productive? Kamo na ba mo'y personal experience? Magkuha na ta din confession na ta din hibi. Let's make a confession.
Ano niya siya, sister? Sister, confession mo di ay dito. Ano niya siya, Mami, no? Sometimes, di ba, mara feeling na to mga mara feeling na ko nga busy kay ko, pero ako'y walay ko'y nahuman, wala ko'y nahitabo sa akong life. Nahurot ang adlaw, dagan kay ko'y gibuhat. Pero at the end of the day, kung imong pentahon, isa ra ito or duha ang actually makaingon ko nga nagid ko'y na-produce nga result. So, muna ko sa'yo makaingon sa mga tao nga bisi-bisihan.
Exactly. Mo po na mo tuod ko atong gingon sulti sa ko ang college professor na kanang basta kasabaan mi niya kay wala mi nakasubmit og kana output ba sa amo ang major ha wala mi nakasubmit og output na mo sa ko kay siya na ana do you know that a busy person has a time for everything nitatak yun siya sa ko ang huna-huna mura ganig nakakuan ko ba nga bitaw no pag busy ka dapat naagid kay time para sa tanang butang nga gusto nimo mo po na ginaingon nila nga if you want something na ay mahuman, assign it to the busiest person. Kay for sure ka ng busiest person, mahuman gina niya. Ayaw na siya ihatag sa tao nga walay gibuhat, kay dili gina niya buhaton.
Correct.
Diba? King ana siya. So, karong quarantine, mag-reflect yun ta. This is the time na mag-reflect ta nga how to be productive during quarantine. Wala pa nahuman kay warag na pa panahuman natong quarantine kung napay paabuto nato nga announcement from our dear president kung ma-extend ba or unsa na po ang mga guidelines for the new quarantine during the next month. So let's make use of our time. Well, naalang ta sa balay, dili ta magsigig bagut-but nga wala tay ginabuhat, naalang ta sa balay, o sige ta pang limpyo, sige ta pang hugas, routine na. No, you can actually do more than that. Daghan pa, explore. Pwede ka mag-enroll og online class, kag swak sa schedule nimo nga dili pud nimo mapasagdan ang imuhang niluto, ang imuhang labada, ingon ana daghan kaya nato na siya buhaton. Dili ta magsettle sa mediocrity because kanang pag sige lang tagingon ana wala jud tay kalambuan. Kani magong quarantine, this is a challenge para sa tanan nga mura gani unsaon nimo para mudato ka sa nga naalang ka sa balay. Murag ana nga mga facts gani unsaon nimo nga wala kay mga imong negosyo gisirad-an nimo didto kay of course, wala mo sulod sa imong negosyo. Dili siya essential, wala siya nalista under mga essential. So, unsaon nimo, gamito nato ato ang kuan, ato ang pagka-diskarte, magiging diskarte nato. Dili wala ta gibuhat nga para lang dire. So kanina adyoy rason nga nung nakulong lang ta sa balay karon. So mo to siya, I hope.
Wow.
Na nakuan na pod.
So, ready na kayo si Owen maging mom she? So,
Oo, pwede na ba ako maging mommy?
Sarah, you can promote this page.
Yes, please. All year
Ayan.
Not just our fellow Davaoeños will get to see your vlogs and your talks and your...
Ka-cute ni baby. What's the name of your baby, Di-ay?
She is Yana.
Baby Yana.
Yeah.
At yan sila when always naka-couple shirt.
Twinning.
Oo, twinning.
When hindi pa kasali yung daddy dito.
Ay, oo.
Oo.
Grabe na. Ingana gid ay si Mami makaplano ka even sa sinina na planado ang tanan. So Tuesday yellow, Wednesday stripe. O di ba? So sundukon gani nato na Jerome kay pero karon dili ba yan ni planado nga nakaana ta diha.
Ako mag-denim eh.
Oh, so dapat ug planado. Oo. Sige na Mami, kindly invite our viewers of your social media accounts.
So, mga mommies, mga daddies, mga millennials, kanimo nito ang social media accounts. That's sa Instagram, Mami Ara Casas tanan na siya, Instagram, YouTube, and Facebook. So, unsa ba ang makita ninyo sa ako ang Instagram? Sa Instagram, I share mga twinning namo ni Yana, and of course, pati mga informative vlogs about parenthood, mga tips, mga sharings, experiences nako as a first-time mom, and etc. Sa YouTube, unsa ba? Like, ang YouTube is bago lang ko nag-revamp karong quarantine actually. Mo na akong ginaingon. Bago lang ko nag-revamp kay dati ay murag mommy lifestyle vlogger. Pero karon I do it na mura siya informative and relevant vlog. So naatay gibalik na pa ako ang pagka-journalist, murag naga-invite ta og mga resource speakers aron nga mag-share og mga tips, experiences, mga strategies sa kahit misagun sa nga mga topics. So for example, invite nato lately si Dr. Mata. Do you know Dr. Mata? Richard Mata. He is a pediatrician. So nag-share siya sa mga mama og kanang unsa ba ang mga first aid sa kalintura, sakit sa ngipon, sipon, ubo, etc. Kay di ba bawal pa man ta ang mga bata before, di ba during the ECQ bawal pa mo gawas. So unsa ba ang mga first aid nga nasamtang na lang sa balay. So that was very useful pud sa mga mama. And last week mo na to katong si Dr. Christine Kusina pod screen time management. Unsaon ba para mapugnan dyan ang mga mama nga dili kaayo magbabad ang mga bata sa screen time, sa screen, sa gadgets, sa YouTube, nursery rhymes, ana. So daghan mo matun-an din ha sa to ang YouTube channel, and if sa mga mama kung gusto mo na apay request na kung kinsa to ang i-guest, pwede ra po ninyo i-PM para mahangyo nato sila and mapangayuan nato sila og kanang ilahang mga sharings nila. So sa Facebook is basically everything, but naagihapon din ang ato ang niche about motherhood, home, and lifestyle. Sa Facebook is, I consider that parang mura siya outlet na ako sa akong pagkamama. So when I feel bored, mukhaan ko dito, kumusta naman mo mga mama, ana-ana, kay malipay ka manggod nga na kay kasturya nga kanang you're on the same boat gani. Kanang ay ako nalibog jud ko ani unsaon ni nako pagluto ana ay kanila na siya mami ana makatabang So, tinabangay ang mga mama din sa to ang Facebook page. So, if you have concerns, you can email me at ara3casas@yahoo.com. That's it! Thank you so much!
Question kay nahanay ni mo tanan o na-share ni mo tanan, I'm sure ang ato mga moms is dila kay nakasabot on how really to manage your time to your, as a wife, as a full-time mom, as a vlogger, kung unsa ba. Well, thank you so much, Miss Ara Casas, Beshi, for sharing and for sharing this video to your fellows momsies out there. Daghan kaayong salamat, no? And of course, we would love to see you on board next time for our...
Yes, and I'm sure daghan pag ma-share si Mami sa ato kasi iya pa lang channel. Murag na-amaze ko ato nung she was able to invite doctors, pediatricians kay kasabot pud ta sa feeling sa mga mommies pareha sa imo Mami Ara nga first timer. Of course, you really want to take care of children. You don't want them to get hurt or to be in a very uncomfortable situation. Kay labi na kay first baby ba ya, di ba? So grabe.
Yes.
And then so gwapo kayo to siya nga content because it was you sharing to your other mommies out there nga pwede sa nga diri lang sa balaydi kay di ba sometimes ang mga parents pag makulbaan dadon dayon sa ospital.
Yeah. Labo na mga millennial moms mo jud nang uso karon.
Okay,
dili para sa to mga mama sa una nga ay inumi lang nag-royal butang nag-itlog.
Butangan og buwan diri ka ng buhok.
Maayo na ka ana.
Pero mga haplas. Nagpaila na tito na haplas, di ba? Butangan na tiyan og mga mansanilya, okay na, di ba? Ingan na.
As in.
Or controversial nga tuob karon for example. No, but ang mga millennial moms, because of course they all know, also acknowledge no nga there are experts who are kanang na may mga expert yun nga para ana mo nang iligid dayon on sa hospital, but tabangan po nato ang atong mga hospitals nga dili pud sila mapuno kay mas daghan man sila giatubang nga mga problema karon nga mas nga dili lang kay kanang tungod lang kay nabuturan ng anak, di ba na pa may mas grabe like COVID, no? Isa sa atong pinakagrabe karon. So maayo kay itong resource and we would like to thank you Mami Ara for that mga insights ba nga naari kay ingon anak nga mga pwede matabang sa atong mga fellow mothers, fellow Filipinos and mothers out there. Giyang ka na iring ra man iro ang nadin.
Why not? You're a mother at heart.
Yes. Ana na lang.
Thank you so much po. Thank you good kaayo. Like it's really a pleasure. Paringon gani ni Jerome nga can you share tips mga mama ko. Jerome, motherhood is a very dako kayo siyang hisgutanan. What in particular do you want me to talk for? Ana niya og time management. Okay. So kay recently po nang ako ang mga friends may sila nga ginaon sa man nimo na siya na dili clingy siya na clingy gyud siya na I tell you. Kuno ginaon sa daw nako pag makabuhat daw ko vlog nga ani maka-communicate daw ko ani ana maka-live ana time management lang yun na. Murag planuhon lang yun nimo. So, dili jud siya imposible. Kana.
There you have it, no? Nadungog nato, Jerome, nga dili gid imposible ang time management whether you're a mom, you're a single person, you're with a couple, with your kanang partner in life, kaya gid kayo ma-manage ang time. So, Jerome,
will issue kung dili kaya. Mura gid. Will issue kung dili makaya.
Sige.
Yes, you can also say no, of course, pag dili jud makaya.
Ayan.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mami.
Thank you so much, Hackbang, Jerome, and Owen. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ayan. Alam ko nang medyo happy ang ating mga momsies out there dahil narinig nyo na ang free tips galing kay Mami Ara, right? And I guess maya-maya lamang ay ilalahad na natin ang ating guests sa ating
Yes. No, daghan patay actually, Jerome. This was just one of the many guests. Mami Ara is just one of the many guests nga ato ang i-feature karong hapon, and we even have another international speaker later, no. Ayan. So Jerome, maybe you would like to share before we end this portion. Basin daghan pa man tay pwede ma-share. Unsay mahitabo later at 2 o'clock.
Yep, at 2 o'clock magkakaroon po tayo ng wedding in the pandemic. So we have invited 2 of the most valuable, yung mga medyo naapektuhan talaga no sa pandemic, no, yung mga nagtatrabaho sa event industry, sa live events, you know.
Pero gabi po ilang caliber, no? Nga, I mean, even if they are, affected yung tanan. So from the smallest nga mga event suppliers or pareha sa ilang nga mga big names na Jerome na affected po. And gusto po nato madunggan, di ba Jerome? Kung unsa may effect sa ilaha, unsa ilang gibuhat karon para maka-bounce back sa ilahang industry.
Exactly. And kanang nagpasalamat kami kay willing kay sila mag-share o kanang maghatag og idea para pud sila mga colleagues kung unsaon pud ninyo pag cope up during aning pandemic.
Yes. And ayun, so later po that's going to be 2 to 3 p.m. So stick around. I'm sure even if you are not in the events industry, naka-attend na mog events before or naka-hire na mog events organizers before, masabtan ninyo ang struggles of these people. And even us, si Jerome is a wedding and events host. I am also an events host and an events organizer. Ma-feel good na mo na nga struggle. So kanang dili siya basta-basta guys, kami ba ang last nga kanang i-allow na kanang mo balik sa society nga magnegosyo. Ayan. So and next we have at 3:30 to 4, we have Radio and the Pandemic. Sorry, this is our story, and this is by Vince Aldrin Hine, and he is from Manila Broadcasting Company, and he will share to us the struggles of the radio industry and how they are coping right now, and how they are being used as an instrument during the time of pandemic.
Exactly.
And then after that, we have 2 international speakers. 4 to 4:30, we have. For those into community building, murag kita Jerome, no, kanya atong gibuhat karon, we are building communities. For those who are community building, this is a talk on the community building ideas, and this is by Denise Vutrick later, and she will be sharing it to us, and she'll be live all the way from Europe ni siya. And then naapod dayon tay importante ni Jerome, murag medyo kita tanan ka-affected ani kaning what they call mental health awareness, no? Kasi tungod sa pandemic, medyo daghan tag mga stress levels. Amin pa sa gaingon ganina ni Mami Ara nga ang mga momshies karon medyo anxious kung unsaon man nila nga naara sila sa balay, unsa ilang buhaton. And that is why we have a brain health coach and an NLP practitioner nga si Coach Ricky John Goyeneche, and he will be talking about mental health. So murag dili lang ni siya for mommies or parents, professionals like us Jerome nga medyo kaka-affected nga wala kayo tay income, di ba murag makaano kay siya makaluya, maybe na sila'y ma-learn. Unsa pa Jerome atong ma-expect?
Yeah, aside from that, ini-expect din namin sa inyo na samahan niyo po kami sa aming palaro dahil mamimigay po kami ng 50% off discount sa Maharlika Siargao, as you can see on your screen.
Ayan! Karon nato ni buhatan Jerome?
Ngayon natin gagawin to. Wala na
Ala!
Pagagawin na natin to. So sa mahiling mag-travel dyan, kayo na bahala sa plane ticket nyo. Kami bahala sa 50% off discount sa room rates po hatid sa atin ng Maharlika Siargao.
And of course, naapatay lain mga pahatag ng mga giveaways na because we also have ROX, Brat Pack, and Travel Club. So what if ikaw ni daog pagid ka ato maggamit nimo sa travel ang imuhang mga nadaugan nga mga items because Brat Pack, Travel Club, and ROX will be giving away travel necessity items na ay Jerome ibog kay ko na hydro flask. Di ba mahal kay na nga uso kay na karon nga.
Mahal kay na nga flask kay pang gym lang gini pang tumbler.
Di ba? Uy, Wise Choice. I have friends from Wise Choice. Hi, Ma'am Chloe Limbago of Wise Choice.
Hello.
Ayan, sponsor din namin yan dati. And basi mo sponsor siya sa next nga Hackbang.
Yeah.
So we have hydro flask and napatay mga travel mga items no nga ihatag pod sa ato ang mga sponsors. So napagay Food Panda kato mga dili ganahan mo travel pero ganahan mo si kaon, di lang pasubraan. We have Food Panda also. We will be giving away Food Panda to our mga viewers and also our participants sa Hackbang na nananaw karon.
Exactly. At saka tawang-tawang ako sa director natin Sabi niya, ako daw magbabayad ng plane ticket papuntang Siargao. Well, depende po sa usapan nyo kung sino manalo, okay?
Okay. So, dili pwede nga, walay ka uban. Lisod sa Jerome, di ba nga, imo siyang i-fly to Siargao tapos dili ni mo ubanan.
Siyempre, ako yung kasama niya.
Oh, ayan, kung gusto nyo maging kasama si Jerome sa Maharlika, Siargao, it's a backpacking it's a backpacking place. So ang nice kay dito Jerome kay kanang binugoy lang ta ba? Kanang and then duol siya sa mga laganan, and then duol po siya sa katong asa ang boat going to our island hopping.
Wow,
And I stayed there for 9 days. So murag pasalamat gid kayo ko sa tag-iya ani Maharlika, Siargao for adopting me for 9 days. Ha?
Excited kay ko kay wala pa ba ako kaadto dira.
Og Siargao ever?
Never. Surigao lang siguro akong natuan. Siargao wala.
Sige. So, mag-pray lang ta nga si Papa Digong moingon na nga okay na mo travel, and kung moingon na pod ang DOH nga I think it's now safe for us to go around Mindanao. Kung kinsa na yung naglibre sa imo dito sa kinsa na imong librehon Jerome magkita ta sa Siargao, dili ta ka disturbuhon.
Okay, imuha man ako transportation like so doon ko nimo sa Siargao tas you
pwede ra gikan sa terminal sa Butuan sunduon ta ka pa dong sa Surigao.
Pwede kaayo, di ba?
Tunga lang ta sa gasolina. Or basin kay mo uban si Shaila, no?
Kinama po si Daddy Jim.
Oo.
Hindi magbulag sila. Ubanon pa nato si Daddy Jim kay basin.
Oo, basin maibog si Dave Franco.
Kayo, dalo niya.
Or sila Novi.
O si kayo. Or katong nasa Switzerland.
Muna na siya ang luoy. Kaya na siya sa Switzerland. Kinanggid siya mo fly over here to be with us.
Gusto niya ma-meet ang team, pwede po niya tagaan plane ticket papunta sa Switzerland.
Sa Switzerland na lang ta mga to, dili sa Siargao.
Oo, parang feeling ko hindi niya maiwanan yung bahay niya eh.
Ayan. Wait, kanang ang saan man to ng pagdaog, nagsige kang paibog na imo ang Maharlika, Siargao.
Ibibigay ko na sa inyo. So if you guys wanted to win yung inyong stayhan, ang kasi tawagan na nakalimot mga
bed and breakfast na
bed
place.
And breakfast ka ng inyong stayhan kung sa Siargao, bibigyan po namin kayo ng 50% discount off kung unsang nga room, deluxe ka ng pinaka.
Ilang room na sila, quadruple. Pwede pang barkada, guys. They have a room for 4, a room for 2, a room for 8, and a room for 14.
Yep, that's with 50% discount. So ang gagawin nyo lamang is magpo-post kayo, suotin nyo na mga bikini nyo dyan, mga trunks nyo dyan, mga sexing pang summer outfit.
Ang summer, balag ting ulan na.
Oo, yung mga pag-post sa balay, mga summer goals, mga summer goals, i-post na sa inyong Instagram, tapos ang caption dapat nganong kamod ang madaog anang 50% off, itag ang hakbang para ma-check na namo, okay? And valid niya siya up until December.
Make sure that your post is public. Kay sometimes, di ba, kita i-post nato siya kay me only. Hala, nag-post pa ka sa Facebook tapos ikaw lang makakakita. So make sure it's public, or dili siya friends only ha. So make sure it's public because what if dili pa ta friends, no? And tapos nagitag ninyo si Hackbang, for example, dili na mo makita ang inyuhang kanang gipost. And also, we would like to say hi to all our participants and mentors who are watching or probably listening to us right now while naghimo sa ilahang mga proposals. Kay Jerome, karon Lunes, final na i-post ginato at 6 p.m. tanan mga nahuman nga proposal. So, finished or unfinished, submit
your paper.
As your paper 6 p.m. on June 29. Okay, masuko atong principal na naaraba sa Switzerland. Hi, Joy. Kasaban
of course, I am so proud na meron na tayong dalawang teams.
Yes, naanatay duha nga. Kung kuan pa ni Jerome, kung classroom pa ni sila to kanang mga studios. Di ba? Wala pa nag-exam, kabalo na sila unsay coverage.
Feeling na ako kanang nana sila na-create daan. They just wanted to meet the team for formality's sake. And then
and then basin na swak pod sa mentor ba nga nakita niya nga murag pwede na ni, ready na ni, okay na ni, tweak lang sir gamay, nahuman nila. Imagine 2 days of the 4 days natapos nila ang ilahang So that was very fast. And I also know of some nga murag sa video na lang, sa presentation na lang, sa 1 minute na lang nila nga presentation, but ilahang mga statement of the problem and everything medyo tapos na din sila. So gusto ko na gid kay nako na makita. And guys, if you want also to see the output of our participants, you may visit devpost.com and search for Hackbang PH. Makita na ninyo dito. And also, I think we will be posting a link sa ato ang Hackbang page and sa website where you can actually check. Hulatan dayon nato from June 29 until July 3. kay July 3 at 11 ba to, Jerome, no? 11 a.m.
11 a.m.
mag-announce na may live kung kinsa ang mga na-consider nga top viable solutions, and kato sila ang hatagan og opportunity nga makita nila ang ilang idea mahimong reality.
Exactly. Sama
Diba?
sa tuwang title sa kanta, usa kini kahagit sa mga wala pa nakapasa. Sa mga
Lihok
wala
na,
pa
bes.
good. So, galaw-galaw din tayo dyan. This is not putting pressure to you guys, but this is somewhat like giving you an inspiration that you need to work on with your teams,
Oo.
not just your team, with your mentors as well. You know, yung mga mentors nyo ay magagaling. They are properly selected para lang naman sa inyo. Ayan. So reach out to them if you have any concerns. You can also reach out to us if you have other concerns or mga questions na kaya naming sagutin. So pwede po yun.
Yes, and speaking of that, you can ask questions or send message to our Hackbang official Facebook page. You can also visit our Instagram account, HackbangPH, and also our website, www.hack-bang.com. That's hack-bang.com. So naa dito ang mga information, and later on katong mga napilian amo pud silang ibutang dito sa website. So i-feature pud namo, and also kailangan pud sa teams, mga guys, kailangan sa teams inyong suporta. Kung wala mo naka-appeal sa Hackbang pero namo yung mga kaila nga appeal sa Hackbang, please share and like their posts sa DevPost, kaya it's also very essential kay part siya sa tuang selection process, especially kung naay mga tiebreaker. Dito nato kailangan tan-awon siya ang ilahang kanang engagement, kung katubang nga mga solutions gi-accept ba sa mga tao, na dawat ba sa mga tao ni nga mga idea or wa sila kasabot, o diba? So kung medyo wala kayo ikuan, kailangan po nato tan-awon nga kani nga mga ideas medyo acceptable to the common tao. So munang we also want to see if people are really supporting your cause or your project.
Yes.
So
And
ayun.
we want to share that all of our participants are using an international, some of which are paid softwares na binigay ng ating mga sponsors for them for free, so that they will be able to work around their ideas. So they are properly on a secured place. We don't intervene them because it's their thing, it's their business. So we will just be waiting for them to pass the final result, and then we will be announcing the winners on July 3, 11 a.m. Manila.
Yes. And speaking of international sponsors and platforms, pasalamat kay ta sa ato ang mga natay mga gadgets or mga equipment or tools, no, nga mga software nga ginagamit nato nga pang international standard yun. And we are very proud and happy na they said yes to Hackbang. This is the first Hackbang. This is the first virtual hackathon in Mindanao, and they supported us, di ba? And we don't even know these people, and that's the amazing thing about this, because they just saw our post and then they said we want to help you. So they approached us, and we are now partners in this platform for change.
Exactly.
So Jerome, unsa pa ma-expect na to tomorrow? Okay, we're just saying natay mga talks karong hapon but wala pa ang paraugma.
Okay, so tomorrow naman, bibigyan din namin kayo ng isang panibagong rekindle Hatha Yoga, isang another thing that you need to find your center, your inner peace, para naman na magaan ang ating Monday, pag-welcome ng Monday. Bibigyan namin kayo ng yoga at around 8 to 9 a.m. That's 1 hour for you guys. It's really for free. That will be the last yoga for today's hackathon. Okay, and of course, we will be giving you talks regarding how to improve your business to an online visibility through Google. Ayan, so na-mention natin yung how to transform your business into an online platform. Right now, we will be putting your business into the Google search para naman na not just the fellow friends ang makakita, kundi the whole world na. Malay mo, meron tayong mga international mga buyers and companies that would like to team up with you and collaborate with you. After that, we will be having our first ever air fryer challenge.
Actually, no, kaning air fryer challenge na siya ko ani kay murag days ago lang man ni siya na decide nga if go gid ni siya. So this is going to be, guys, makita ko ninyo magluto ugma.
Isa sa mga inaabangan natin, and
yes.
that one
And katong mga ga-wonder unsa ng air fryer, yes, you will see an air fryer tomorrow. More siya spaceship nga gamay. More siya vacuum cleaner. So we have an air fryer challenge tomorrow. And ang may tabuan ni kani atong air fryer challenge, it will be me, and we have ansani. We also have Rhea in Switzerland, and we will be both sharing our air fryer recipes. Dungan ni magluto. So ganina nakita ninyo si Chef Jeff, nagluto siya lang isa. Ugma, duhami ka buok, and different time zones, different kinds of air fryers, and also, different kinds of air fryers, one bought locally and one young international air fryer. And then we will also cook two different things. Iyaha seafood, I'll be cooking chicken.
All right. And aside from that, on the afternoon session, we'll be talking about video content creation for businesses. So ito yung parang lately ginagawa ko that I get to endorse product, ilalagay din sa video making para naman na medyo lively and interactive yung mga businesses nyo. And of course, we'll be having our how to beautifully style and shoot your food items to your online business. Meron din tayong TL conversation with the Hackbang team. So bukas po makikita nyo na kung sino ang mga kasama ng Hackbang natin. Ayan, makikita nyo na yung nasa likod at bibigyan namin kayo ng chance na ma-meet ang ating mga technical team. Meron din tayong Luxo Coffee, meron din yung Sunset Session, meron din tayong Net Zone na mag-discuss about mesh. So we are so honored and we're so happy and proud that we are being partnered by these not so hindi mayayabang, but these are big establishment and companies that said yes to us to help us run this hackathon, the first ever virtual hackathon in Mindanao made by Mindanaoans.
Ayan guys, so di ba daghan pa di kayo tag ma-expect ato na abi nato kung nga last day na wala dili na kayo busy, actually busy gihapon kaayo ang atong puno gihapon kaayo ang atong Monday, and that's gonna be tomorrow, our last day of Hackbang, the 4-day hackathon here in Mindanao. And of course, ang bilis. Imagine Jerome, less than 2 months lang taani nag-prepare, no? For the information of everyone, murag less than 2 months lang mi nag-prepare. And to think, no, Jerome, ako sa Cagayan, si Jerome nasa Davao, the rest na, di ba, we're all over the place. Yes. And si Jerome, ako lang, and si Novi sa team of 12 ang na-meet niya.
Yes.
Diba?
Si Owen, na-meet niya na yung lahat.
Hindi naman lahat. I haven't met Sheena yet.
Oh, yeah.
Oo, and Kim, pa na ako na na-meet si Kim before, but this is the beauty of it. Even if you don't know each other personally pa, but working with you guys, murag medyo nakita nato nga pwede pala maghimog event, maski glagyo kaayo ta, and lain-lain na tag skills and roles nga gibutang. Diba? Ayun. So I guess
abot natin ang mundo, abot natin sa isa, basta may internet connection tayo.
Of course, di ba? Appear, Jerome, appear. Ayan. So,
pwede pa lang appear sa virtual, no?
Oo, pwede nag-cheers na gani ni di ba, ni Shaila. Speaking of Shaila is backstage right now with two of our guests because after this one, we have our COVID conversations over coffee with two of mga bigaten in the events industry. So especially sa weddings, no? Isa sa mga gibang mingawa nato karon kay either mo attend or organize og wedding or mga katupong mga couples nga actually kaslon unta pero medyo na push forward ang ilahang mga plano, wala sa gipang isbog sa ilahang mga plano because of what's happening. So daghan kay na affected sa wedding industry, suppliers, couples, daghan gyud, no, ang part gyud sa entire industry. So naitay duha ka bisita karon and they will be sharing to us also their challenges and what they have done so far to cope up and bounce back with what's happening here in the Philippines and the world. So ayan. So yes, and I think you and I will also be joining CCC, no? Correct?
Yeah, we will be joining together because you as a host and event organizer, event company owner, and we have Shaila as well, event host.
Gaano sa siya, the photography sa Shaila. So, yeah.
Shaila. So I think this is really a big one trio for all of us. Yung parang alam natin kung ano ba ang nangyari because itong ating mga bisita ay di ka libre. I just checked the Instagram of the other speaker. Sabi ko, wow.
Oh, diba? So, dili ni siya basta-basta, guys. And we are so lucky that we have these types of mga personalities and they are here and they are part of Hackbang, and that's an amazing opportunity. Labi na sa inyo nga. You will be hearing it from them, straight from them, and it's for free. We are sharing these resources to all of you guys for free. Ayan. So, Jerome, shall we end this portion para we can proceed to the next?
Yep, so we will be right back for the amazing COVID conversation over coffee right after the short reminders.
afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. I am here again today. First session, first hour. And then I will be with you guys until we close tonight. My name is Shyla, for those of you who don't know, and I am streaming all the way from Butuan City here in Mindanao, where Hackbang started. No? So for those of you that don't know, we will talk about Hackbang more as we progress throughout the show. In the meantime, let me bring in one of our co-hosts as well. He's been with you since this morning as well. I'd like to welcome in Owen.
Hi, Shaila, and we're happy to see you, and we're even happier because you wore denim as our. That was our challenge. You should also look for your denim outfit, and yes, I see denim.
And denim do. So I'm so excited because this is another COVID Conversations.
Yes.
For Coffee Win, and we are going to talk about some of the issues that are facing the wedding industry, right?
Yes, and I believe you're also, you've been part of the wedding industry as well as ako din, myself, no? But of course, you have other very important individuals who are here right now, and they will be talking also of their experiences here in Mindanao, even in Manila, as they are also being affected by the entire pandemic.
Correct. So we will have them. They are backstage right now, and we are going to have them back. In the meantime, my name is Shyla. Joining me is Owen this afternoon, and this is COVID Conversations over coffee.
Everyone's dancing, everyone's moving around the boat. No need to be fancy, get on your feet, enjoy the show. Didn't mean nothing, it's gonna be fine in the morning sun. Just leaning on something, the easiest part is yet to come. Just clap your hands, stand up. Just clap your hands, stand up. Just clap your hands, stand up. Just 1, 2, 3, 4.
So we're almost done with the first set here with this set. We're having Colingo up for the top of the hour for the last shot for this.
There you have it. Hello, we are back again. Ang bilis lang ng mga pangyayari. We are already on our third day here in Hackbang. I can't believe it. Owen, third day na nga ba talaga?
Yes, Gabi, no? Like what Jerome said earlier, na ang bilis ng panahon. Imagine, less than 2 months ago, this was just all plans. These were just all in the drawing board. And now we're actually realizing it, living it, and being part of it. And we are so happy that there are also others who are taking part of this Hackbang. And that's the beauty of this whole thing that I am seeing right now, is that it all started from just a small idea. Now it's getting bigger and bigger, with a lot of people saying yes and committing to sharing their expertise, sharing their experiences, sharing their resources, and sharing their time and effort with us. Di ba, Shai?
And speaking of, so we have just two amazing people in the wedding industry that are joining us this afternoon. So let me go ahead and introduce the first, if that's okay with you, Wen.
Sure.
So we have esteemed photographer, guys, Oli Ruiz. He is coming. He is streaming live all the way from Manila. He is the founder and the lead creative of Metro Photo. It is a wedding and lifestyle photography brand. If you don't know it, you must be living under a rock. Metro Photo is acclaimed for their premium and highly personalized services. It is truly crafted with passion and precision. Metro Photo exudes a bold and glamorous spirit that is truly one of a kind. His coffee table book entitled Wild showcases all of these things. Metro Photo has been a consistent leader in the wedding industry. Alam natin yan, Owen. And he has continued to grow while capturing every moment in perfection. Let us welcome live here with us, Oli Ruiz. Hi, Oli.
Hi, Shyla. Hi, Owen.
Yung sabi ko kanina, gwapo-gwapo talaga ni Ollie. Tapos sabi niya, lighting talaga.
Naman naman. It helps talaga, the lighting. Thank you for having me. Hackbang is such an inspiring and really interesting endeavor. And, I'm excited to be here to talk with you guys today. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ayun. So, Ollie, we also have another one. There's another also a top caliber personality, especially here in Mindanao, in terms of weddings and events, and he is based in Davao City. So, it is my honor to introduce to you guys our second panelist for today. Ayan. So, let me bring up our file. There you go. He's the certified event planner at APIM, Asia Pacific Institute for Events Management, senior creations, and also events specialist and head mentor at Toffee Events and Management Team Company, and head of the freelance event industry in Davao City. Friends, let's welcome Christopher Pontinez Lidesma. Hi, Chris.
Hi everyone, good afternoon, happy Sunday. Thank you for inviting me here to be part of this Hackbang TV episode. Thanks.
And okay, so Shai.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Christopher and Ollie, for joining us this afternoon. No? The reason why we called you guys to join, you guys said yes, was to just sort of shed light with everybody else. What is happening? We know we're all facing challenges, right? But since we're all coming from different industries, I'd like you guys to share with us, what are the challenges in your particular sector? I know it's the wedding industry, but with Ollie, it's the photography. With Christopher, it's the events organization. Can you guys go ahead and share us like 3 challenges right now that you are facing? Ollie, I'll let you go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So, Photo, like what you guys said, we're a photography company that's based in Manila. We do a lot of weddings. Actually, we also have a branch in Siargao. We have established a team there. So, but I feel that everywhere in the Philippines, it's kind of like the same. No, I feel that around the world, in terms of photography, wedding photography, it's probably similar because everyone is of course not being able to celebrate fully. So if you're asking for 3 main challenges, I think primarily one is the upkeep of the company. So no shoots. So paano, like you have a lot of overhead, like you have employees. No, how do you actually keep them and be ready when things starts to get normal again, parang ganyan? Or do you dissolve some of them and then what? So that's a problem. It's a challenge. So where's the balance? How small will you go right? And will you be ready when things go back to normal if you what do you call it, if you touch, diba? So that's one challenge for us in Metro Photo. So how can we be nimble enough so that we'll be ready for whatever changes happen, whatever changes that comes next, parang ganyan. So that's one. Second, of course, is staying relevant. Parang how do you also keep the people engaged or inspired? A lot of people when I say that means both my staff and of course the market itself, no? Parang syempre sa tao ngayon, people right now celebrating will take a backseat, parang ganyan. So parang how do you wanna make sure that they don't totally forget about it, no? Parang you wanna make them think na parang sige, antayin ko lang pero magse-celebrate pa rin ako. Or parang ayaw mo dumating sa point na parang sasabihin nila na parang, pwede na palang hindi mag-celebrate. Parang ganyan. So, hindi ko na gagawin yan. So, how do you keep that relevance to people in your staff then? Parang ganyan. So, I think those 2 are the main ones right now. And I think lastly is, what would you do with this spare time? So, parang how do you continue to live or be productive and make money, para ganyan. Of course, your source of income is really gone. So how do you pivot to do something that's of course that will make you survive. So I think for Metro Photo, that's, or at least for me, parang ganon yung concerns right now. 3 major concerns.
Well, how about you, Chris? I mean, in the Mindanao experience, paano naman yon? Like, especially you in Davao. I'm sure Davao also has a huge wedding and events industry kasi ang laki ng Davao. So, ano naman yung mga experiences niyo dyan when it comes to what happened to us?
Yeah, in Davao, it was, I believe it was February 10, when our mayor advised to have no tents for the safety of the Davaoeños and of course Mindanao. So the challenges now in Davao City, of course, for us, the entrepreneurs and the small and big entrepreneurs in Davao City, of course, is how to be engaged, to be able to help our employees, as I mentioned, to help our employees in terms of the employment, the benefits that they used to have because we have a lot of events before. And second, it's how will we be able to maintain the significance in the industry, being there as a wedding planner, as someone who's in the industry, to make feel that you are still existing in the industry. Of course, coupled with that, when you say you will stay, the maintenance and sustenance in the industry is for you how to reach out to possible clients. Now it's really hard to get clients because we have all these protocols, social distancing, and in Davao City, I don't know if it's nationwide, we're only allowed to have 10 packs for each event. So it's an intimate wedding. So it's really a challenge. Yes, 10 packs at any given time during the ceremony, during the reception, or whatever event it is. It should only be 10 packs for the safety of all of the Davaoeños and all the visitors and guests attending the event.
Wow. Try.
Yung 10, Christopher, including wedding
Sa
supplier.
couple.
Yes.
And wedding supplier. At any given time, yun talaga.
So during the setup, for all the suppliers like the event stylists, the decorators, of course, it should be 10. Then during the ceremony, it should also be 10. And during the reception, it should also be 10. 10 packs.
Wow. Let me ask naman, Ollie, in Manila, do you have the same setup? I mean, the Archdiocese or the City of Manila or the Metro Manila administration, did they also set limitations as to the number of people allowed at a given time?
Yes. In Manila, pag sa church, from what we discussed with the groups that I have, no, parang some of them nga parang ano lang talaga up to 6 lang inside the church, no? Like parents, a couple of sponsors, and then the couple. So they're very strict with that. So there are really church weddings na parang wala nang supplier or you have to forgo something else. So siguro maximum of 8 in some churches, but I've heard iba-iba din may churches na parang up to a little bit more than 10, parang ganyan. But after that, walang government mandate, at least in locally, no, in NCR, I think there's no government mandated na parang 10 like kina Chris, no. So medyo nagkaroon ako ng reception na a little over 20 eh. So medyo flexible na doon, depende na lang of course on how kung paano didiskartihan na safe pa rin maski medyo madami pa rin.
Grabe, no? Parang ang here, 10 people. But it makes me think, okay, sa 10, sure na important talaga yung event organizer because they're doing this for the first time ever in their lives. So they really...
So 9 na lang.
So your guidance. Photographer, kailangan talaga because I don't wanna, diba? I don't wanna trust like that one special event na nga lang with 10 people and then nobody's...
Wala pang photos.
So I guess in that sense, may work pa rin na pwede. Diba? For Christopher and Ollie, what are some of the things that you feel na couples will let go of if there's just 10 people that's allowed? Ano yung tingin nyo? I mean, this is obviously not to tell our industry friends na, sorry guys.
To discourage them na wag na lang.
Mauna ka na sumagot.
O baka maano yung iba na, ay, hindi na pa kami pwede, hindi na kami kailangan. Hindi naman, but parang libang, yeah, maybe you would like to answer.
For most of the weddings before the COVID the pandemic crisis, diba, nasanay tayo sa elaborate, exquisite event styling or decoration. So for now, it will be somewhat on the simpler side on how the definition for the couple, ano yung simple para sa kanila. Yun siya. So for some events here, or for some events venue in Davao City, meron na silang decoration na parang nakapackage na if they get this certain venue or this function hall, meron nakaset up, nakapackage na event styling or decoration. So I think medyo there's a bit of konting challenge naman sa ating event stylists because hindi na ganun ka-elaborate. or exquisite, kabongga yung mga decoration mangyayari. So, on the side of it, of course, nandun yung practicality of the event. Not siguro hindi naman siguro taking out the significant suppliers, but more on the value for money. Diba? Importante pa rin lahat ng mga event suppliers. The value for money. Siguro, hindi ibig sabihin mura or mahal, but of course, it's a value for money.
Okay, I want to pick up on that, Christopher, because you guys are premium brands, no, in Davao and in Metro Manila, and we are still speaking of value for money. Are you already thinking is lowering the rates something that you're already thinking about now, or is this something like, just to be honest, is this something that we're saying no? I know what my brand is about. I'm gonna keep it at the price that I have right now, or is there already considerations with your price points?
Yes, of course. For us, specifically our company, for Stunning Events and Weddings, we're considering on making it more practical and yung parang mas enticing for couples, for those who want to get us as suppliers or as event organizers or as wedding planners. We're planning to trim down a little bit with the cost. But of course, there are a lot of things to do pa rin. Kasi you need to talk with them. Mas maraming challenges yun eh. Ang communication, wala person-to-person or face-to-face communication eh. Everything will happen through social media. Everything will happen through online Zoom meetings. So mas challenging yun siya. So that's a bit of slight difference, but of course, not sacrificing the quality of what we can give to the art.
Ollie, and then I will take up on that. So how about you, Ollie?
Yes. So with regards to answer Shaira's question, right now we understand that there will be a new market. No, this is like a niche na medyo small weddings, ganyan. So what we did with Metro Photo is there are two things. No, kung we are encouraging people actually to do an intimate on top of their real wedding. We want to tell them na parang let's not settle for this. You can just get married now, but whatever you plan, you can move it later on, like a year after, 2 years after, but still do the big wedding. So ngayon, if they will do that, like they will do 2 weddings, then we will give the intimate wedding a really good price. Parang add-on lang siya. And then, but if you're going to do like an intimate wedding lang, medyo, yun, in a way, di-discourage namin, medyo mahal siya. Parang ganyan. Pero still a little bit lower than normal, pero medyo mahal siya. So parang ganun namin siya ginagawa para lang maisip nila na, oo nga, no, parang I can still do that, then I can have 2 weddings pa, parang ganyan. So, yun din, it will keep them more interested, still interested, yun. So parang ang strategy is really for now, survival mode muna. We're banking on the fact na later on, maggagastos ulit sila. So parang just stay afloat ba? Parang ganun.
So I like that, no? I mean, okay yung strategy din ni Ollie, no, na you are also giving them that opportunity to really realize the wedding that they planned for years probably. Diba? Kasi sayang din naman if they have hindi nila na-experience. Diba? And I guess it would be great to be married twice to the same person. And if they really want it now because probably the date is very significant, kasi meron siyang special meaning sa kanila and they really want to push it on that date, then that is also a good strategy, no, na to really push it there. And then
When there are really, because some of the weddings we shoot here in Manila, they're really big weddings, no? And most of the time couples don't prefer that. Para it's for their parents eh.
Oo.
Kung sila lang masusunod, they'd rather do an intimate wedding. So this way, para you can have your wedding and then your parents is dreaming of a big one.
I agree because I remember my mom's and my sister's wedding, and then my mom was like went ballistics kasi meron siyang mga kumare na hindi invited. Di ba? Mga ganyan. Kasi my sister insisted na, this is my wedding. I should invite only the friends that I know. I mean, di ba? Yun, tama din yan, di ba? That was the second point. Weddings for your parents na you can invite all your relatives and friends, and then one that the people that only matter to you as a couple. Shai.
I'm so impressed.
Yes.
The others who are losing hope as well, diba? Well, even the couples who are losing hope as well. Now you're actually, in fact, giving them a new dream. Instead of letting go of the one that they had, you're saying, no, you can actually have it. Just wait a while. And in fact, you can now have your dream intimate wedding and have your parents' dream wedding. later on as well.
Oo.
Yeah, this is ingenious.
And then going back to Chris, when he was mentioning about yung about not really letting go of suppliers, and because yes, I see that there will still be makeup artists involved, there will still be wedding gown designers involved, although medyo matrim down lang yung number of products that they have to deliver, for example, but they will still be there. And I'm seeing that this is also something that they have to think of, na how to really package their products well for them to be able to stay afloat, not just for the photographers and the wedding organizer, but for them, for invitations, for example, yung mga giveaways, mga ganyan. So, Shai.
Yeah, in fact, from what Christopher mentioned din a while ago, na you are gonna trim back. Actually, napaisip pa nga ako, in fact, you're risking your lives, right? I mean, so you have to buy your PPEs as well, make sure you sanitize, you make sure you have these extra precautions. So in fact, trimming it down is also, it doesn't make sense because it's gonna cost you more. And I think, saying that, then couples will have to consider that if it will go down, it's not because there will be extra expenses that will entail, right?
Yes.
Exactly.
Okay.
And higher risk for ourselves, diba? Tama ka.
Exactly. May tawag dyan, di ba, yung, especially for like reporters who go out in the field, anong tawag mo dyan? Something pay. Hazard pay.
Hazard pay.
Oh, di ba? Kasi, we're all scared, right?
Yes.
And so these are, paisip lang ako
But
na
that's true. Shai, there are actually a couple of photographers I know that decided, we will not shoot until there's a vaccine. So that's their choice. Parang okay lang, parang it's not worth going out there and shooting.
Yeah. Okay. This is such an interesting topic for me. Ayan, yung vaccine, pumunta tayo dyan. I know it's a controversial topic. This is CCC. Let's just talk about it. It's a chill, wala namang di naman nakikiusohin ng mga tao. Relax. The vaccine, when it comes out, will you be like the first one to say, I want to take it? Or are you gonna be like, hindi, sige, tignan muna natin. Go ahead.
Will you be part of
You'll be brave enough to
let me try the vaccine, parang ganon? Oli.
Right now, since since I feel now, but with my age, I'm not high risk. So I'm gonna wait and see muna how it goes. So I think the vaccine is not for me. It's for the clients parang yan, for them to actually open to hiring me. So parang ganun muna gawin ko siguro.
Tipong, okay, na-vaccine na ba kayo? Pag na-vaccine kayo, pakita nyo sa akin. And then,
parang, kampante na ba kayo kasi may vaccine na parang pwede ka celebrate ng malaki? Okay, sige, go. Parang yan.
What about Christopher?
Siguro muna mga client, mga couple, for those doing yung sila muna bago mga kami.
Safe yung mga answer, Shai.
Ay muna.
Speaking of clients, how did you handle their anxieties? I mean, of course, merong iba na medyo sila when this thing happened and they were supposed to have a wedding with you. How did you handle all those na mga nila? Yung how did you handle your clients during the time na medyo I'm sure they are distraught, 'di ba? Na wala yung wedding nila. So how did you manage their anxieties as as suppliers?
Chris, I think masayo yan. Parang mas planners talaga sila.
Especially kay Chris kasi sila
Ganyan pagdating sa amin medyo kampante na alam na usan na planners parang.
Tama. Unless only na you specific talaga sa client na gusto niya na ikaw yung photographer, 'di ba? So sometimes they go directly to you.
Meron mga ganun, may one or two ganyan na
so most of the time it goes through people like Chris. So Chris, how did you do it?
Of course, first muna, we need to evaluate first the situation. First we ask if they need to continue the wedding or the event. The date first, because of course yun ang importante. Once we have the date, if it's the date it's near already, probably there's really a need for us to do something about it. kung next naman to or 2 years after pa, well, problemahin natin siguro when time comes. So that's number one. Number two is to check on all the suppliers. Isa-isahin muna natin. So, if you still need this one, kailangan ba natin to, this one, how about yung mga binayad natin? Kasi of course, nag-down payment na sila eh. Di ba? And mahirap na tungkuin ulit eh. Di ba? Nag-down payment na. So, of course, one of the considerations is anong gagawin doon sa mga suppliers at anong gagawin doon sa binayaran. Kasi magti-team down na tayo. We'll be downsizing the event because of the number of packs, of course, yung venue kung saan gagapin. Then, of course, ang ginawa namin is also to ask the client kung kailangan pa natin itong gawin ngayon, this year, or we'll postpone it next year. For some, they decided na to continue it. Yun ang iba eh. Kasi because gusto nila mas bongga, mas maganda, mas maraming guests. Yun siya. So, siguro it's more on asking first, evaluating first, kung ano yung needs ng client talaga ba, or the requirement of the client in terms of the event. Like, gusto ba nila mangyari ito ngayon, or next year, or hindi. Tapos, yung the number of suppliers kailangan doon sa event na to. And the third one is, how many guests ba talaga? Masisira ba yung event kung mawawala si Ninong na politician, yung VIP clients na to? Kasi ano lang to eh, when you say 10 for us in Davao, ang parents pa lang and the couple 6 na. And 1 pair of principal sponsor.
May pare pa.
May pare pa. And the best man and maid of honor lang. Ganun lang yun eh. Ganun kakonti lang siya.
Oo nga. So,
Diba?
paano yun? Pwedeng wala muna si best man, maid of honor.
Ganun.
Mga barkada, later na, di ba?
Siyempre, hindi pwedeng wala yung pare.
Oo. So, di ba, 9 na lang, if you consider it.
Actually, just yesterday, we have a client. I had a client yesterday. Ang wedding naman nila, not in Davao City. They opted to do it outside Davao City. Like, for instance, gaganapin nilang wedding on September 18, it will be in Davao del Norte. In Davao del Norte naman, it's in Dusit, Tanis, yung Ruby Coconut Village. They accept 25 guests. So, at least medyo marami-rami na yung konti, 25 guests. So, at least matutuloy ng wedding by September 18 is lang.
So, it's a good move also, no? They moved na lang geographically to a place where pwede. But near siya, pero pwede. So, naging destination wedding somehow. Ayun. So,
if 10, may host pa ba nakasali?
ay, oo. Tama. Sa 10, may host pa ba?
Kasi merong wedding host dito. Yun yung tinatanong niya.
Oo.
Kailangan pa ba yun?
Yes, of course. Kasi masyadong importante yung host. Vital and really important yung host. Significant siya magdadala, papatagbo ng event. Without a host, without a good host, wala. Pa-falter yung ating wedding.
I have to agree with Chris there. Yung wedding na shoot namin a month ago, parang kung may, I was imagining if there was an MC there, parang talagang halos yun na, kompleto na. Kumbaga, medyo very informal na time because walang MC. But if there's an MC there to like put it all together, parang sobrang okay, sobrang solid lalo.
Ayan, so may trabaho pa kayo host. Pero yun lang, no, parang okay, at least I know that from the start, like shocks, ang tagal ko na hindi nag-wedding church.
Yeah, preparation.
Preparation.
Sa preps, okay, sa preps, syempre may makeup artist.
Oh.
Yung gown, pwede namang i-drop off yung gown. At least may work pa rin si gown maker. And then, pagdating sa church, okay, bawas na si makeup artist. So, meron din photographer. So, sa post naman, sa reception,
Wala na si pare.
wala na si pare.
So, i-add-on si host.
But that's true. Ang galing mo. If you really think about it, talagang pwede mo na may strategize na not everyone is there at the same time. Para at the most, 2 to 3 suppliers ka lang every step of the way, di ba?
Tama.
During the preparation, during the makeup session, or during the preparation of the wedding, ongoing din ang preparation ng event stylist.
So meron pa din sila.
Yeah.
Basta pag ceremony na, wala na lahat. yung decorative.
Di ba, mga florist, meron pa din sila, di ba? Because the flowers, they will just deliver the flowers. They still have naman income, di ba? They will deliver the flowers. Kaya nga lang, the volume is, di na as same as before. But at least they still have clients.
That's nice. And then at least for events, just a more beautiful, intimate setup with the food either set up in a buffet style in one cute little corner, or it could be like salo-salo type pero mas maganda lang tignan. No? So, this is a nice conversation that we're having. At least ang mga ating couples, no, and families, they're seeing it. There is hope for you guys to have that wedding that you want. Still, it's not no na talaga, diba? Even with 10 people, challenge accepted pala ang ating mga wedding suppliers.
Diba?
Makakaisip talaga ng paraan, di ba?
And that's the beauty of the Filipino kasi we're so resourceful na kahit anong mangyayari, we can always think of ways to really thrive. And this is an exciting conversation. I agree with Shaila because I know of some couples who are really kind of worried na paano na yung mga weddings nila. So we are just given an opportunity right now, mga couples, no, na there is still a way for you to really celebrate it on the day that you want. And we just have to really be more understanding of the situation and also be mindful of protocols before we baka may iba mag-go overboard kasi, di ba, because they're so overwhelmed with the idea of their wedding. And also to protect yourselves and your suppliers naman din. That is the reason why mayroong mga ganon. But are you seeing this, Ollie and Christopher, to be long term? Like this is going to be something for the next 3 months, or this will probably be okay na by next year? How do you see all these?
Honestly, hindi ko alam. Parang, kayo na yung tanong mo, like, when a couple comes to you na parang, Oli, ano ba gagawin natin? Paano na to? Like, kunyari, we had a prenup schedule, for example, out of the country. Oli, ano ba? Kailan ba natin i-rebook or schedule? Yung bang hindi mo rin naman talaga alam yung sagot. So, parang, kumbaga kung ano yung alam nila, definitely yung hindi na alam natin. I mean, a little bit more na dahil because we're from the industry. Pero nga, ang hirap. And similar to what your question is now, Owen, parang, hindi din natin alam no? Parang sana, kumbaga, well, we can never know. Pero yun nga, mahirap yung situation.
Of course, parang really uncertain. We don't know hanggang kailan to work. No? Pero sana naman mabilis tayo makapag-recover. And before the Christmas season starts, okay na tayo. Kasi alam naman natin, during the Christmas season, ito yung peak ng event industry. But of course, some of the suppliers sinasabi nila it will take like 6 months pa or 2 years for the industry to recover. But hopefully, in God's grace, sana naman maaga.
Yeah, and what's important, to add to what Chris said, is that, time and time again naman, celebrations has been immune to any recession, di ba? People will always celebrate. Ito lang talaga pinakamatindi kasi because it's a virus, but I think afterwards, if it's okay na, people will still celebrate. So we're banking on that.
Yeah. And Filipinos masyadong creative and innovative and resourceful. We find out how to do things, how to celebrate things para mag-get together tayo mga Pinoy. Di ba?
Exactly.
Yan yung sense of get together or celebration para sa atin. So definitely, yung celebration nandun pa rin.
Totoo, parang tayo lang to, Owen. Parang like what we're doing with Hackbang, di ba? Ito yung para-paraan dahil gusto lang na may makausap.
Yes!
Nakapanood ng Netflix. We were like, gawa tayo ng something productive for
makabuluhan.
Yeah. So even as you were talking, somebody was commenting on Facebook that pwede nang i-hire si Hackbang sa Zoom weddings.
Well, yes, pwede, di ba? Pwede, kasi pwede na ang MC online, tapos may mga setup lang doon. Baka Comspec will go there, tapos i-beam siya live, tapos yung mga friends, naka-Zoom call na lang, di ba?
Yes,
kasi I know of one, I know of one na birthday niya, pinadala sa mga friends niya the same food, then they will eat together, dito sa Cagayan. So it was sent to them, pinadeliver. So everybody is, having the same food and then nag-celebrate sila online.
Oh,
di ba?
that's a great idea. That's
di ba?
there are mga ganong party kits, pati setup, like, kunyari, yung setup ko dito, meron ka din, pare-pareho tayo.
Parang isang starter pack na ibibigay, merong food, decoration, di ba? O, do it yourself. O, di ba? Pag picture, similar yung background.
So, di ba, Christopher, there's an idea already for your team, di ba? Na pwede.
Oo. Di ba?
Bakit hindi? You know, even for example, the wedding coordinators grab that idea, no? Sa execution pa rin tayo magkakaya. Di ba?
Yes.
We can all have the same great idea. Just like a photographer, we can have so many photographers, but the execution is different. And I think at least that's where you can still say that, you know, I'm bringing in the work and the experience that I have in all these years. And so that's why I get to price at the price that I am asking.
Mm-hmm.
So so this is such an interesting topic for us. Thank you. I wanted to just let the audience have an insight of what different sectors are going through. So it just goes to show that whatever industry you're working in, it's not only you that's suffering in this COVID. But that doesn't mean that we're going to take this sitting down and waiting and figuring it out. Just like what Ollie here and Christopher are already doing, they're already thinking of ways. This is already running, diba? Because we need to figure out ways on how to move towards the next normal. Having said that, sige, before we go ahead and Ollie, what are the opportunities naman that you're seeing in the challenges pero positive, yung mukhang may income sa ganitong line? What do you think?
Primarily yun nga for now, yung parang extra income nga if they're gonna do 2 weddings, so that's one, no? Parang that's opportunity for the company to, you know, extend one couple to like do more shoots. So that's one. Secondly, I think in terms of sa amin naman, like just make the company stronger. Kasi before actually our main constraint or scarcity was time, no? Parang we were doing one shoot after the other. We were traveling here and there. Parang if we can just stop and really improve on check all of our processes, improve all our products, gagawin namin. And now we're forced to do that. So yun nga, so we want to make sure that we make use of this time to actually better the company. So I hope like you know, all the other companies realize that na parang it's back to normal, you're ready, no, you're better, parang ganyan. So I think you know, top of mind, those are the things na that's good, that's, you know, that's happening. What's happening right now is bringing to us, parang ganyan.
Yeah. So parang seeing which of your systems work and which don't.
Yeah. How can you improve? Yeah, better for the clients, ganyan.
Gusto ka yan. What about you, Christopher? Napaisip ko lang before we go ahead with you, Christopher. Naisip ko nga because in Davao or in the provinces, like here in Butuan, what organizers do, wedding coordinators do is they have access to all the suppliers already. Like they'll say, okay, I'll give you a wedding package for 700,000 or 500,000. Kompleto na yon. May cake ka na, may gown ka na, photographer, na. Is that a possibility for Manila? Because Manila is different ever since, in a way that it's always the couple will hire the photographer separately, the gown maker separately, everything is separately. And here in the province, and I think Davao is the same, correct me if I'm wrong, it is the same. Is that an opportunity you're seeing, Ollie? Like, can you get into the other services as well?
Well, yeah, that's definitely something you want. It is a natural or move. To be honest, we came up with packages. We called it M-Unity. So these packages are, well, packaged now with, but these are portrait shoots. So you have your makeup artist and your stylist together na in those shoots para the client won't need to worry about it. Parang yan, and then we choose the place. So parang because of the scare ba nung initial diba? So ito wala ka nang isipin, kami na mag-iisip kung saan tayo mag-shoot, makeup artist, ganyan. So we kind of did that, but in terms of portraits and prenups lang, parang yan. But definitely we've seen a lot of other suppliers who did this na, like grouping. So parang, yeah, I mean, even the bigger names here in Manila, they have done that. So yeah, so that's something that, you know, people.
What about in Davao, Christopher? Tingin mo, will it continue that way, that coordinators will have access to all or will provide all the suppliers? Or do you think there's a shift naman sa inyo na, ay hindi, takot na ako makipag-deal sa iba, mag-solo-solo kami?
Actually, di ba yung practice naman sa province, normally, meron tayong ginagawang package. Di ba? Now, ang difference lang ngayon is medyo naging mura lang. They call it intimate weddings or intimate events. So, nandun na lahat nakalagay. All the significant suppliers, lahat na. May gown na, may venue na, may decorator na, may makeup artist, and so on and so forth. So, ang difference lang doon, medyo mura na siya konti. Kasi syempre, they factor in, of course, the less number of guests already. Diba? It's only 10 packs or less than that. So yun, medyo yun ang practice na ginagawa. And I think that's the best way to do it, to start or to do it this time, because it's lesser for the couple to go from one supplier to the other. Medyo nakakatulong na yun. And of course, yung coordinators will be able to find ways also na mas lesser ang stress mayayari sa couple or sa magde-debut ba or magbe-birthday. So it's one-stop idea agad, diba?
Yeah, and I would also like to agree with that. And also, this is also providing opportunities for the others in the supply industry, weddings industry, ng mga suppliers to still continue with their craft and their creativity. Kasi we are also seeing a lot na medyo na-discourage. Then parang they're leaving their craft because, of course, we understand that we have to survive. So they have to put their craft behind or completely forget about it and look for another, more profitable career or work or business. Di ba ang iba nagluto na lang and everything, or they're selling things, or they're even selling their either their cameras, their mga decoration materials, and then I feel sad with that kasi because I feel like there is still hope, and with this conversation right now we're telling them that you can actually continue with your craft and not really forget about it just because COVID happened, diba? Kasi sayang din naman na you've been investing in your name for a particular craft and you just forget about it na magluluto ka na lang. I mean, I'm not saying that it's wrong. I'm just saying that maybe you can do both, especially now that you can do smaller weddings, so maybe it will take less of your time, so maybe you can do both and not really to completely forget about your craft. Yeah?
And for Davao, what's nice about this pandemic now, the Davao event industry, kasi we have different associations and organizations here in Davao. Pero ngayon, wala, united lahat, nagtutulungan, all the freelancers, all the event organizers, lahat nagtutulungan kami ngayon. Thank God also because of that, medyo we were able to reach out sa mga ibang mga suppliers, ibang mga wedding event suppliers na tumulong when the government gave us the rations, at least nabigay namin sa mga photographers, sa mga makeup artists, nagtutulungan naman. So, yun ang kagandahan lang din sa nangyaring ito. Nagtutulungan pa rin tayo sa isa't isa.
Ayan, Shai.
Oo, and basing from that story, how is it in Manila, Ollie? Are the photographers rallying together? Are there meetings amongst yourselves and among the other wedding suppliers? What's going on?
I think there's they're forming a coalition right now. Like I think this is for the entire Philippines, no?
Yes.
Yes. NLEC, National
National Life Events Coalition.
So people are spearheading that. So I think that's definitely one thing that shows unity, no, when it comes to the wedding industry. And aside from that, also photographers, when this pandemic, like when the lockouts started, we also have our chat groups, parang really to help each other, make sure na parang what they're doing or what we're doing, we're sharing it with everyone para best known methods talaga, parang okay na ba yan, ganyan. So yeah, it's actually brought people closer, definitely.
That's nice to hear. So meaning instead of syempre dati kung ano yung technique mo, ano yung marketing racket mo, syempre you wanna keep it until it goes live, right? But now it's different. Now it's really more of a collaborative of ideas.
Yes, schedule parang so what will you do when you shoot na, para ano bang pwede. So for example, a photographer shot already, parang he shares parang his experience to us, parang this is probably what you're gonna look out for, ganyan, these are the problems, parang ganyan.
That's nice to see because it used to be such a competitive
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, diba? Oh,
Yeah.
everyone's always clamoring to get their own clients, obviously. But I think that's what's nice with different industries now is we're kinder to one another. And having said that, would we want to go back to what was normal?
I mean, I think human nature will always parang push us back there, no? But I think this one parang shows you a different, the bright side to it. So it will be a combination of both later on. I guess everything goes back to normal.
That
Hopefully, of course, it's gonna be super like this all the time. But I think at the very least, it's a combination of both.
parang at least now we're seeing na kaya naman pala na we're nicer to each other eh. Kaya naman pala that we're nicer and we're still making money. No, I think that's one light bulb moment for all of us na, well, if we can be kind to each other in this season, then when things sort of slide back into the normal, then perhaps we can continue lifting each other up.
Yeah, once you see the benefits of it, di ba? Parang why not, di ba? Why not continue it? Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so that was a really good conversation. Salamat. Yeah, it's just nice to get different sectors around because we're human beings. We need to connect with one another. We need to see how we can help each other's industries, diba? And really the point of just bringing you guys in today was seeing what the challenges are, seeing what the opportunities are, and how we can all move forward. With that, Owen, do you have anything else to say on your end?
Yeah, we would just like to thank our resource persons for this afternoon because I'm sure I am also from the events industry and you have just given me an additional spark of hope that there is really hope even in this very uncertain times. I know that I have clients that have moved from, date to date to date because we keep on pushing them. Oh no, di pa pwede, so move again. And sometimes it's stressful and others are giving up on the events industry altogether because they thought na wala na talagang pag-asa because we are the last to be released into the society. But with Ollie and with Chris, you just proved that we can actually do this and there are still ways to do this that are better, and when we go to the next normal, sabi pa ni Oli, if we can just bring the best of the previous world and this world to another world na much better, I think this is also going to work, di ba? And thank you talaga, Ollie and Chris, for giving us this opportunity to have a chat with you and enjoy an afternoon, a Sunday afternoon with you. And I'm sure you are, with your families right now, but you spend this moment with us. Thank you so much. Yun, Shai.
Yeah. So with that, before we let you guys leave, would you like to share with everyone where they can reach you, how they can get in touch with you? If you have a Facebook, a website, Instagram, you can go ahead and do that. Christopher, we'll go ahead with you.
You can check on my Instagram. It's Taffy Chris Asian, and also Stunning Eve's Weds for our company Facebook or social media accounts. And also you can add the personal account. Christopher Pontinas Ledesma. Thank you.
There you go. Ollie?
Yes. Thank you again, Owen and Shai, for having me. Nice to meet you, Chris.
See you.
Yeah, see you soon.
Yeah. We were together the last time, remember?
Yes, actually.
Masterclass.
Yes, exactly. Kaya pala familiar si Chris.
Diba? It's such a small world.
Kaya po.
Kailangan ko siyang coach ko.
Ano, no? Sorry?
You're one of the...
Yes.
Yeah.
Coach, yeah.
Mentors, yeah.
Oh, diba?
So, for Metro Photo, just follow us at My Metro Photo. Follow our Siargao account, metrophoto.siargao. You can find all the other links there, and stay safe, everyone.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Thanks, Owen. Thanks, Shaila.
Thank you, Chris.
God bless you guys.
Thank you very much.
So there you have it, guys. That was Christopher Ledesma and Ollie Ruiz hanging out with us here at COVID Conversations over coffee. We have a lot more coming up for you. We've got some pretty interesting topics later. We're going to finally sit down with two of our mentors, and they're going to be talking about what they're experiencing so far with us. What are some of the bumps that they're going throughout this hackathon? And so we're going to get back to you guys after a few of these reminders.
Atubang tao. Alina ang batang ingala, na magtuwa-tuwa. Ibig atong kinabuhi, sarang mumula tuwang tanan. Alina ang batang ingala, alina ang batang ingala. Batang-ingala ang hangin. Atubang unta, atubang unta, atubang unta. Atubang unta.
Your attention, please. Please do not smoke in the terminal building. Smoking is only permitted in the specified smoking areas. Thank you.
Hi, Nak! Kumusta na ka diyan ha sa London? Hapit na ang Disyembre. Punta na. Tinuod nga makauli ka. Kagimingaw na gyud kaayo mi sa imo. Pila na pud ka tuig nga wala ta nagkita. Pag uli ni mo, Nak, musuroy kita sa imo mga paboritong lugar diri sa atoa. Una tag-adto sa balay sa mga atega. Susnak, naapa ba ka itong plato nga hapit ni mo mabuak atong gamay pa kano? Ay nak, di ba, gabuhat kag bag nga abaka sa una? Na, daghan na klase-klaseng produkto gihimo gikan sa abaka diri sa ato karon. Sigurado ko, ganahan jud ka. Si Junjun nak, katong pa ka sa iya? Katong naulitaw gud nimo sa una? Sus, gwapo gihapon siya nak. Kali lang, bali na siya karon. Hay nak, daghan na kaayo ang bago sa atoa. Makuratan jud ka. Suruyo nato tanan. Kabalo ka, naanay mga bago nga adventure diri sa atoa. Daghan kaayo ang mga tulagi. Nindot kaayo dito nak. Sayang lang kay di man ka kaantigo mo lang uy. Na ay Whitewater Rapids nak. Pero sure ko, tama na kas tanaw. Katalawan baya ka. Ang wala siguro na otro nak, ang sunset sa may dike. Pero, mas nindutan awon kung naa ka sa hanging bridge. Nak, excited na gid mi mga makakita nimo. Si Papa, excited na kaayo sa imong pag-abot. Labaw na imong mga igsuon.
Kitty! Welcome back. Asang sapatos na ko?
Una na dong. Asa man sila?
Ito sila dito. Mainit.
Ato ara. Oo. Sa ato ta ay layo ikaw.
Oh, na, kamo na ka. Oy, te. Sige, tapat na tayo.
siya maganda rin kasi tabagan na particular ka na sa sipon ka na yun.
Asa si Mama? Nagkunay mo na. Asa nagkagikan? Nagpabalik ko yung paboritong suman, no? Sweet, nagigiyapon kay si Mama. Nagmi nga, nakaikunin mo na. Nga, ang sakit-sakit.
Lift your head, baby, don't be scared of the things that could go wrong along the way. You'll get by with a smile. You can't win at everything, but you can try. Baby, you don't have to worry, 'cause there ain't no need to hurry. No one ever said that there's an easy way. But don't let it bring you down and turn your face into a frown. You get along with a little prayer and a song, and I'll stay through the bad times, even if I have to tell you every day. We'll get by with a smile. You can never be too happy in this life. In a world where everybody hates a happy ending story, it's a wonder love can make the world go round. But don't let it bring you down and turn your face into a frown. You get along with a little prayer and a song. You'll get by.
Hey guys, Kulas here from Becoming Filipino, and I have something super cool to share with you today. First though, holy smokes, the world has changed, and this is really a surreal time for everybody. We're talking about this whole new normal. Like, what even is the new normal? How can we make a difference in the new normal in our lives and other people's lives? We gotta share ideas, and there's a really, really cool event this June on the internet called Hackbang that is just that, a way for us to share ideas, connect, and help shape this new normal in a positive way. So, super encourage you guys, if you see this, look up Hackbang, get involved, join it, and let's make a positive difference and power on in this new normal. Hackbang pa more.
So there you have it. Welcome back. It is another session of COVID Conversations Over Coffee. If you guys just tuned in, just to give you a recap of what's been going on the whole day, we just finished our conversation with wedding suppliers from Manila. We had Ollie come and join us, and another one is from Davao. We had Christopher Ledesma come in and join us as well. So for the rest of the next half hour, Owen and I are going to just be talking about more about what's been happening, sharing a couple of good news with you guys, or some news about what's been happening in our city. So Owen, are you there?
Yes. Hi everyone. Again, my name's Owen, streaming here in Cagayan de Oro, and really, parang this is the second to the last day. It's kind of baka makakasepangs tayo nito with Hackbang because we've been up for the past 3 days. We've been up early, and if you don't see us here in front of your screens, digital screens, no, we're actually backstage working as well. So grabe yun. The entire experience is really something for all of us, especially in the production team. No, this is really something, and medyo ugma will be our last Hackbang, and I am kind of sad, but I hope there will be more Hackbangs in the future. I'm really naman parang hopeful that we have, and I hope also that we will continue our COVID conversations like this one, maybe every other day or every day. I don't know, depende na. But of course, hopes are high. And yun, so speaking of mga positive news, again, earlier in the morning, we shared naman news from one of our media partners. So I'm sharing it again from Good News Pilipinas. And this is also to inspire our mga Mindanaoans, because this article I'm about to share to all of you is actually about a project of the National DOST. No, it is called Itik Pinas, Eggs and Ducklings Distributions to Regions for Family Livelihood. So this is also something, no, because Filipinos are balut eaters.
Oh my gosh, I love balut.
You love balut? Pila man imong mahurot in one sitting?
Nililimit ko talaga. Nililimit ko hanggang 3 max na yun.
Ako, siguro the max ever in my life is 5. In one sitting?
Max na yun, normally, definitely 2. Yan yung sure, 2.
Okay. And then because actually before COVID happened, we tried to sell here, no, and in one of the schools, kami nila Novi sa 9,000 events, we sold yung naked balut.
Ano yun? Sorry, hindi ako familiar. What's that?
It's actually, we cook the balut like the traditional way you cook balut.
Okay.
And then we peel it, na naked na siya.
Okay.
And then we put it in a container, like a small, parang bowl or and then we have a secret sauce.
Ah, okay.
So you can actually eat the balut na Actually, we were inspired from the similar thing na they do that in Vietnam. Pero meron sila ding mga ingredients that we don't have kasi, di ba? They have those mga leaves na very naman sa kanila.
Yeah.
Mga mint and all that. We made it naman Filipino. So, meron pa din siyang suka. Pero of course, with a little bit, meron siyang more of the spice. Meron siyang mga red na mga sauce na toppings, mga ganyan. Sayang lang, we were supposed to do that again. COVID happened. Pero baka maybe in the future. So yan, we called it naked balut. Pero maiba naman. Kasi hubad talaga siya.
Okay, so in the meantime, share it with the team muna. Team Hackbang.
Yes, maybe I will ask our friend who made the sauce na grabe kalami. Maybe we can do that. And ako na pagpadala sa inyo din, ha?
Yeah. So yan yung good news natin. So DOST.
Yes, DOST is actually they're distributing eggs and ducklings for family food source and livelihood program. And of course, di ba, I think duck eggs are also used for maalat. Di ba?
Yes.
Ito maalat.
Yes.
So yun. So these are the DOST is looking for ways na na to help to have initiatives like this one to help naman those who are mga farmers who are in the industry and those who would like to start a new business. They are actually distributing duck eggs. And this is also meron din silang isa, yung manok at itlog sa pamayanan. Di ba? Kung hindi kayo, ayaw niya sa ducks, meron din naman silang chicken.
So at least nakikita natin na, so for those of you, why we do this is because we just want to shed some light on what the government is also doing that's positive. Because if you want to see what negative stuff they're going, go to mainstream media. No? Because sometimes all the good news gets buried. We don't know why that is, but I guess this is just our simple way of of showing you guys that there is actually a lot, in fact, of positive things happening as well in the government that perhaps we don't see for whatever reason, but that's us bringing light to it. Here naman in Butuan, where I go, so for those of you na taga Butuan, and those that don't know, where I go to for updates is simply I just go to Facebook and I go to Butuan City PIO, Public Information Office, and ayan, nakita ko lang today, I just scrolled real quick, and if you want to get your travel authority and medical clearance certificate for your travel outside Caraga region, lalo na yung mga nangangati na dyan talaga umalis, just go to your barangay LGU, fill out the forms, and submit the requirements. The rest of the job will be done by the concerned offices, so you can just wait for when your travel authority and medical clearance certificates becomes available for pickup at the barangay hall. Alam mo, ito yung na-appreciate ko dito sa Butuan. In fairness, for me, I'm not saying this is what everybody feels, but this is how I feel, is that when I need information that I really need to know, Butuan City PIO is most likely to have that information. So if you guys are from Butuan, so you guys can go ahead and check that out. Having said that, I want to give a shout out to a couple of people who are watching us. I just need to open it real quick. One Closet is watching Kids Who Farm. Ayan si Monsini, who is is watching. MJ Gamilia Manda, Marie Carl Rams, Faith R. Alican, and Claney Jane Montembon. Thank you so much for watching. Please let us know what you guys would like to see featured here on CCC or on Hackbang, but that's basically COVID related, just so we also know yung pulso ng bayan, pulse ng bayan, what you guys would like us to feature here as well. That way, this is not just a one-way relationship, no? Na kami lang yung laging bigay ng bigay. If you guys can let us know what you would love for us to talk about here, that would be great as well. Let us know. Sino ba yung mga pwede namin interviewin, no? Because we have a lot of ideas.
Yes, maybe we can meet halfway, if we have this particular concept and you know of somebody who can actually articulate that concept or that topic or that idea, you can actually send us a message. You can also go to www.hack-bang.com, our official site. You can email us from there, or you can simply type sa PM naman ng official Hackbang Facebook page. You can just type it there na, I know of somebody who can already talk about this particular topic, or meron siyang ganyang design, or meron siyang magandang idea na gusto din namin i-share to the public. Why not? So we will be very glad to have them on board because this is a sharing platform. We would like to share ideas, we would like to share solutions, we would like to share prototypes, or iba mong gusto nyong i-highlight, products ba? I don't know. So we will be very happy to have you on board. Okay, si Shaila, we were talking about this now. We somehow found out that parang the COVID conversation is a nice way to really get things across. No, this is our way of doing that. Helping also our friends who are in the industry, for example, or in business sectors, government, to really reach out to people also and inform them, mga tao, na they are doing something. They are particular strategies or innovations or mga what they're doing in their regular work, for example, that are actually helping others. So this is going. Yeah, actually, kanina meron nag-message nga sa akin, Shai, na maybe we can also talk now about the plight of children, diba? In this time. Sabi ko, why not? So they're from a particular NGO naman who takes care of children, especially in the BARM.
Yeah.
Of the Bangsamoro. Diba?
Because remember even Gabrielle, we had her, she's from Amsterdam, and she was talking about what I don't see, which is about child trafficking which is happening in our own backyard apparently. So if we can shed light to these topics because they are relevant, it is still in the season. Gutom tayo, COVID is happening. But yes, meron palang human trafficking na nagaganap, no?
Yes, and sometimes even out of desperation, Shai. Diba? They don't have income, and some parents, they resort to things like that probably because of hardship. So we would also like to tackle those kinds of issues, and also like children who are in who are affected by conflict, for example, and I'm sure there are a lot. So we could probably do that here. So ayan, so if you have ideas that you would like to share with us for COVID conversations, we are very open to doing that, and we can schedule that after Hakbang, and we can have days where we can have you or your friends or your organization or your business, and we can talk about it.
Yeah. So, ayan, speaking of suggestion, may suggestion na si Jovi Esguerra sa akin. Lagyan ko daw ng ilaw yung mukha ko.
Oo, sabi nga niya sa akin, you have a very nice background. Can you put more light and highlight your artwork? Speaking of artwork, on my left, hindi na. Hi to Kit Gretchen, my artist who made that.
Ayun tuloy. Ayun yung suggestion sa atin. Thank you, Jovi. She's always watching us. We appreciate
grabe. And
suggestions. Please go ahead, guys. We can't always promise you that we will be able to say yes to everything that you're asking us to do, but do believe that we will try our best to do so for sure. I'm also just trying to open up co-host Jerome's message for a couple of people who are saying hi. When if you can go ahead and get there before I do, because
which one?
My camera is pretty slow. Daghan nag-hi.
Daghan nag-hi. Ayan. So, ganina, kaning mga naka-screenshot ni Jerome. We would also like to say hi to our, RM Parnada, Kiles.
No, not yet. Go ahead. Yan.
Uwenogrog, Rayana, Ostan Ayola, Dana, Aguila, Celeridad, Aiza Bermoy, Susan Yap Villanel. We also would like to say good afternoon to Eme Joyson, Jennifer Salvador, Israel Leison Meliare. Of course, to our coach, Coach Ricky John Lunar Goyeneche, later mo na siya moment din. And we have Pinky Corizo. We also have Miss Norgelyn Bihag. Hi, Miss Norge. Miss Norge is the sa sales naman and of Brat Pack Travel Club and ROX, our proud sponsor. And of course, nanonood din ang aking sister-in-law, the wife of the speaker that you're about to introduce, Josephine Convico Hain. They are supportive.
We'll be having him on board later on. In just a bit, actually, we're going to have him ready already and share with us radio and the pandemic. Right? So we're going to have him over in just a bit. So, yun, in the meantime, our hackers, our mad hackers are mad hard at work as well in the background. A lot of things are going on. Syempre, there are also some little bumps on the road.
Yes.
We are definitely going to share with you guys because this is what Hakbang is all about. We're not here to show you na eto kami, this is our system, it's perfect. Because we'll be the first to tell you that in fact, it isn't. You're looking at work that is done by 12 people, guys. Whatever you're seeing now on YouTube and on Facebook, we want you guys to know that this is being run by 12 people voluntarily.
And let me add, 12 brave people to do this. Kasi we are all first-timers in doing a virtual hackathon.
Yes.
And some of us are first time being in a hackathon, but we were very brave enough to say, kaya.
Yes.
Diba? And sometimes all it takes, guts lang talaga.
Totoo. And so sometimes there will be bumps, nakikita nyo, even during our live, nawawala yung internet, may tumatalong cats dito sa background namin. Nag-brown out. Oo, yung dog na nanghihingi na ng pagkain. But these are our realities. And so that's why later on, we're going to share with you also our reality of what is going on in the background with a few of our hackers. Because we'd like you to see our reality here at Hakbang. That we're trying our best to make this happen. There are some little bumps in the road, but that's not stopping us. That is not stopping us to move forward with the rest of the teams who are just zooming right through this as well and blaring with all their energy and their might, and whom the mentors are so proud of, right? But there are also some wayward souls, and you know what? That's okay. That is completely okay. Maybe some of you are just, it's not yet our time to walk this journey together. That's why I'm so excited about this talk that we're having later. We're going to be having this with two of our mentors. In fact, we're still trying to get in touch with the other mentor as well. He's a very busy guy, so completely understandable. But we are going to go ahead and try to get them on a Zoom call with us so that we can just share with you guys some of the things that's been happening in the background.
Their experiences naman as mentors and how it is for them now that they're here with us.
Yesterday was mostly positive because the energy was just amazing. Second day. But today is the third day So we were hearing a couple of things na, hindi nagpakita si team, ganyan, hindi natin alam kung nag-usap sila or what. So these are some of the things we're going to be sharing with you guys later on, just to share with you guys the rawness of what is happening here in Hackbang.
To balance it out naman, di ba? I mean, we are not saying that this is a perfect system, di ba? Like you said, this is a work in progress as well. I mean, like you said, we're always rolling with the punches. So there are instances that hindi talaga in sync, but we are finding ways to work things out. So later on, we'll also be seeing the other side naman. Now, yung mga challenges of the mentors, as mentors, how are they feeling na ganito yung mga nangyayari and things like that. So that's going to be interesting. May twist sa ating conversation with mentors this afternoon. Yes.
Correct. When do you remember why? Do you remember our kickoff with the mentors and our participants? No. And we were just thinking of we had this question like, why are you here?
Yes.
And so that's just I'm talking to our participants here. No, you guys were at our kickoff, and I guess things are seemingly difficult. Kanang usahay maulaw pud sila. Usahay they don't want to approach the mentor, and even one of my friends commented, it's so funny. She's like, Shyla, how does this work? Ganyan ganyan, and I was like, okay, this is how it works. And I'm like, hey, don't expect for a perfect system here. We're 12 people working on this. And you know what she said? Kasi naman tignan nyo yung show nyo, mukhang pang professional na. Kaya
kami lang to.
Kaya sabi niya, maybe that's why the expectation as well of, Shyla, you need to talk to these participants who are not, participating. And I really told her, listen, we're here to give the platform. We're here to give you guys what we have. If at the end of the day, they're still not showing up, wala na tayo doon, man. It's not us. We can't control that anymore, right?
Yes.
But that's not even a problem. Because we have teams who are committed, who are showing us that they're stepping up. So,
and they are really proving to us that they have great ideas. Diba? Worth sharing.
Yes. And to our participants, lalo na yung kanang uwawan when ba?
Yes.
Naagyo hapon ng atong mga mentors. They're saying, please tell them, please reassure them na di jud sila maulaw sa ato kay naagyo ni para mutabang sa ila. No? So
that was really the point of my question last night, diba? Because there are others who are scared, others who are dili lang scared or they're not so sure of parang ubos silang confidence of their idea ba. Sold out sila sa ilang idea pero medyo kulbaan sila.
Yeah.
Muingon nga, basin, is this enough?
Yeah.
And that's the reason why we have mentors, because not to, dili naman nga kanang look down in yung idea, but the mentors are there to help you and say, naay kulang or grabe ka bongga na nidaan na murag dili na ko kailangan. O kay murag ginalingan nyo na. But there are also ideas that need more work, more kinahanglan pa ni siya i-process. So nainguna na. So we have to be open to that, and we should not be scared of sharing ideas, or we should not be scared of we have to own up to our ideas. Kay usahay natay idea pero maulaw lang gyud ta, sayang kaayo gyud. Mo gina ako no? And no? Diba? Kaya kung naulaw mi ni Joy ni approach siguro sa inyo, I don't think this will happen. Diba?
Yeah, exactly.
Ito na mo. And then, daduna to sa Pilipinas, bitaw no, sige. And then we were, gatsilang yung tingali mi ni Joy na we say, sige, let's involve our friends. So, we told you, and then you said yes. We told Jerome, he said yes. And we told some other friends, and then they said yes. And then this happened.
Yeah. Exactly. And with that, my gosh, I love these insights that we ourselves are realizing and seeing happen, unfold before our eyes, right? Okay, so our speaker is already here. Well, excited na ko for this one also, no? This next topic is about radio and pandemic, but do stick around. We just have one quick break before we say hi officially to our next guest. This is COVID Conversations over coffee. right, we are back. O, diba, sabi sa inyo, mabilis lang yan, guys. So we are back. My name is Shyla. If you just tuned in to us, this is Hackbang. We are a problem-solving platform, no? So while this whole thing is going on, while we're entertaining you, giving you information that is everything related with COVID, a lot of things are happening in the background as well. We have our participants and our mentors working hard at finding solutions to the challenges that Mindanao is facing. We are so proud of them. We have a lot of things going on. But in the meantime, I have a guest who is already backstage with us. He is one of our mentors. We've had him yesterday in COVID Conversations over coffee. And today, he's going to talk about radio and the pandemic. Up next, we have Vince Hein. He has more than 30 years of experience in the media industry. He's held key positions in radio operations, sales, and marketing. He also currently leads in the creation and marketing of integrated radio. Sorry, no, wala siya. Integrated radio and digital solutions. There you go. For brand partners of MBC, Manila Broadcasting Company. Everybody, help me welcome Vince Hein.
Hi.
Vince, good afternoon.
Hello.
Thank you so much for always saying yes to us. Like, Vince, can you do this? Vince, can you do this?
Yes, of course. One, this is for a good cause. Two, again, as I've said yesterday, di ko kabalibad sa akong igsoon. Si Owen.
Lagi, thank you for always accommodating us. We appreciate it. I know I'm going to give you the floor for about 30 minutes, right? So I'm going to let you go ahead and do your magic.
All right. First, I'm gonna share my screen.
Go ahead.
Okay, here it is. Okay. It's been more than 3 months since the pandemic struck our country. This unprecedented global event has changed and disrupted our lives. It affected all sectors, including us in the media industry, and specifically radio and Manila Broadcasting Company, where I work. So this presentation will revolve around it. It's been quite an experience for us, and I am here to share our story. If you look at the core value of radio, it's really to entertain and inform. That's how we serve the public. I remember growing up in Butuan, we had a small transistor radio at home where we get to listen drama being broadcast made in Cebu, and we also get to hear news from it only in that platform or that device, the transistor radio. And time and again, we've been tested, and we have always risen above ourselves to pursue this commitment. We've gone through wars, coup d'etats, all sorts of natural calamities, and radio has always been there. Now, when the pandemic struck, it provided a unique challenge for us because the problem was not isolated to one city or one region, unlike, say, the Marawi crisis or the Tacloban disaster. Everyone's health was at risk, and our mobility was really hampered here, especially in Manila. We were the first ones to experience ECQ. It was really difficult, and we realized our mission was in jeopardy once again, and we had to act, quickly. There was a time when it became too dangerous to do our broadcasts in our stations, but because we are agile, we were able to quickly shift our broadcasting activities at home or in the homes of our announcers, as you can see here. We relied heavily on social media again to deliver on our commitment to give news updates to our audience. And this was the same with our FM DJs. They recorded their programs at home in whatever fashion or way that they could record it, and then send it over to our broadcast centers for broadcasting. They also interacted similar to what we're doing now, but this was really in the early stages of the pandemic. From the initial confusion, I would say anxiety and uncertainty at the start of the lockdowns, because nobody really experienced this before, even our lolos, no? It was really a first, a global pandemic. From the initial confusion and hardships, we began to adapt. We realized this was not like a typhoon that would blow over in a day or two. And so we became friends to these three, no, who I would call the three wise men. That's Zoom, Hangouts, and Teams. Honestly, we never used this before. I mean, maybe the Gen Z or the multinational companies are using this on a day-to-day basis, but for us, we never really had saw the need for this months ago, but now it's an invaluable tool. So we began using this to regain control and manage our big organization, which is a nationwide organization. And we're proud that even during the lockdown, because of these platforms, we were able to continue our pitches and our presentations to clients. These are our pitch decks. Of course, I took out the brands now for confidentiality, but the point here is we continued to do our servicing to our clients even at the height of the pandemic because we were fast to adapt to the situation. And we're also proud to say that we were able to fulfill our commitments to brands on radio. We aired their commercials and radio endorsements, but also on digital. I have here two samples. Again, these were done at the height of the lockdown. This one is from Food Panda. She's one of our influencers. That's Tanya of Love Radio Manila. Here's another one. This is for Pure Gold. The brief was to help them promote their app.
Tanya Chinita is live! Welcome to Love Radio Manila Facebook page. So, mag-house tour tayo ng mabilisan. Tingnan natin kung ano yung mga lugar na hindi ko pa naiikutan. Tapos, check natin yung rep namin. Oh. Alam ko na. Tapos, syempre, ayaw naman natin na pumila tayo ng mahaba sa grocery. May papakilala ko sa inyo, bagong application. Ang pangalan niya ay Sally. Si Sally ay ang bagong Pure Gold mobile app. Sally kasi shopping alalay.
Yeah, actually, that's a long FB Live video execution. I just cut it short for this presentation, but I hope you do appreciate that this was done again at the height of the lockdown. That's our DJ inside her home, executing a branded content, and our technical team was just giving out instructions, and it went flawlessly. These are just two. Actually, we did more, no? And again, because of our quick adaptation to the situation, we began to realize that on-ground events will be out of the window. So we thought of these sample executions like having virtual parties. What if we have one person or a fan celebrating the birthday, sponsored by a branded food product? We can have it delivered the day before and then surprise them with a Zoom a meeting together with the friends and hosted by the DJ, and salo-salo sila with sponsored food. Online kulitan games. These are just games that are meant to, take out the boredom from people stuck at home. Medical webinars for our AM stations. So our service continued. Online job hunts. We're pitching this because we realize a lot of people are now out of work, and there are a lot of online jobs that they can go to now. Wellness is really big now. Survival tips. What to do at home, what to cook. Sa mga ayuda, anong maganda. Sa mga hinored na food. Other campaigns against COVID. And again, true to form, we still continue to deliver news and updates, this time heavily on social media. Our AM stations, led by DZRH, as well as the other provincial stations, continued to dish out news and updates. And we also did a fact-checking activity. If you recall, when the pandemic started, there were a lot of chismis going around, no wrong information like if you drink alcohol, matanggal ang sore throat ng COVID, or if you ate bananas, actually naubos ang banana sa Manila because of that chismis, no? So we did this fact-checking activity and debunked these myths that were circulating online. Kawawa yung mga tao because again, this is something new. Anything you say, people would believe, especially at the outset. And for our FM influencers, we put out campaigns to remind people to stay at home. We call this the Please campaign. Actually, this was really an appeal, no, to let people stay at home and be safe. And then we realized our DJs, again, from the initial shock, were now becoming more adept, no, at creating engaging content, all based at home. So they became more comfortable. Look at the first DJ, that's Megan, naka-bikini while working, and there's Rico here cooking up something, and there's Labo Ching with a pillow challenge, and Nicole, naka-gown, para kumuha ng ayuda sa gate nila. I mean, all these crazy content, just to illustrate that people were now, our influencers were now starting to adapt to the situation. But we did not stop there. We began to innovate. We felt this is going to be, COVID is going to be with us in the near term. We don't know where it will end actually. So we now have adopted this philosophy of life from home. So all our efforts, our products and services are now centered around this core philosophy that our lives will be lived at home. As you can see now, we've been hearing the DepEd saying that there will be schooling at home, right, or hybrid. We're now doing e-commerce at home. We're now interacting with our friends at home. We're not going out anymore. Mobile banking. Even when we buy our wet market and groceries, no, people would rather do it near the home rather than going to big malls. So this is, the home will really be our base, our home base, as the pandemic continues. And along with it, we brainstorm some more. Why not have mobile palenques? Bring the groceries and the palenques to the houses, because people are now scared or worried about going out, or bank on wheels, or promoting virtual shopping, again, a safe way to buy goods. Education sessions. A lot of kids are now stuck at home, wala pang pasok, and why not have our DJs and real teachers doing simple classes just to make productive time for the students while they're stuck at home. How about language? Yeah, have our jobs together with actual language teachers, maybe teach some simple Korean words, no? Para this could also be something that they could earn or make them understand their favorite K-pop drama that they're watching. Online cooking classes, sports clinics, we're already doing that. And we've gone as far as developing our own apps, game apps actually. So during the pandemic, we were able to build our own game app. This is a hyper casual game. This is meant to, first of all, to entertain people who are, again, bored at home, nothing to do. Second, of course, this is a promotion for the station. And third, this could be sponsored. Here's a quick clip of this very simple game. Again, it's called hyper casual game.
It's time for us to play. Oy! Aw, game over. Can we start over again?
By the way, the game features the cartoonized faces of our DJs and influencers, and then also features their actual voices. So you can choose your favorite DJs. And we have more games coming up. This is just the beginning. I can't show the others. It's still tightly under wraps now. And we have also begun converting our on-ground events to online. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Aliwan Fiesta. This is an annual big event of MBC wherein we bring the biggest festival winners all across the country. For example, the champion of Sinulog, Padayawan, Binagyang, Panagbenga. Together with our beauty queens, We bring them to Manila for a week-long all-star competition, the best of the best. But obviously, that has been canceled. So what we're doing now is we're still pushing through with a pageant, but this time we'll do it online. Again, as part of our innovation, and there'll be more on-ground events that will be converted online. We are also doing and developing a lot of game shows now, again, to entertain our audience, at the same time, give them a chance to win cash or gift items from our sponsors. So, I've shown you a lot of exciting stuff, but for those who are into data, you might be thinking, really? Radio? Ngayon? May nakikinig pa ba sa inyo? Especially the Gen Z? Well, I've got here some charts. I'd like to take you through this quickly. This is a media consumption study of Nielsen done during the Q1 of 2020. This here is Q1 of 2019. This is Q2 of 2019, Q3, Q4, and then this is the COVID quarter of 2020. Now, this line here represents the consumption level of, this is TV. TV is blue. There's a decline according to this study. Below it is billboard, also declining in terms of usage. Orange here is digital. Obviously, it's going up. And this is radio. It's also growing up. And down below with smaller numbers, this is newspapers. There are now two types, the actual print and digital. There's a slight increase here, but again, the numbers are not quite as big as the others here. So this is one way of looking at that during the lockdown, consumption of our content really grew. Now, this is industry-wide. We also dug into our own data. What you're seeing here now is data from our Facebook account. This is engagement. On the top here this is Love Radio. This is our station in Metro Manila. The blue lines represent pre-lockdown, normal last year. And this is the blue one, sorry, the black one is the pre-lockdown and the blue one is during the lockdown. As you can see, it's really going up and it's like 85.4 increase in engagement. For Yes the Best, another station of ours in Metro Manila, the increase in engagement is 97.9%, again, during the lockdown period. Black lines represent pre-lockdown and the blue ones are during the lockdown. So again, engagement of our online content for this increased. And the previous chart, that's our on-air content. So the question is, where do you go from here? Anong mangyayari sa inyo? Radio. Actually, the pandemic sort of gave us a preview of the future of radio. And we are seeing that there'll be more integration of radio on air, online, and on ground, especially when the pandemic normalizes now, the situation normalizes. You'll see more of our DJs talking on radio, being seen online, and doing on-ground reports and on-ground activations and events. These on-air, online, and on-ground ecosystem will grow big, especially on the online parts. Then we'll become content creators. What I mean here is that moving forward, you will see radio in various platforms. Remember what I told you at the start of the presentation, growing up, the only way to consume radio was in the transistor radio na may mukha pa ni Sharon at saka ni Gabi. Moving forward, will be all over the place. You can now hear us in Google speakers. Remember, we only started with Facebook. Then there was Instagram, then Twitter, then Snapchat, and now it's TikTok. And there'll be more in the future. Whatever new invention or platform will come up, we will be there because we don't care really of the transmission systems. What we care really is our content that it should be relevant and engaging to our market. And talking about the future, let's face it, nobody really knows what's going to happen next, not only with technology, but also our situation. There will be crises, there will be challenges. COVID-19 has taught us that overnight our situation can change and our lives can be turned upside down at a snap of a finger. The future hangs in the air. But for us, we will be ready because we are agile, because we easily adapt to the situation, and because we constantly innovate. And we are doing all of these things because of our relentless pursuit to deliver on our commitment, which is to entertain, to inform, and serve the Filipino people, come what may. And that, my friends, is our story. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Vince. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, that was very insightful. It is good to know that radio is not in fact just surviving. You guys are thriving in this season.
Yes, that's why I always welcome talks like this, because some people have this notion that radio is not much in the circulation anymore as far as choices, but actually we are thriving. Correct.
Radio is not dead.
No.
It's not. Yeah.
It's just being consumed differently.
Differently.
Sa unang panahon, no? Pangatlo ko itong i-repeat, transistor radio na gito. But now, we're everywhere, in tablets, in cell phones, desktops, even LED displays, on TV. It's weird, no? It's weird that radio can be seen on TV na. Yes.
Yeah.
It's happening.
So DJs are becoming even more so like VJs, in fact, because they are on TV, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, we're thriving in the visual medium also. Yes, correct.
Great. Let me just bring in Owen as well, because I know he's going to join us as well. There you go.
Hi.
Oh, nakita na sad ta. Yeah, so actually no, hearing from the presentation earlier, I also saw that there are opportunities for others to actually partner with radio.
Yes.
We can see that developers can actually partner with radio and create, apps. And they have created some of the solutions that we're also wishing. Like, for example, mga mobile palengke and things like that. They have already thought of it, and maybe we can improve on that if we engage with ideators who are here in Hackbang and look at this as an opportunity that there are other avenues for you to actually apply your ideas. And with the katong mga, di ba nga pwede man di ay mag-pageant online, di ba? Di ba? Kaya ka naman yung na ba, sa una, dili na to nagkaka-think, but now we see that there are ways of doing things that are even more amazing because of all these ideas. And maybe our mentors and our participants can consider creating this avenue as a way for them to also, connect with networks like their network, and basin pa magamit po dito ang ilahang mga ideas. Diba? So, grabe.
I was even thinking, almost 100% increase in terms of engagement. Not just listening, in terms of actually engaging with you guys. We should be partnering with
diba?
stations. Hindi radio station singular. Radio station.
Yeah, sure.
Sure daw.
Influencers namin, makukulit yan sila. But going back to what you're saying, we were amazed because all these things, we never thought about this like 3 months ago. These are things that totally alien to us. And again, it's just because of us, no? It's our initiative to adapt, to innovate, which I think is also a key takeaway in my presentation, that any organization or as individuals, if you just, adapt, continue to innovate. Of course, there's that initial shock, no? Nangyari din sa amin yun. But you have to be agile also, to be quick on your feet. So far, we've been successful with it. And that's also one thing that I'd like to share also this afternoon.
Yeah. Can I ask you, Vince, so obviously you were initially shocked. Who was sort of the reason why things started to move? Or was it everybody slowly figuring it out together?
Yes, I think it's also in the culture. As I mentioned, I can speak now for the brotherhood of the radio industry. We've been through wars. We've been through a lot of trials already. So I think it's in our culture as radio people. At the same time, our company's culture is also very forward thinking. So our management, our leadership immediately gathered our heads together and let's not panic, let's not freeze like the proverbial deer ba yun nasa kalsada and
deer caught in the headlight.
So we had to move and we have to move quickly, and it was really a challenge again because we don't see each other anymore, so wala na tong usual office dynamics. But we were able to really survive, and here we are, again, thriving, and we're very, very busy. Actually, I always apologize to Owen. Sorry kayo, mga request nga din ako matiman because, we're lucky and blessed. We still have business going on. So I think it's going back to your question. I think it's the culture of radio as an industry and our company also. So ganito na kami. Kudita, magkikita ng mga reporter nagkinamangay dito sa or bagyo, di ba? Bagyo. So, but again, this pandemic is really quite unique. As I mentioned in my talk, in previous problems, isolated lang siya. We'll just be spectators. Bagyo was in Tacloban. Lahat tayo manonood. We sent all the support teams and so on. But this time, everyone, down to the security guards, were at risk. Yeah. So very unique situation we're in. And it's still ongoing, by the way.
Yeah. Diba? So nakita nato na they are also, diba, like he said na that they are at war, diba? Grabe ba ito ilahang struggles with all the radio companies, and now nangita sa sila ways to really magtinabangay and also in their own little way create pud sila ilang own mga diskarte kung unsaon nila nga they will still be here bahalag nag-pandemic na, and even after pandemic I'm sure daghan pa kay silang mahunahunaan. And ganina, di ba, mupod natong conversations with our suppliers nga, diskarte gihapon. So I think mo ni isa sa atong mga learnings, nga we really need to have that type of, dili lang yun mag-uol. Nga ka nang wala na hope, diskarte lang and then push. Ayun, di ba? Interesting. And thank you again, Kuya Vince, for
anytime.
For the sharing, because we've seen all the innovations, and we're so happy that Manila Broadcasting allowed us, to really share it to others, so that the others can also be inspired. Maybe small radio stations, or maybe even our mga participants who are here, who are also developing. They can see na pwede din namo dito ni namo iduol among idea dito mi mo anchor sa ila kay nami idea nga pwede nila magamit. At the same time, sila din, they can also see and test run their ideas na pwede dai siya ma-implement in a mass scale kay nationwide man sila, di ba?
Very much welcome. We like brainstorming sessions. That's why I also like the idea of Hackbang. It's a gathering of minds, trying to find solutions, and we love that. And there are no wrong or right ideas. Some ideas are just not maybe wrong timing lang. Yeah. But I was going back to my mentor thing. As I mentioned yesterday, the kids had 3 ideas, and we had to shoot down the 2. So I had to gently tell them to the proponent of the 2 ideas, I'm really sorry, but these are good ideas. Maybe not the right time. Yes. But as I said, there are no wrong or right ideas. Sabi ko nga sa kanila, years from now, pwede niyo ako balikan na malimang ka, sir. But I said, but at this point, we're in a hackathon with limited time. We have to decide. And for now, this is really our direction. So we chose that idea. So ganun din siguro. So as I've said, if there are groups that are willing to collaborate with us, or there are sponsors, the better. Welcome na welcome.
Biglang pag-sponsor
kami din, nakahanap.
Yes, yes.
Oh,
All right. So with that, we just want to say again, thank you so much, Vince. And this is exactly what we want here at Hackbang, is to connect, to partner with brave companies who are just as willing to explore possibilities. We don't know where it's going to lead, but certainly connecting with you and just seeing, where we can perhaps help one another would be something good to look forward to.
Sure.
all right.
All right.
Thank you also for inviting me. Such an honor to be part of this activity. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Bye.
And with that, guys, we had Vince Hyan join us and just talk about radio and the pandemic. And I really like when how that was just very positive, very encouraging, not just for radio stations, owners of radio stations, but for other businesses as well, that we can indeed, roll with the punches and thrive even in this season of COVID.
Yes, and with that, we will end this segment, and there will be another speaker that will be sharing to us also their story. So there you go. So we'll be right back in just a very short while.
Hi, guys.
Okay, so from another story, we'll be hearing another story, but this time this is all the way from dito sa Europe, guys, because we invited her days ago as part of our mentors and speakers na who are here to share their story sa atong COVID conversations over coffee days ago. And now she's here. I would like to say hello to Denise. Hi, Denise. And Denise is from World Web Forum. So, hi, Denise.
Yes, hello from Zurich, Switzerland.
Yes, and what time is it there now?
It's 10 in the morning.
Not so early, at least. Okay, that's good to know. So, Denise, would you like the honor of introducing yourself to our audience?
Yes, hi, I'm Denise Konko Vitric, and I hail from the Philippines, but I'm now here in Zurich, Switzerland, and I work for World Web Forum. I'm the marketing communications manager of the brand, and I'm here to actually talk about community building ideas.
Okay, so I will leave you for a little while, and we'll be back later. I'll be back later when you're done with your presentation. Is that all right?
Okay, cool. Thanks
Okay.
so much. Bye. All right, so just to begin my presentation, I would like to share my screen. I would like to share with you this story that you probably already know, but in the early 2000s, Lego, which is a huge company that we all know, was on the brink of bankruptcy. They were having problems with their financials, with their sales. So imagine this company already had 75 years of experience. And the thing is, they were creating the products in a closed and secret innovation process. Nobody knew how the process of creating the next big offering was. And imagine if you have a team, and this is a big company, you would imagine people would stay there and last for a long time. So you have teams who would ideate for product ideas. And of course, after several years or after repeating the process again and again, you reach a saturation point. So wala nang fresh ideas. Nagkaroon tuloy ng downward sales. So this is already Lego we're talking about. But over the last decade, Lego learned how to build with their fan community. So they changed something really important. They did not look for marketing ideas. They did not look for another advertisement. But what they did was they employed a strategy of talking with their community, talking with their members, and really asking the fans what they wanted. And so that turned their business around, and they've actually surpassed Mattel to become the world's largest toy maker. So imagine, instead of just saying, here's our email, bring us ideas, give us ideas, send us ideas, what they did was to create a community out of it. They created a platform. So the fans with their ideas actually saved the Lego brand. Because the insight was, why would you, like as a team, think of ideas out there from the universe when your fans, the people who support you, already know what they want, already know the problems with your product, already know the product ins and outs. So instead of just, and these fans, I have to tell you, are out there, they're at their homes, their kids, their adults building Legos. But what Lego did great was to bring all of the fan base together. So instead of just saying, oh, we have a promo, submit, they say, okay, we have a platform where you can share your ideas, where you can vote for ideas. So this became the Lego Idea Platform, which eventually saved the company. And that is the topic of today's session, how to build a community that supports your business. So especially now that we're experiencing the pandemic, we realize that we have to rely on our super fans to push or propel our brand forward. Our fans, those who believe in us, are who's gonna buoy us through difficult times. And if you don't have that connection with a fan base or a community with your super users, you will not last long in any industry. And this is why this session is important, not just for existing businesses, but those who are starting, because you have to create something. You have to have a solid foundation. So that's Lego story. Actually, the insight that you can get there is that you start with the who, not with the what. Normally, you start with, like, what should I sell? What should I do? But really, building a community as a strategy is about who do you want to work with? Who do you want to service? What type of person that has a particular problem would you want to, engage with and help? So building a community isn't about what an organization can achieve, rather a manifestation of what a group of already passionate people do. Motivation up out of thin air. When you are thinking of a brand, you don't have to invent. You just have to know who do you want to talk to. And more often than not, you realize that you actually want to talk with yourself. You actually want to talk with people who kind of have the same story as you've had. Because normally entrepreneurs, when they solve, entrepreneurs are people who come up with a service or a product that solve human needs and human problems. And normally they think of that problem because they've encountered it themselves. So the who is actually you. The who is your story. So imagine replicating your story and adding bits and pieces of information from other people in the community and bringing them together to support a cause, to support your brand, your product, your service, or whatever you stand for. So this is our action plan. If you're listening right now and you have a brand or a product or a service, first think about your member profile. Interview people whom you're already working with, ordering from you. If you have a food business, talk to them. If you have an oil business, talk to them. But go beyond demographics. Go beyond their names, their titles, what they do, how many children they have. Go beyond that. Ask specific questions. Ask questions that are very much telling of their pain points, very much telling of the things that they're actually very concerned of. So ask them, what keeps you up at night? Ask them, what makes you tick? What makes you think? What do you think about this certain product? Or ask them, what do you wish our competitor would have? Or ask them, how do you deal with hunger? How do you deal with food? And so now you have specific answers that go beyond just the demographics. Then now you can create a persona that has an exact personality. So let's take, for example, this brand called Negative. It's an underwear lingerie brand, and it's actually gaining traction on Instagram. And the founder said that they thought there was a lack of cool, comfortable, and affordable underwear options. And so they talked about what they wanted as women, and they realized that there's a community out there who actually reflect the same personality. There are women who don't like push-up bras, who just want, the feeling of being natural. There are women who do not like over-the-top things, but they also do not want to look like they tried hard, right? But they also want to be perceived as cool and stylish. So they don't want to spend too much, but would like to feel that they're buying something that was given much thought. So imagine this brand is competing against the products, and then they realize, no, there is a specific type of woman that would want to feel special, would want to feel sexy, but not be over the top, not be too colorful. And so they created this product, and along with this product, they created a community. They created a community that talks about substance, talks about coolness, talks about just being free. So now it's more than just, our audience are yuppies or our audience are young, millennials. It goes beyond that. So you can either be a millennial, but you have the type of personality wherein you don't always want to look like you've tried hard. So that's what you need to figure out. Who exactly are you talking to? And then, of course, because you already know who you're talking to, you create your reason for being. Why will your company need to exist? And what is your mission? You have to create from the very beginning a company that's mission driven. And this is not just, like giving back or like an outreach or a cause. Your mission can be something that you master. Your mission can be something that's just a battle cry. And if you're there watching, your specific action could be fill up this mission statement somewhere here. Like, I don't see my screen. I don't see my presentation. So I have to blank in order to blank. So if you have a business right now, existing business, or if you have an idea right now, think about this line. There's a masterclass that I attended, and it's being hosted by Mighty Networks in Silicon Valley. And they said that in order to build a community around your brand, you need to fill up this one simple line. So for example, if you're a business woman who's starting an essential, you would see in their mission that their statement, if you're going to use this sentence, is my Young Living Essential Oils community members are coming together to foster healing and discovery in order to live a life of wellness, purpose, and abundance. So basically, the brand in itself is always talking about healing naturally, always talking about, hey, I've discovered a new blend, right? And the ultimate goal and the ultimate mission and the reason for being is that so many other women would live a life of wellness, purpose, and abundance. So you have to look at the brand and see all of their brand ambassadors talking about this same thing. This is their battle cry. This is the reason for being, so that more women, more families, because of them and because of the oils, because of them coming together, are gonna live better, gonna live and find more meaning in their lives, and are focused on being more abundant. So fill this up. If you have a brand or a product or like a business right now, you have to go back to this core. Another example is the Harley Owners Group. So they've leveraged on the spirit of brotherhood of riders. So Harley Davidson did not just come up with like kick-ass motorcycles. What they did was they created a community out of it. So everyone who owns a Harley Davidson will be part of the Harley Owners Group. It's a community wherein they ride together, they eat together, they go to a destination, they have stops. But adding a layer of them, their team members, supporting outreach programs. So they did not just hire people, like when they're sponsoring things. They just did not hire people to deliver a service. They actually asked their community members to come together and to support outreach programs. And if we're going to take our action plan and, like kind of imagine what Harley Davidson would write, it would be, my HOG community members are coming together to live a life of action, because the brand has always been action-oriented. Screw it, let's ride. That's their tagline. In order to fulfill dreams through motorcycling. So in a way, they added a layer of not just fulfilling their own motorcycle dreams, but also fulfilling the dreams of other people, the dreams of other communities. So that is their mission for existing. So your brand should think of something like this. It's not just selling a product. What is your battle cry? What is the battle cry surrounding this product? And of course, because you already know who you're talking to and why you're talking to them, then you can create your content. Community is about giving something of value out there. Community is a platform of sharing. And in a community, content is king. Don't just wing it. You have to plan ahead and you have to plan well. I've worked in the magazine business, and to tell you, we work 2 months in advance. So it's already Christmas in October in the publishing industry, because we are already coming up with ideas for the December issue. That's how advanced we plan. And if you're an online, community, it's even faster. So you have to plan at least 2 weeks in advance, produce 2 months in advance to give room for changes. And this is the most important thing. You have to publish with an understanding of your audience, because you already know who you're talking to. So what is likely happening in the lives right now of that person that you want to talk to when they're about to read your video or your article and watch your content? Like, what exactly, if, for example, it's Valentine's Day, is your who single, taken? Is your who cynical or romantic? So what type of content, what type of idea would make them tick? This is what you have to plan for. And you do not have to do it day by day. You have to plan in advance. So first action plan is to create your monthly topics for 1 year. So you have to address the results of your member profile interview. You have to determine what it is that they're trying to achieve in their lives, and you and them can work together to achieve. Like, what is that thing that you want to master together? What is that battle cry that you want to master together? So let's take, for example, you have a community that is learning how to build brands. So if we are 3 people in this community and we want, at the end of the day, to master how to start a brand, we have to discuss monthly the steps to get there. And that is the guide to your content. So January, create brand guidelines. How to choose a color palette, how to design when consistently, like what are the brand's do's and don'ts. February, you can define your personas. Who are we talking to? Like, what type of people are we talking to? In March, streamline the product mix. There's a story that the VP of Jollibee Foods once shared, they had a business called Cafe de Amo, and they had 50 flavors when they launched, but it wasn't doing well. Imagine a Jollibee company not doing well. But what they did was they realized, oh, we don't need 50 flavors. We need to streamline our product list. And so they ended up with the best 10 flavors. And then eventually, that turned their business around because people don't want to be too confused with the product. So this is something that when you're building a brand, you have to master. So give that content to your community. Plan to talk about it in March. Plan to exhaust everything about streamlining a product mix in March. So, the steps, then your mission, and then take action. Write on a piece of paper and an Excel sheet your content plan. It will change, it might change, but at least you're sticking to what you need to master at the end of the year. The next is get your members to talk with each other. So you need to create daily tasks. Out of your monthly We're back. Yay. Okay, so where was I? There. I said get your members to talk with each other. And the way to do it is that after you've plotted your monthly plan, create daily tasks. And what are those daily tasks? You have to create something that incites conversation, because it says that polarizing questions usually increase engagement by 40%. So in whatever platform, ask your team or your content people or you yourself, if you're like your own boss, you create daily post formats. So for example, if the topic, or let's take for example Fashion Police, which I have on this slide. Fashion Police is very engaging. It's about, showbiz chica, showbiz chismis, showbiz celebrities, the celebrity life. So what they did to engage with their community, because they know that the people who are reading are, for example, OFWs who are really craving for the news back in the Philippines, especially about artistas. And, these are the type of people na chismosa. And sometimes pag chismosa, medyo ingatera. So, diba? Yan yung who, the who. So, I'm not saying that those are like bad traits, but those are like actual traits of people who consume this kind of information or who belong in this community. They like comparisons. They like to choose who's mas maganda, diba? Who's mas sikat. So, Fashion Police, ang galing niya, because as a community, he, apart from the articles, created these daily tasks. Meron siyang post na like or dislike. So he would post a cover of a magazine and he would ask people, do you like this or do you don't? Right? And then a blind item on Tuesday. And then Wednesday, who wore it better? Marian Rivera or Heart Evangelista? So if you have a podcast, if you have like a community that listens to you, you should have these daily tasks. May mga segments ka na dapat very unique to your platform. And then next is you gamify your customer experience. So have you ever wondered why giveaways to this day are still working for influencers? Diba? Because that engages community. If you tag, if you share, that increases your community, but at the same time, it rewards the people who work for your brand, the people who support your platform. So for example, Lululemon, they have an ambassador program. You can, if you become a member, you test drive their latest gear. If you're a super user in the community, you get development tools. You connect with like-minded people through exercises, free VIP experiences, but you also get to win freebies and awards. So see, for them, connecting with their community is a powerful thing because it can give you exponential growth. And then next, you offer value and exclusivity. You offer boundaries, emotional safety, the sense of belonging, and personal investment. You offer your time. And you kind of have to make your community members feel that they have insider status. For my brand, Demijou, my earring business that I created from scratch, I created the hashtag Demijou Girls. And these are the girls that I actually feature, with when they tag me. And so I feel like my Demijou girls are part of this insider clique or insider club, wherein eventually they will receive like newsletters that are specific for them, discounts that are specific for them, and they can get, the exclusive sneak peek of the next cool thing from my brand, right? So if you're there still watching and didn't mind the technological glitch a while ago, take action. List down your top 3 answers to the question, what can I give that they cannot find in other communities? What can your podcast, your platform, your Instagram, your product, your service can give that other people cannot feel in other communities? And within that list, you choose the one thing that you would actually commit to being the best in. So for example, you have Gary Vaynerchuk of VaynerMedia. He started supporting the business of the dad, the wine business of the dad, and he learned about the customers thoroughly. And now he has his own digital media agency. And when you look at the content of Gary, every day he has daily tasks. Every day he has something, uploaded. But also he has monthly themes. And the thing with his community is that if you belong and if you watch his videos, you get a strong sense of service from him. Like he gives out tips that you would think people would want to get paid for. Like he gives this strong sense of belonging. If you know Gary, you're kind of like, oh, you're in the know. You have a community you have community members that feel like when they hear Gary speak, they have a no BS coach. He tells it as it is. And his time is his personal investment to his community. So that's how he grew the community. He wasn't being selfish with information. And lastly, you have to learn how to upsell in your community. This is, of course, a business. So, like if you've gathered 5,000 followers, 100,000 followers on your social channel by just giving out information, by just giving out content, that won't support the business. So you think positively, think that your 10% of your community that you've built, your super fans, don't you think they'd be willing to pay for a more intimate experience with you or your brand or your service? Think about your action point. Design your
This is the first time he was screwing up. This has never happened.
Sa hirap ng buhay, ang dami mong problema, nakuha mo pang ngiti, naibig kang astig. Saan ka man naroroon, huwag kang matatakot sa balilo patalim, sa bakas ng madilim. Isip kong dagat, nalibot kong mundo, nasa puso ko pala ang hinahanap kong gulo. Ilang beses na akong muntikang mamatay, alam ko ang sekreto kaya't nandito pa at buhay.
Amazing number of Filipinos work in our NHS, helping everybody. So thank you to all the Filipinos doing all this amazing work.
There is only one thing we say to the god of death, not today. Huwag po kayo susuko, bayani po kayong lahat.
Sabi nila may anting-anting ako, pero di nila alam Lift your head, baby, don't be scared of the things that could go wrong along the way. You'll get by with a smile. You can win at everything, but you can try. Baby, you don't have to worry, 'cause there ain't no need to hurry. No one ever said that there's an easy way. But don't let it bring you down and turn your face into a frown. You get along with a little prayer and a song, and I'll stay through the bad times, even if I have to tell you every day. We'll get by with a smile. You can never be too happy in this life. In a world where everybody hates a happy ending story, it's a wonder love can make the world go round. But don't let it bring you down and turn your face into a frown. You get along with a little prayer and a song. You'll get by.
And we are back. So, as I was talking about, you have to design your freemium to premium model because you need to upsell. It's a business. So, let's recap. We have already determined our who, we've already determined our why, and we've thought about our content, monthly and daily actions, and we've already thought about how to engage them through that. And the last one is, how are you gonna earn money? So if it's a freemium to premium model, don't be scared because the value that you put out there, someone, even just 10% of your super users or your base would pay for something that they feel is valuable. And that's why you have to make sure the first few slides are answered correctly. Because if they're not answered correctly, if you've just conjured the motivation from thin air and it's not based on actual, profile and answers of members, honest answers of members, then this one will not work because they will never find value in what you're offering. So as an example, Harvard Business Review, they've produced content that's really good, that even if you get 4 articles for free per month, you are still willing to pay for the premium unlimited access. Canva, which is very famous right now, and their goal is to empower the globe to design. They created this app, this tool that you can create your brand. Well, for businesses out there, you can also use this because the tool is free for 30 days and the paid one unlocks more features. So you don't need to spend so much. And instead of the graphic designers, losing their jobs to Canva, Canva is actually supporting them. The community of designers can share their templates and designs, and they get paid through the platform. And that's why today, the Filipino Australian that started this brand, her business is now worth $3.2 billion, and 85% of the Fortune 500 companies are using her tool because she has determined her who, bringing together leaders in design industry who are passionate about Canva with big ideas and passion for pushing creative boundaries. They are changing the way we think about design. So that is their why. They get it. They know that they need to know their who, they need to know their why, what is their battle cry, and they need a community that would support that. So to recap, my point here is there is magic in building community around intentional simplicity. So your intention, your battle cry should be as clear as day. I want to be healthy. I want to master becoming a tech leader. I want to master blending oils. I want to master the catering business. I want to master, how to create trinkets. So, that is very simple, yet very straightforward. And the myth is that people think brand community or creating a platform, creating your Facebook, creating your Instagram is just a marketing strategy for your brand. No, the reality is brand community is a business strategy. It is a business in itself. You have to give budget, you have to give time, you have to give more than what you're asking from your consumers at first, because eventually they will realize how much you've given them, how valuable you've given them, that they're going to be willing to give you money so that you can continue, so that the conversations can continue, so that the content that gives meaning and adds value to the thing that they do every day will not stop. And that's not hard sell. That is like marketing with a vision. That's business strategy with a vision and business strategy with purpose. And of course, I would like to invite you guys, wherever you are in the world, to bring your community to a platform of communities. We are World Web Forum. We are accessible on desktop and mobile. We are exclusive and we are interactive. Just type World Web Forum on App Store, Google Play, download it, download the app. You can try it for 7 days, and it's only $1 per month to be a part of it. And of course, for Hackbang participants, it's free. What more do you want, right? So I hope in this session, regardless of the technical glitches, maybe we got a freemium Zoom. So that's a lesson. Your freemium should also work, and should have value, so that people will be encouraged to upsell, to upgrade. People will be encouraged to pay for the thing that you offer for free. And that's the heart of community building. That's the heart of this business strategy. It's not just a marketing strategy. This is something that will buoy your company, your product, your service through difficult times. Your super fans, those whom you've given value for free, given your time, given exclusivity, those you've treated well will support you during this time. They will be the best brand ambassadors for your product, for your service, for your brand. Thank you. And now I think I'd have to wait for Owen and who else from the team.
Hi, thank you so much, Denise. Yes, I would like to bring in also Shaila in the conversation. Thank you so much for that sharing, diba? And
not sharing anymore, right? Am I still sharing?
Kanina. Oh yes, I'm done. Yeah, you're done. Yes. Ayun, so thank you.
In fact, there are so many insights we've exceeded because of the technical glitches. It's not your fault at all. And this is how we roll when we have
it was a Zoom glitch.
Everyone's fluid with their schedules. That's completely fine. My key takeaways, I really enjoyed your talk. I really told the Hackbang group, okay, guys, let's answer this. That I want my community to, in order to. So,
yes.
In my heart, I feel like I already know what it is. And just talking to the group for more than a month, I feel like we're kind of on the same page. But it would be nice to put it on paper to be sure that this is really what our community is about. Noen?
Yeah, because I always believe in, establishing and creating communities talaga to help not just businesses but organizations or groups grow, because it is in communities that if your brand is really working, if you are in tune with the people that you work with and the society or the community that you're in. So that's really some of I don't know, and I'm really glad that you shared that, Denise, to our participants and even to those who are just watching at home, our free broadcast, because it can also help them in establishing their businesses, creating that, yung anchor ka talaga in communities when you do your businesses, because and even organization, and for us Hakbang, we also have to do that. And I think we have already created somehow our community, but we have to really nurture this community, and we would like to thank you for that insight na binigay mo sa amin today.
Yeah, I think you're doing it really well because you already have your battle cry, you have your mission, you're solving human problems, solving human needs as a community together. And you know that these people are actually, they have a certain profile. These are people that love to share knowledge, who are frustrated about, some systems, and they really want actionable change. So that's what you're doing. And you already have a freemium to premium model.
Yes.
Your premium is already this. You're giving free content. Imagine you just formed this like a few weeks ago, and now you have your own content, your daily actions. You have COVID, conversations over coffee. That is your section. That is your daily action. So you're doing it right, I think. And the next step, of course, is to upsell. The next step is to find advertisers, sponsors who will propel you forward, right? And the thing is, you're doing this for free. So what could you lose, right?
Yeah.
So you just try because that perfect partner will come, and thinking about the upgrade, the premium offer will come.
Shy. Diba? Parang it has become a workshop for us, no? Even
Yes,
as the core team, diba? We were,
You were answering questions.
Yeah, no, it's just amazing because it's as if all our segments, like we have specific timings already. Like, okay, Owen, you do the morning, Jerome, you do the afternoon, but we find ourselves just glued to our laptops because we're listening to all the segments and we're really picking up so many things. Yeah, so thank you.
It means that your content is of value. So, when you put something of value out there, people will pay for it. Like people will think, oh, this is helping me. I don't want this to end. It's just like Netflix, like when you have idle time and you spend your time 1 hour with an episode and you feel like, oh, this is relieving my stress, I'm going to pay for it, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah. I hope that the business, like guys out there, those who are trying entrepreneurship, those who are, like thinking about how to pivot, they will use the tools that I've enumerated so that it will be very clear to them. Sometimes you know what you're doing, but it's not clear because you don't have the formula. Now I've given the formula. I've shared the formula, which I've also learned from different community design classes. I did not invent this. This was taught by other people. So I'm just giving back, paying it forward.
Yeah. And with that, we hope to pay it forward as well to our participants. We've given you the tools, we've given you the platform. It really is up to you at the end of the day, whether you use these tools that we've given you, these segments that we've given you. So thank you again, Denise. Do stay tuned, guys. We still have Coach RJ, whom we also have in COVID Conversations. He is going to talk about mental health awareness. Again, one of our topics that a lot of people are also tuning in about. So we're glad to have him on board. He is already waiting. Bye for now, Denise. We'll see you again next time. Again, my name is Shyla, joined by Owen over here. And we'll come back with just a few reminders. So we just had Denise joining us from World Web Forum, and today we already have Coach RJ. I will bring him in. He's been waiting in our backstage, so we're gonna bring him in and let him introduce himself. Coach RJ, are you here?
Hi, good afternoon everyone. Good afternoon, Shaila. Okay ba yung signal?
Okay, kaya. Yes, this is very good. Kanina we were having glitches, but don't worry. Our prod team is making sure that everything is still working at the back end. So ayan, excited na sila for your session, Coach. Again, this was one of the highly watched segments for COVID Conversations Over Coffee. So we've posted the program as well. So I'm sure our viewers are already excited to hear more from you. I will leave you as you go ahead and do the rest of your presentation.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So I'm gonna start now. Okay, so hi everyone. Again, this is Coach RJ, and I'm here to teach you something, get a little bit idea of what I actually do as a brain health coach. And when you say there's a difference between brain health and mental health. Mental health is part of brain health, and we're gonna start. I'm just gonna share with you my screen right now, and yeah, here it is. Okay, so the title is going to be Healthy Brain and Happy Life. So a little bit about myself. I have been doing these speaking engagement from all over Mindanao, from Cagayan de Oro to Surigao, to Iligan, to Davao City, from different organizations, different companies, different government. So this one's the Vice Mayor's League of the Philippines and DPP. And here with so many awesome people, 13 companies, I thought about stress management and mental health, brain health rather. And one of these companies is actually a member of Ducati Philippines, and they would love to have me again. So I've been doing this. It's been awesome for me to share with you what I actually know. So I hope you have notes. It's very important. So let's begin. Healthy brain, happy life. So what do you notice in the picture? Most of us actually noticed that the guy has no teeth. But the guy also has no eyebrows. So yeah, parang that's the left eyebrow. And when I ask people, is your brain important? They say yes. But when you look at advertisements, you don't actually see any ads about the brain. What you see are ads of the things that people usually externally see. Like the first thing that you saw in this picture, the guy had no teeth. Because that's what usually people see. You don't see someone walking around with the brain popping out. Hindi naman, di ba? Nakatakot naman pag ganon. But, ano yung mga sikat na products? Close-up, Colgate. Kasi you see the smile. Ano pa? Fit and right, because you see the change in the body. And ano pa yung ibang sumisikat? Beauty products. Because you see the master. Because you see the pimples popping out. So we don't take care of our brain so much because we don't see it. You've never seen an ad of Piolo Pascual or Angel Locsin or whoever famous actresses out there just saying, shh, take your loser on every day. You don't see that because you don't see the brain. But how important is your brain? Well, brains run the what? Brains run the what? Brains run the world. During a seminar, someone told me, I asked, brains run the what? Who runs the world? And they answered girls because of the song. And then this military teacher stood up and said, but if a girl does not have the brain, it's nothing. So brains inside the girl run the world. Brains run the world. What else? Brains run the stock market. I'm not a financial coach, but you should start investing in the stock market. I have a friend who is in the military, who just had an income of, I think, like 30, 40, 50,000 pesos. I have someone in Manila who just income 250,000 pesos during COVID. That's just fantastic. So try doing the stock market. Brains run the stock market, meaning learn as much as you can so that you won't lose money. Brains run the local market. Brains run governments, although some governments in some parts of the world are not run properly. Brains run schools. Brains run companies. The powerful and creative brains of the people behind this event, Hackbang, is the reason why this is very successful. Brains run churches. This is actually Pastor Rick Warren, and he's also been guided by the founder of my area coaching, brain coaching. Brains run families, and most importantly, brains run who? Brains run you. So yeah, it's very new to me because I always tell my audience, brains run who, and then the answer back. Anyway, brains run you. Remembering that, I'm going to show you a brain scan of a healthy person. Many of you have not seen this scan, so this is a scan of a normal, healthy person. If you see the scan here, it's actually big and fat. Women, if you're looking something big and fat from guys, check the brain. There's nothing else more important than the brain. But look what happens. This is a healthy brain. I'm just peg ko lang 20-year-old healthy person, 20 to 30-year-old healthy person, healthy brain. Look what happens by the age of 50 plus to 55. What do you notice? The brain has holes. Now, let me just clarify. Hindi nagsasabi na kung buksan mo yung ulo ng tao na 55-year-old may butas yung brain. No. That part where you see the hole is there is low blood flow when the scan was taken. So that part of the brain, mababa na yung blood flow. Coach, bakit mababa yung blood flow? Kasi, how many of you have seen 50-year-olds, okay, 40-year-olds, who still go out and jog a lot? Groups of 40-year-olds who still play basketball. Wala na. Usually, during that age, we have high-ranking positions with managers or supervisors. We tend to slouch, we tend to sit down and then rest. And we don't do a lot compared to when we were teens. That's the freaky thing about teens these days, because they're so glued to the couch playing games. They're no longer having the proper blood flow to the brain, and then at a younger age, they might be experiencing this. Now, if you think this one is scary, look what happens to a brain of a 80-year-old. 80-year-old, huh? This is the 55. This is the healthy 55, 80-year-old. Look at the damage that is going through. There's a parang canal in the middle. No? Sana all may cleavage. Yung brain may cleavage na. So kaya pala, we notice that as we age older, we tend to forget. Some people, when they age older, they tend to change their moods faster. Konting salita lang, nasasaktan agad compared to 10, 12 years ago. Because this is what happened. As the age goes up, activity level, look at the screen, goes down. Again, as the age goes up, activity level goes down. What is happening? And then we hear in our culture, ay ganyan talaga pag tumatanda na. Are you sure? How come there are 80-year-olds who have brains like that one? That's an 82-year-old. This was taken a few years ago. And this is Dr. Doris Rapp. She is called the mother of environmental medicine. At that age, the woman can still jog. At that age, she can still swim. At that age, she can still join marathons, the ultra marathons for women. My God, that is an awesome woman. She is still reading. She is still eating. She's still exercising. She is still enjoying with her granddaughter, probably great-granddaughter. I don't know. But look at the beautiful brain that she has. Can you guess what brain that is? I'm sure that's a very devastating brain. But can you guess what brain that is? Can you guess? Well, for those who are in the mental health advocacy, the mental health world, that is a brain, ladies and gentlemen, of a person who has schizophrenia. Now you understand why they have no focus, why they have this imagination, why their life is such a mess, because look at that brain. If you see this, the large part on the upper part, that's actually, if you open your hand and you put it there in your forehead, behind that, that's the part that is missing. That's the part that's no longer active. That is called the PFC, the prefrontal cortex. What does the PFC do? The prefrontal cortex is in charge of judgment, focus, impulse control, being in the moment, learning from your mistakes, and empathy. Notice that people who have these mental challenges lack those things because of that brain. But konting ano lang, there is hope. Okay, preview ko lang yan, mamaya. There is hope. Guess number 2. What brain is that? That is the brain of Alzheimer's. If you open your hand like this and then you put it like a headphone, that part is the first part that disappears. The one in charge for our long-term, short-term, long-term memory. That's why people who have Alzheimer's tend to remember mostly what happened in the past and forget what happened in the present right now. That is the challenge between with people who have Alzheimer's. The thing is this, people who actually have Alzheimer's, they say, okay, 60-year-old na yung dumadaan ng mga Alzheimer's. Aha, this is the dangerous part. If you have the risk of having Alzheimer's, if it's gonna go its full blast, full blown in the age of 60, you're gonna experience it by the 30 years prior. So if you have, if it's in your genetic, do your best. It doesn't mean you're gonna have Alzheimer's, but your risk is just higher. Later, I'm actually gonna teach you ways to actually prevent that. Actually, prevent any mental illness in that matter. So this is the second guess. Third guess, ito. What kind of brain is this? There are a lot of holes in this brain. And let me just tell you, this is a brain of two things that's very similar, which is interesting. The first one, this is a brain of a person who has an addiction to cocaine. Cocaine addiction. But the interesting thing is, when they scan another form of addiction, almost the same result. The addiction that's similar to cocaine addiction, na similar your brain pattern, is someone who is addicted. They're gonna like this, especially for your kids. Addicted to video games, Mobile Legends, Dota, any forms of video game. This is their brain. That is the reason you do not let them play so much, because look at the disaster in the scans. I know this woman who is the champion in the Philippines in Dota. I had the privilege of talking to her, and yeah, she was the champion. She was so proud, and then she told me, "Sir, did you know that I pray to God that I never became the champion?" I asked her why. I'm now a mom, I'm now married, and do you know, I cannot see a screen, cell phone, TV, cinema for 5 minutes because I get seizures. Looking at this brain, it's very devastating. Please, it's okay to play games. I play games. I play games for 2-3 rounds or 3-4 rounds, and then no. And then I start to read my books. I start to talk to my mom. I start to chat with my friends. I start to do stuff, clean the house, whatever. But don't go beyond, because that friend of mine, she plays for, I don't know, 8 to 12 hours, and she doesn't even sleep sometimes. She doesn't even eat. So please, limit your gaming. If you're a parent, limit the gaming of your kids. Again, there is hope. You've seen so many scans. You've seen so many terrible things. Ang papangit talaga, but there is hope. And I'm going to show you the proof. This is a brain of a boxer. I'm not going to tell you who, but this is a brain of a boxer, foreigner. The damaged part, still the prefrontal cortex. Because if this is the skull and this is the brain, when a person gets hit, bang, it's going to hit that part first, and then it's going to wiggle from the back, and that's why people get knocked out kasi na-turn off na yung front ng brain, na-turn off pa yung back ng brain. So this boxer is now experiencing emotional shift, getting angry all the time, getting more forgetful, and getting more brain fogs. So he went to a coach and asked, What do I need to do to change? I still want to become a better person. He changed his habits. He changed everything. Look what happened after a few months. From this brain, it became better. And there is your hope. The brain has the capability to actually reactivate itself. But there's not one way. No, no. Some people look for the magic bullet. Okay, one medicine, one stuff. No, it does not work like that. In our world, we say, please don't be stupid. Do everything. Don't just do one thing. Do everything if you want to become someone better. Remember, when you go to war, you do not, as a general, you do not just send the ground troops. If you want to win the war, you send the ground troops, you send the air, you send the water, and then you have the biggest chance that you're going to win the war. Do everything. Remember the previous scans? The schizophrenic scans. People say that if you're schizophrenic, there's no hope. Well, with proper medication, that's why I always tell people, if you have mental health challenges that are so heavy, seek for professional help. Seek for, if grabe na talaga like this one, seek for a psychiatrist. He's gonna give you the medications, if he's really good, that will actually change and reactivate, re-stimulate the parts of the brain for you to become better. So seek for help. Psychologists, psychiatrists, they're very helpful. It doesn't mean that if you're going to go to them, there's something wrong. No. Remember, if you're feeling, if you have a bad tummy ache, where are you going to go? You're going to go to a doctor. Psychiatrists are doctors, but for the head, for the brain, it's the same stuff. They're just going to help you to become someone better, a better version of you if you are stuck. Now go back to this slide. Schizophrenic brain, right? Look what happens after the proper medication and a change of habits. Ayan. The medication is Risperdal. It actually changed. It started to close. It started to reactivate because there is hope. This guy actually now has a few businesses. Imagine that. He's now better than ever because there's hope. The same as what's going on in what we are experiencing in this COVID case. There is always hope. Focus on what people did to increase their immune system, to become someone better. Let's move on. Are you ready to level up your brain? Are you ready to level up your brain? And here are the ways. Actually, when I give a lecture seminar, I promise you, it takes me 3, 4, 8 hours straight just for this one because I literally teach people the steps on what to do if they procrastinate, how to break procrastination, and other stuff too, deeper and much more powerful than that. So this is just a glimpse, but this is going to be very powerful. So please write down and listen carefully. Are you ready to level up your brain? Now, first you need to avoid the bad. You know the bad. You know the bad things that can hurt your brain and your mind. Do not get overexposed to negativity. Do not eat too much junk food. Do not eat too much sweets. Why too much sweets? Because they tend to, how many diabetes types? 2, diba? Well, right now they're actually shifting it to 3. What is diabetes type 3? Alzheimer's. There's a very big correlation for people who have Alzheimer's and high blood sugar. So please lower those sugars. It's not doing you any good. Here are ways to level up your brain. So avoid the bad. This is the good. Brain enhancers. These are your brain enhancers, people. First, great diet, physical exercise. I'm going to go deeper in a while. Mental exercise, sleep, relaxation, proper supplements. You might be asking, Coach, these are common sense. Let me reply with this. Yes, these are common sense, but remember, common sense is no longer commonly practiced. Again, common sense is not commonly practiced. It's bad to smoke, yet hey, people still smoke. It's bad to sleep 4 hours a day. People still sleep 4 or 5 hours a day. You need the 7 to 8 hours. Let's start with the first one. Great diet with hydration. I'm not saying good diet. What is a great diet? 80% of what you should eat every day are vegetables and a little fruit. Studies have shown that people who actually eat a lot of vegetables, within 24 hours, they start to feel better. Now, most of them, okay? Plenty of them. Within 24 hours, grabe, kainin mo na lang, you're gonna become better. Hydration. We know how many glasses? 8 to 10 to 12 glasses a day. Do not drink your water before you sleep. Why? Because if you drink your water after 4 hours, you're going to wake up and pee. The next day, do the same thing. You're going to wake up and pee. The next day, the same thing. You're going to wake up and pee. What's going to happen? You're conditioning your brain, your body, yourself. Even if one day you're not going to drink water, one night you're not going to drink water, when you sleep, your brain is so conditioned to wake up 4 hours after, it's going to wake up and it's going to cause problems for your sleeping patterns. And it might lead to something worse. So please, drink your 8 to 12 glasses of water throughout the day and an hour before you sleep. But at least 30 minutes before you sleep, pwede ka na mag-CR. Next, physical exercise. Ito, anong klaseng physical exercise? If you have a brain pattern of someone who is very anxious, who has anxiety attacks, do not go and jog and, play basketball. No, you're going to get more anxious. You have a very active brain already. What you should do is yoga. And it has been taught for the few days here in Hackbang. The yoga, it's awesome. It's wonderful. It's very helpful. Yoga will actually give you the benefit of exercise, plus it will help your prefrontal cortex. You're going to become a better person because you're going to make better decisions. You're going to become a better businessman, a better husband, a better wife because your brain is working properly. If you're religious, it's very easy to go to heaven if your brain is working properly. If it's not, that's going to be a challenge. So for those who are having panic attacks, go with the yoga or Tai Chi. The same response. Slow, but it's very effective. And if you have pure depression, because there are different types of depression, I cannot explain everything. We have a short time. I'm very sorry. But for those who are experiencing pure depression, then you can go to the gym. Then you can go with the jogging and the basketball and the swimming. That's good for you. It will actually reactivate and have more blood flow to your brain. Next is mental exercises, Sudoku, puzzles, meditation. The 3 and more that I mentioned are very helpful for your prefrontal cortex to grow. Remember, you're going to become more focused, you will learn from your mistakes more, so you're going to become more successful faster. You're going to become have more empathy towards other people. You're going to have better decisions in life. That's the importance of mental exercises. Next, sleep 7 to 8 hours. It has been shown by a study, I forgot where. I'm going to link it soon when I review it again. It's been shown through a study. People who sleep 7 to 8 hours within 1 year actually grow to be smarter. Those who sleep 5 hours below, their IQ starts to go down. Their emotion starts to dwindle. Their brain fog becomes worse. Their focus becomes little. People say that, wait, Donald Trump is very successful. Look at his attitude. That's where it hit him. So, because he's sleeping for 4 hours. So please take care of your sleep, for God's sakes. Next, Strauss and Mozart. Music. Strauss and Mozart has been found to be very helpful for brain in terms of, for kids. Kids are actually becoming smarter when they listen to these as kids, as babies, as infants. Clarity, people became more focused because of this music. People became more energetic. People became more creative. Do you know that a lot of rock bands, rock music, has been inspired through Strauss and Mozart? They just changed it and became rock. So please listen to those types of music. Next, relaxation breathing. The brain is the most oxygen hungry organ inside your body. When you have a panic attack, you tend to breathe faster. When you're stressed, you tend to breathe faster. If you do that, what happens? Low oxygen to the brain, you start to lose your focus. Your thoughts are no longer connected. It's no longer balanced. It's no longer coordinated. That's why you need to have the proper breathing exercises. Now, you can look for that in YouTube, or you can chat me later in my Facebook page. I also taught a few exercises in my YouTube channel. You can check that out later. And finally, proper supplements. Now, I'm not going to recommend ano yung magandang brand. Again, you can chat with me. Basta multivitamins, and ito, vitamin D. I've been saying this in every seminar that I have. Please check your vitamin D. Coach, ano yung effect ng vitamin D? Well, there's a part of our body called leptin. Leptin, the function of leptin is craving control. So if you have low vitamin D, leptin is turned off. So you're not going to stop eating. Even if you're full, sometimes you want to taste. Even if you're just going to eat one plate, you're going to go for the second plate, the third, the fourth plate. And then when dessert comes, I'm going to have another plate of dessert. Notice that during the quarantine period, the weight increased with many people because they're no longer having the vitamin D. They don't have the optimal vitamin D level. That's why they keep on eating. So that's one thing. Please have your vitamin D. Go out in the sun. Kahit sa likod ka lang ng gate mo, just get hit by that wonderful sunshine. 30 minutes a day. During sunrise, wag naman yung before lunch. Ang init doon, mahirap na yon. Okay? Another function of vitamin D, you can search for this in Google. People who actually died, our brothers and sisters who died in COVID, there's a study in Europe that they have very low, below normal vitamin D. So please check again your vitamin D. It's very important. And finally, people who have any kind of mental health issues or challenges, nakita mababa yung vitamin D level nila. Also, mababa yung, this next one, omega-3. Omega-3 is very important for your brain, for your heart, for your body, bone, lubrication. Take your take your omega-3s. Preferably 600 over 400, EPA over DHA, okay? But if you have challenging issues, iba yung iti-take mo ng omega-3 if you have depression and anxiety attacks. If you have depression, anxiety attacks, please take EPA. No, DHA, sorry. DHA. DHA is calming for the brain. So if you're getting panic, if you take omega-3 that has DHA alone, it's going to calm the brain. You're not going to have the panic. You're not going to be much stressed. If you are the person who is very depressed a lot, pure depression, who cries without any reason, who lost his zest in life, you take EPA content or the balanced EPA DHA. Higher EPA, lower DHA. Again, there's not one way, there's not one cure for you to become better, for you to have a more enhanced and powerful brain and mind. You have to do everything. Also, keep your psychology. Remember, mental health is very important. It's part of brain health. So be exposed, read a lot of books. Remember, 80% of what we do every day is the subconscious. It's the doing of our subconscious. If you're training your conscious, if you're going to the gym, please train the 80% of your subconscious. How? Read wonderful books. Do not be so addicted to those the animes that are very violent. And I'm not saying they're bad. You can actually look for those from time to time. But wag naman yung maging hook ka. The violence are gonna come inside your head slowly. Remember when a computer, if you're putting little by little data, ano yung nangyayari? It gets slower. How much more yung utak ng tao? Please take care of your brain health. Please take care of your mental health. It's very important. Remember, none of these will work unless you do it. Again, none of these will work unless you do it. So please, do it. Have that power. What is the meaning of power? Look for it in the dictionary. The ability to act. If you want power in your life, you need to act. Remember that. So, I hope you learned a lot from this session. You can follow me on YouTube. I've given a lot. Actually, I just started this January, and from time to time, once a week, twice a week, I post videos like this one. Habits of Mentally Strong People, #1, how to manage loneliness. There are more there, so please look at my YouTube channel, share it with other people. It's gonna help them. So wala mga joke dyan, na mga nonsense. I really put good content in my YouTube channel. And also, if you want to chat with me, you can add me on Facebook, and that is my Facebook channel, Facebook page below. Coach RJ, yung mukha ko, nakikita mo dyan. I always respond, especially if I'm not busy, walang problema sa akin. Yeah. So I hope you learned something from this little lecture in Hackbang. Many of the Hackbang, the brains behind Hackbang are, especially one of them is very close to my heart, and a few of them have become my friends already. So it's such an honor to be here. And I pray for those who are joining Hackbang that I know that you're really going to impact a lot of people. So go out there. So in your life, have a healthy brain, and remember to be more, to love more, and bless more. So thank you so much. I'm going to stop sharing now, and I'm going to go back to Sir Owen and Ma'am Shaila.
Ayan. There you go, Coach RJ. So that was very interesting and insightful. I remember you mentioned vitamin D.
Yeah. Yes.
And this is so funny because sometimes during this pandemic, during this lockdown, I was on a call with my sister. I was on a Zoom call with her, and she was like, "Hey, Shai, let's sing together." And she wanted to sing from a distance, and I haven't heard the song in so long. So I was like, "Yeah, sure. Let me go ahead and listen to it." And as she was playing it, I started crying, like just crying, sobbing really terribly, and just doing ugly cry while we're in Zoom. And you know what she says to me? The first thing she says to me, she's like, "Are you taking vitamin D?" And I was like, "No, I'm really sad. This is terrible. What we're going through is so hard, and that song is just so beautiful. It makes me hopeful." And I was just pouring out my heart to her, and she's like, "Yeah, it is sad, but are you taking vitamin D?" And I'm like, "What do you mean?" And she's like, "I think the reason why you're depressed is because you're not taking vitamin D." And so now it's a running joke for the two of us, because obviously COVID brings you in these ups and downs. And so sometimes she calls me and she cries. And so I ask her, "How's your vitamin D intake?"
And also omega-3 is very important.
And omega-3. Oh, yeah. So there. So my sister is tuned in. Sheena, it's not just vitamin D, it's omega-3 as well. Here's my question, because my husband and I enjoy biking. So we're out at least twice a week. Praise God that we're on like a lesser quarantine something.
Okay.
So we can bike, but that's just the two of us, not in a group. And we get the sun, we get vitamin D. Is that enough? Or would you say we still need to take vitamin D daily?
If you really want to be sure, for me, the surest way is to really go to the hospital and check your vitamin D level.
Okay.
The normal is, I think, 20 to 60, because I have the one who actually founded, who certified me as a brain health coach. He's living in California, and it's like 300 days sun there, and he has very low vitamin D. So imagine that. Even some people in the Middle East have low vitamin D, because we might be getting all the sunlight, but because of those things that we wear, we go for the umbrella, we get the shades from the tree, it's not really the full impact. So it might be possible that it's still low, despite the fact that we're still having that. Unless siguro, that's why I always tell people, medyo expensive kasi yung supplement, vitamin D3. Yeah, and it's advisable. Yes, exactly. And it's advisable, if you have those supplements, you take 3,000 international units per day for 2 months, and you're gonna feel better. So 2 months lang, and then when you check your D level, it's gonna be optimized na. So the best way again is to really punta ka ng hospital and check mo.
Okay, I see. So you really need to go to a hospital and ask, like, can you have my vitamin? Can I have my vitamin?
Vitamin D, please check.
Is this like a blood test? What do they take from you?
Surprisingly, I haven't actually taken the test yet. I was about to, but suddenly yun, may nag-positive daw, and then they sent it to the hospital. Kaya, okay, I'm just gonna help check if
I'll just drink my vitamin D. Okay na muna yun for now. All right. Thank you, Coach. We because of technical glitches, we did run out of time, but I just want to thank you so much. Hopefully we'll have you over again. I know you're mentoring some of the teams, so hopefully we'll have you over again one of these days. But
yes, sure.
I'll say goodbye to you, and thank you again for dropping by and sharing with us, just to raise more awareness about mental health and what we can actually do, practical tips and what we can do.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's been an honor to be here. I did my best to actually, if you notice, my pitch was so fast, so para maano yung time, kasi I'm very time conscious, but I hope it sunk in. It usually takes me 4 hours of this, and then the people, but I just did my best to give more value, especially to those who are listening to Hackbang. So thank you so much. It's such an honor. And God bless everyone who's here.
Thank you, Coach. God bless you too. All right, there you have it. Coach RJ, again, you can find him on Facebook. I found him right away. You just have to really type in Coach RJ. And we will return just after a quick commercial break. Okay, we're back. I told you guys it was going to be quick. Napod no karon. So we did promise you just a couple of minutes ago that we were going to bring in perhaps a mentor and perhaps one of our participants as well, who we've heard are just hit a few bumps in the road. And the reason why we're bringing them live, and I really want you guys to know that this is live, I didn't get to interview them prior to bringing them backstage right now, just so that we can really, you guys will really see that this is happening. That there are little bumps in the road, and we will see how this conversation is going to go. But for me, before I go on and bring them ahead, I just want to share with you guys that Hackbang is run by 12 people. And we actually only found out the other day that there's 12 of us. And I'm like, this is amazing. This is biblical. So whatever you guys are seeing on YouTube and on Facebook, I want you guys to know that this is just by 12 people who were sitting around for 3 months. And just at the end of 3 months, just gathered together and just said, what do we do about what's happening in Mindanao? And so that this is how exactly Hackbang was formed, you know. So we came together, we shared our own giftings and our talents, and Hackbang is really just giving you guys a platform in order for you to help solve the problems that we're facing in Mindanao. And we have mentors, amazing mentors from all over the world. We even have participants who are coming from different parts of the world, even if we did say that this was for Mindanao, because these guys have the heart to serve Mindanao and to serve the Philippines. So I'm excited for this conversation because, like I said, we're not a perfect system here. We want to bring that into light so you guys know what is really happening in front of the camera and behind the camera. So let's bring them right in already. Pocholo Espina is here and Lyle Webster. Can you guys join us? And of course, one of our organizers, Rhea, is here to join us as well. Hi, guys.
Hi, Shai.
Hi, Shai.
Hi, Poch. Oh my gosh, when Rhea was telling me Poch, you mean Poch from Butuan, from SIP, is going to join us. Yes, so I'm so happy to have you guys. I will go ahead with Lyle. Is that okay? Introduce yourself, where you're from. I know you're a participant, so what team you're supposed to be on or what team you're on, and then we'll move to Poch.
Hi, yes. So I'm from the UK. My wife is from Mindanao, and then I was put in by Owen as a mentor on team 204, but so far no one's turned up.
So you're supposed to be a mentor?
A mentor, yes. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, all right, great. And Pocholo?
Hi, Shai. So I signed up as a mentor as well, specifically for Team 106 and 110. I was looking into the fields of healthcare, education, and economy.
And it reminds me, can we go back to Lyle and what fields what challenges did you pick?
It was education.
Education as well, okay. And then of course, we also have Rhea joining us here.
Hi, Shai.
Yeah. So we asked Rhea to come in and join us because she's the one who's actually with the communications team as well, making sure that everything is going just as it should on our Slack teams. So she knows more of what's happening behind the scenes than I do. We do a team huddle every day. But in terms of maybe if you guys have questions about, how Slack is supposed to work, I think Rhea would be the one to best answer that. Okay, so jumping into the questions, what are the challenges you guys are facing? I will go straight to that because I know that that's why we're here right now. Lyle, I'll go ahead with you.
Well, the challenge at the moment is getting in contact with the team. I'm not really radio silence, so I haven't heard where they are, what stages, and I think there wasn't a way for us to contact them without them contacting us first. So it's just sort of a bit of a waiting game.
Yeah. Okay, so this is the third day. For those of you who are just watching us, Hackbang is supposed to be running for 4 days. We started on the 26th, and we're now on the 28th, so it is our third day. Tomorrow is the last day when they're supposed to be submitting their entries on dev posts already. Okay, what about you, Poch? What are the challenges you're first facing right now?
Well, aside from the fact, actually, I have to commend though that it was fairly easy for me to sign up, considering I was a bit worried that, I signed up literally on the 25th, which was the day before it started, and true enough, the next day I received an email and I was able to do everything despite the fact that I also had other things going on that day. So thanks to the team for that, and I just wanted to commend it, given the small team that you do have. But on the challenges, quite similar as Lyle. Radio silence, yeah. Actually, just I think about an hour ago, I finally got added to Team 106. So we're still waiting for what they already started talking about their ideas, but at the same time, they always go back to talking amongst themselves first. So we're not sure how exactly we could help. I believe I'm in the same team as Mark de Guzman as a fellow mentor.
Okay.
And I saw that the past few days he was already helping. And I do think that there's still ways that we could possibly help them more.
Absolutely, and that's what's great with here in Hackbang is there is access to different mentors, right? So you're with Mark. He's actually from New Jersey, so even the timings are different. And one of the concerns from the beginning was whether mentors should handhold our mentees the whole time, and we really told them no, just inform the participants of what time they're available and then work within those. And then you also, as an additional mentor, basically gets to guide them in the areas you feel need guidance. But again, not hand-holding them like this is how it should be, right? So I'm so happy to hear that you finally got in touch with them. Congratulations. Okay, so, and how was that first meeting with them? How was it?
Oh, I haven't met them. I literally just introduced myself in the past hour, and I'm just waiting for their feedback.
Okay, so hopefully we'll have more a positive feedback after this initial team huddle with you.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, well, Lyle, let's go to you. So you haven't met them. Rhea, can we, because we've been talking last night, and remember, Ray, we were saying, listen, the platform is here. We've done our best to make it happen for you, to make it easy on everybody. We've worked really terribly hard just trying to get the communications going between everybody. And Ray, what we feel is that if the participants have backed out for whatever reason, they're scared, they're intimidated, we can only do so much.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree with you, Shai. I mean, if the participants don't really want to approach the mentors, it's a lost opportunity, but it's something that they just have to deal with. We do want to make sure that we provide you this opportunity because we have amazing mentors. Like the lineup of mentors that we have is just top caliber, and if we don't use that, this is a one-off chance. I mean, after this hackathon, you won't have access to these mentors anymore if you don't touch base with them now, right? So it's a I was talking to one of the teams earlier, and really the common sentiment is that they're so shy. They are mauwawon. They're so shy. So what I said to her, like, look, think about it this way. These mentors are here and they actually volunteer their time. They are super busy. They're business people. They're super busy, but they actually offer their time for you guys to be here. I would really encourage you to use that. And true enough, a little like after a few segments, she posted on like help find mentor channel to see if like their mentor is somewhere around. And I also reposted this if there's any mentor who wanted to take on their team, because I think it doesn't matter anymore at this point, like who is available, right? Because we have a lot of mentors on standby, and yeah, whoever is available can just get in touch with that team.
Rhea, I want to share with you, because you are from the core team. What are your challenges, or what were your challenges? Because I know Sheena from Dubai, who is in our communications team, was sharing with me her frustration. She felt like she was in a room just shouting, "Participant, team, da da da," in Slack. Where are you? That's how she felt. What about you?
Yeah, I think it's the same, but I guess I'm also kind of accustomed to the idea that, you know, when you are trying to adopt a new technology, it's just something that people have to take another threshold of like accepting that, hey, this is the way we're going to communicate now. So it's a matter of getting. And I think that also says the same for Hackbang, for the core team. When we started adopting Slack, it also took time for us to get there.
Absolutely. So, Lyle, I'll go ahead and ask you. You're married to a Mindanaoan, you said, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So are you sort of accustomed to how Mindanaoans are in terms of we're really shy? Would you have the same experience with your wife?
Well, it depends who. I've met his family, and not everyone's as shy. But yeah.
And so what?
Everyone's ready to go. So it's just getting in touch, I think.
Yeah. So what? Okay. So pretend that you're talking to some of these participants who are shy or scared to approach you. Can you tell them to just encourage them to reach out to you?
Yeah, just not to be shy and just go ahead. We don't bite. Translation, Justine could do that for me, so there's no problem there. Yeah, just use the platform, reach out, and then that's it.
Yeah, for those who are shy, I would always tell, because I grew up in Manila as well and I worked outside of the country, so I can be more straightforward, and sometimes people are too shy, but I always say it's to a fault, because it's a disservice to you. Because if you're shy and you can't approach, for example, Lyle, because Lyle is from the UK and his English sounds so beautiful and scary at the same time and intimidating at the same time, I always tell them, and who does it not serve? You, right? You as a person who needs help, who wants help, but you're shy, it doesn't do you anything. It doesn't benefit you.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
No, that's right. I mean, they might have a great idea, but get out there because they're just too shy and we can't offer the help that they might need.
Exactly. Poch, what about you? You're from here. You're from right in our own backyard, from Butuan. Yeah. From somebody who now has a successful business, what can you say to our Mindanaoans who are hesitant or scared or just shy? What advice can you give them?
I think this has already been mentioned. I think Rhea said something along the same line earlier about you really have to just seize the opportunities that are available right now. I do think while I acknowledge that Slack, even we use Slack also at work, But now, since we downsized a bit, we resorted back to Facebook. But I know that adjusting to new technologies really has its challenges. But I think that's okay. It's something that's just going to pass, as you mentioned, like in the core team. But maybe that's something we could take into account for future hackathons on maybe, I don't know, organizing it. But again, to the encourage them to just take the opportunity, reach out, because they really have nothing to lose unless, well, I don't know, they don't have any. All they have to do is ask.
Exactly. Okay. So can Rhea, do you have questions? I had a question. Completely.
Well, let me think. I wasn't prepared for a question. I did have something to encourage them, because I came from being a very shy person as well, and I can tell that right now. But when I first moved here, and my first year of appraisal at work was that I was too shy to be given a very senior role. But I was like, okay. So I really decided, like, I'm going to turn this around because it's for my benefit. I like cross that boundary, and because it's an inhibition that is really shouldn't be there. Right? So it's kind of something in our head. And I actually took courses to just push me to go through that. And yeah, and I think like this hackathon is such an opportunity to do that together, because what do you lose? Nothing, because first, you didn't pay for anything to come here, but you have everything to gain. You have mentors, you have people who are supporting you, and potentially is going to back your ideas up, right? So we just really want to encourage you to just reach out. We're here. We don't bite.
Yeah, no, we don't. Okay, so just can Poch and Lyle, I'll go ahead with Poch first. Can you give our audience just your areas of expertise and where you feel you can help out, just so that our participants can really think about, I'm missing out here if I don't reach out to him.
Oh, okay. So to those that don't know, I started an enterprise called SIP. We started this back in 2016. I was still in college, actually. So I think this is something to those who are saying that, hey, I'm still a student, I don't think I can do something yet. I'm probably going to be looked down at by other people. Wala yung experience. They really don't know what they're talking about. But I stand to say that that's completely wrong. That what we've done, the work we've done with SIP for the past 4 years is testament to that. So in that field, definitely with business and maybe just pep talking you into speaking out for the things that you believe in. I think that's very important, and it's something that's very synonymous to our role in the youth, to make sure that, okay, we have new ideas, we have something different. It doesn't mean we're challenging the norm. It doesn't mean that, hey, we should stop right now. And of course, on a more technical standpoint, I definitely can help you build a business. I've already scaled down, I've scaled up, I've taken loans, name it, left and right. 4 years isn't much, but it's considerable. Oh, and one more thing. I just remembered a quote that I got from a friend. I think this was from Robin Arzon, called The Good Life Project. I don't know if you've heard of this before. Always be ready for the greatness you're asking for. Why I remember this distinctively was I was literally given the opportunity to have an elevator pitch. Like, I was in an elevator with Lance Gokongwei, and I was like, I clammed up, and man, I do definitely regret that moment. So I told myself, the next time I'm in an elevator and I have the chance to prove myself to someone, I'll be ready for the greatness that I'll ask for.
Thank you. Well, very well said, Coach. I'm so proud of you. Can you just share with them how old you are, by the way?
Oh, I just turned 24.
Shy, I just told him, I said, like, Coach, you were still a baby when I left the Philippines.
That's what exactly my mom said when she told me to join. Like, hey, Anna, si Tana, Rhea, and blah, blah, blah. Like, oh, the last time you saw each other, you probably don't know.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So that's 24 and already brave enough to be a mentor. And I think that's why it's so great to have you here as well, and just speaking from a different standpoint, so that if you're 24 and you can be a mentor, come on, participants, you know,
yeah,
let's show them what Mindanao is made of. You're made of this stuff, Pocholo, and
Yeah,
Ray,
definitely.
you guys are made of. Lyle, what about you? What can you bring to the table, to these mentors to these participants that are missing out on your expertise and on your help?
I think I could add technical knowledge that would be helpful. I'm a design engineer by trade, so I've worked with projects in Caterpillar America. We communicated with China, India, and then at the moment I've switched roles. That was the previous role, switched roles, and now design products and deal with all the sourcing of the components. So I know about customer relations and how to get products in, get them, coordinate the build, get it shipped, and things like that. So anything sort of technical will be my sort of area of expertise, really. And sort of a different viewpoint as well, being outside the Philippines. It's sort of a different view.
Yeah.
I think I might want to reach out to you, Lyle.
Well, we have the Network Lounge and the Mentors Lounge. Please do. One of the purposes of this Slack rooms is to get you all connected.
Yes. Yeah, this is what's great here. Even the mentors, because you're all looking out for your participants. That this is exactly why the Mentors Lounge in Slack exists, is so that you guys can network, and we have nothing to do with it anymore. You guys connect and you guys support each other in whatever way you can. It is a difficult time for everybody, and if we can just be here for one another, whether that's mentor to mentor, why not, right?
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah.
So with that, can we ask you guys, how can Hackbang support you guys, or what can we do better to make this experience
I guess I can't really think of anything off the top of my head. We haven't had a chance to use everything, but the Slack seems to be working fine for everyone that's able to use it. The My Drive, Google Drive's really easy to get onto. The communication with the team has been fine. It's just that participants haven't reached out really. So nothing at this point sort of sticks out as well. What else the Hackbang team could do.
Thank you. We appreciate that. We did work our best. We did try our best to make this as fluid as possible. But like I said, it is not a perfect system. So we do appreciate what you said, Lyle. We did work hard on that, especially Rhea and the communications team for sure. Pocholo, what about you? Is there anything we can do to make this experience better for you?
Off the top of my head, I was thinking that there could be a way to get the participants in even before the actual event, to actually have that avenue to communicate with each other way before, because I was thinking, how different is this from a normal hackathon? In a normal hackathon, all the people would be at the same place for the duration of the event, but in this case, we're not afforded that opportunity. And of course, again, that comes as a challenge. I think this is the first time I've heard of something done this way. So I definitely think maybe an additional time for people to interact would be better, because I think the constant pressure now, 4 days, that's 1 day lost, 1 day lost. It comes at a bit of a difficulty maybe for the participants, and also for us as mentors. Now, we couldn't, even if we want to reach out, it's a bit harder for us to do so.
Thank you. Yeah, so these are some points that we can definitely consider in the future, because there's going to be more Hackbang. We're already claiming it.
I like the sound of that.
Yeah. So in fact, we did, Ray. We did send them emails as soon as they do register. We do send them emails because we pair them up right away. So it did happen already even before this, even before the 4 days. What I like, what I think we can pick up from what you said, and I think we can consider that, is give a deadline way before the 4 days started in terms of, okay, this, like if we started on the 26th, we could stop taking registrants perhaps on the 15th so that they can start ideating on their own.
Exactly. Or maybe we should open the Slack rooms early as well, very much earlier. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that would help. Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah.
So there you go. Thank you so much, guys. We appreciate your time, and again, we really love that this is just an open and raw discussion. We did not talk about this prior to you guys going live. So I appreciate how we are just ready and willing to listen to one another and just help in areas where we can.
Yeah.
Definitely. And thank you guys for organizing this. This is something that's really exciting. Sometimes the perception is, it's not happening because it's in Mindanao. It'll just happen in a bigger city. And here we are, Butuan, hosting it. It's a great opportunity for us as people from Mindanao to put ourselves there in the spotlight and make sure that, we're doing something, and something that it's definitely better than nothing.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you for what you do.
Yeah, thank you. Lyle, any last words from you?
Yeah, sort of echo the same. And yeah, it's just good to see, because the Philippines doesn't get enough attention, I don't think, from outside. Like when people go on Asian tours, it's because it's out of the way. You have to take a plane or you have to take a boat. It sort of gets missed out, which is a big shame.
Yes, it is. Thank you so much, guys. So again, there you have it. We have both of our mentors who joined us. I hope you guys appreciated that conversation that just happened. I am so proud that you see Rhea and Pocholo, who are from Mindanao, Lyle, who has a wife in Mindanao. They have the heart to serve Mindanao and the Philippines. So I'm so proud of them for just coming and joining Hackbang and reaching out. And hopefully that also inspires our participants. That we can be at the forefront in this fight against COVID. I think, Rhea, this speaks so much to our hearts because I'm here and you're from here, and we really want Mindanao to step up. We really want the Philippines to see that Mindanao will not be left behind, as we have been for so many years. And yeah. So there you go. I'm not gonna cry here because I believe in the spirit of the Mindanaoans, and we will rise above these challenges together. And with that, I just want to say again, thank you, and I hope this continues to progress for the both of you. Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Thanks for having us, Shai.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Rhea. So, okay. There you have it. It was such a good conversation, very chill, very passionate as well. We'll be back after a quick commercial break.
Attention, please. Please do not smoke in the terminal building. Smoking is only permitted in the specified smoking areas. Thank you.
Hi, Nak! Kumusta na ka din ha sa London? Hapit na ang Disyembre. Punta na. Tinuod nga makauli ka. Kagimingaw na gyud kaayo mi sa imo. Pila na pud ka tuig nga wala ta nagkita. Pag uli ni mo, Nak, musuroy kita sa imo mga paboritong lugar diri sa atoa. Una tag-adto sa balay sa mga atega. Susnak, naapa ba ka tong plato nga hapit ni mo mabuak atong gamay pa kano? Ay nak, di ba, gabuhat kag bag nga abaka sa una? Na, daghan na klase-klaseng produkto gihimo gikan sa abaka diri sa ato karon. Sigurado ko, ganahan jud ka. Si Junjun nak, katungdon pa ka sa iya? Katong nangulitaw gud nimo sa una? Sus, gwapo gihapon siya nak. Kali lang, pari na siya karon. Hay nak, daghan na kaayo ang bago sa atoa. Makuratan jud ka. Suruyo nato tanan. Kabalo ka, naanay mga bago nga adventure diri sa atoa. Daghan kaayo ang mga tulagi. Nindot kaayo dito nak. Sayang lang kay di man ka kaantigo mo lang uy. Na ay Whitewater Rapids nak. Pero sure ko, tama na kas tanaw. Katalaman baya ka. Ang wala siguro na otro nak, ang sunset sa may dike. Pero, mas nindutan awon kung naa ka sa hanging bridge. Nak, excited na gid mi mga makakita nimo. Si Papa, excited na kaayo sa imong pag-abot. Labaw na imong mga igsuon.
Piti! Welcome back. Asang sapatos na ko.
Una na dong. Asa man sila?
Ito sila dito. Mainit.
Ato ara. Oo. Sa ta ay layo.
Oh, na, kamo na ka. Hoy, te.
Dito, tate, tapat na tate.
Ginagaw. Di pa rin siya magdadala ka dito. Baga na pagkakalar ka na sa sipon ka na yun.
Asa si Mama? Nakunay mo na. Asan kagikan? Nagpabalik ko yung paboritong suman, no? Sweet, nagigiyapon kay si Mama. Nagminga, nakaikunin mo na. Nga, ang sakit-sakit.
All right, and we are back after that quick commercial break. I hope you guys saw that Kabadbaran is just, a stone's throw away from Butuan City. And yeah, it's a beautiful place. I know we were supposed to stay indoors, but the good thing about here in the province is we can take those quick days out. So anyway, I'm excited to bring in a new guest who is not from here, not from the Philippines. So I'm so excited to have her. Let me just go ahead and introduce her real quick. But before I do, Rhea, can I bring you in so you can join in on the party?
Surely. Welcome.
Rhea is joining us again tonight. She is in fact working in the with the communications team at the back, but she was so gracious enough to share her morning with me. All right, so let's go ahead. I'll introduce our next speaker. Anna is a former banker turned storyteller. She is the founder of Wish. What's your story, huh? It's a consultancy based in Singapore and Washington, D.C. It provides coaching, consulting, and corporate workshops using techniques from storytelling and improvisation comedy. Very interesting. She is the host and the creator of What's Your Story Slam. It's a live curated autobiographical storytelling show in Singapore. The show aims to create and promote a culture of sharing personal narratives. I'm scared to share my personal narrative. But Anna holds an MBA from INSEAD. I didn't want to pronounce that wrong, so I just said it all out. So where she received the Asia Enterprise Scholarship Award and a certificate on social impact storytelling from Georgetown University. Guys, let's have her over. Anna Ong.
Hello, guys.
Hi, Anna.
Hi, Anna. Hi. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for joining us here.
It's in time of lockdown. There's not a lot of things to do.
This is true. So, Anna, this whole time I thought we were just going to I was going to introduce you and I was going to leave you on your own as you discuss about What's Your Story Slam. And then they told me, oh no, Shala, you're joining the conversation. All right, so let's get
I figured we'll just make cuento.
Yeah, go.
Because storytelling is all about making cuento anyway.
Nagulat ako dun. You're Filipino?
So I was born in the Philippines. That's how I met Rhea. I met Rhea back when we were both living in Manila. And I moved to Singapore in 2008 when I went to study at INSEAD.
Yeah. I see. Okay. All right. But you have a consultancy based in Washington, D.C. as well.
Yeah, because I lived in the U.S. after I quit banking. I moved to South America. Then I ended up in North America where I ended up having tried my hand at comedy. So I started performing in comedy as an improviser and storyteller in the U.S. And then I kind of like the story is like I was when you're single, you go on dates. I was waiting for my date to finish work at DC, and I popped into this bar that had this startup networking session. So I don't know how you feel about networking, but for me, networking is always such a painful process, and especially if you're not really working. At that time I was performing as a comedian in New York, so it wasn't exactly like a high-paying job or anything startup related. But I figured I'll do this like as an improv thing. Whoever I partner up with will be like my scene partner in an improv show. Like I'll just make something up, and I'll make a job title based on what I do. So I was making kombucha, so I would sometimes introduce myself. Yeah, my name is Anna. I'm a kombucha chemist, or I would say, oh yeah, I'm a comedian, I'm an improviser. And one of the titles, I keep trying different ones to see which one will click. And I had one with storyteller. And then, so this guy goes, so what's a storyteller doing here in a tech networking session? So I said, I work with founders and helping them craft their stories in their own voice, because as a founder, your idea is unproven. VCs invest in you because of you and your story. So he got intrigued. And he started asking me about my made-up career and my business. And I was thinking, this is such a good idea. Somebody really should do this. And so I go, why not me? And then he found me on LinkedIn with my very not updated profile. And that became my first gig into storytelling, like getting work and working with startups and helping them craft their stories. And it's funny, when you work with some guys in startups, they're all engineers. And so what's the story? They give me bullet points, and I'm looking at it, I go, this is not a narrative.
And why do you think that's important? Why do you think having a narrative is important, right? For companies, like especially like what you said, they're engineers or they're scientists.
Because that's how people can connect and relate with you. As a brand, or even like as a startup, you're trying to disrupt something. If people can't connect with your idea or concept, how can they connect with you? If you want VCs to invest in you, how can they if they can't relate to you or understand what you're doing or what inspired you to start the business in the first place? So that's why, so like I always like to tell people, the shortest distance between two people is a story. Because as I'm telling you my story, suddenly you feel closer to me because I'm sharing something that's personal about me that you haven't heard before. If I just, when you read my bio, you're like, okay, I don't get her, right? You're like, thinking, what else? I don't get this person. So she did this, she did this, she did this, and so what? You don't really get to see a picture. But then when I tell you about how I did it with my networking, then you kind of see a little bit of like how I think, what my thought process was, my logic was, and a little bit of my own personality. Yeah. And that's what the power of story does.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is a very interesting topic because as you've seen, as we progress from day 1 till day 3 now, we've heard this coming back over and over, how you relate, how your brand resonates with your target audience. And with storytelling, you can share a piece of your heart, right, of your proposal. So how would you advise our viewers, Anna, to kind of frame this?
So I'm assuming most of the viewers are pretty much like startup folks, right? They're like most of them probably are founders as well. So you have to think of stories as assets. They're worth investing in because that basically is almost like your lead marketing tool in order to market yourself when you're networking, when you're meeting with VCs. A story helps people understand a high-level concept into its practical application. And also, how you target your customers, have them imagine, using a story can help them imagine how your business, if they use your business, they can be the hero in their own story. Like they can be the hero in their company using your company, your business as a tool. Or they can actually imagine themselves using it. And that's the power of a story. Instead of just giving them the instruction, walk them through a journey because that's much more memorable. And studies have shown that in terms of retention rate, people remember things when it's wrapped in a story, even data wrapped in a story. It's 75% retention rate versus just bullet points or statistics. The retention rate is 30%. But I question that, I'm pretty sure it's like about 10% because I don't remember most statistics.
Yeah.
But if you wrap it up in a story, then you're like, oh my God, then that you can remember. Like, so that's for me. I think that's what I remembered about statistics was that like if someone tells me a story, I go, oh yeah, you tend to remember more about it. Like this is a problem, and I can give an example too. When we're saying like like right now we're all in lockdown, right? It's all COVID stuff. When we see statistics about the number of people who have gotten sick, for me, it doesn't. So for me, it's like, oh, that's happening to other people. But then when it's somebody that has a name or it's somebody that I know, suddenly it becomes real. It becomes concrete. Like I don't think I felt. I even felt the impact of COVID, like not really in my real world, other than it's a mild inconvenience, until somebody I personally know was diagnosed and is in the hospital. Then suddenly I felt like it's way too close to home. Or if somebody, so like you see like all these Save the Children, right? They always will have this person. This is Melina. She's 6 years old. She drank whatever, and like she suffered whatever in some way or form. Suddenly we find ourselves caring because versus they go like 1 out of 10,000 children suffer from river blindness. So you're like, yeah, what? That's 1 out of 10, but I don't know who this person is. But suddenly you go, this is Melina. She suffered. She was drinking from this river and then she got sick and now she's blind. She can't see. Then suddenly, oh my God, poor Melina.
Yeah.
And that's a powerful story. It makes you relate, makes you care.
Yeah. I love that because that's actually a tip for our participants. When you make your pitch, make it a story. You are right. Like, for example, if we are going through certain challenges, make it specific. Make it why you're solving that problem. Is it because it hit your mom, it hit your dad, or your sister is unable to do something, right? So that's powerful stuff. You would think a story, I mean, who would be interested in my story, right? You would think that. But you are right in saying it hits a chord. And so to our participants, I hope you guys are tuned in. This is gold right here, Anna.
Well, I mean, I can give them a structure, like a specific structure works with most startups, and this is how I would, because I coach startups founders as well, because I'm part of Cartier Women's. I am a business coach for Cartier Women's Initiative, where female startups, female-founded startups on social impact are compete on a business plan competition sponsored by Cartier. So last year's winner was from the Philippines. I was her coach. So Invest Ed Philippines competed. She won. So we were like so happy. So the power of story is making people care about your business, your product, but also telling them what the problem is, how your business can be the solution, and the benefit. That itself is a story structure: problem, solution, benefit. Because it doesn't necessarily mean like, oh, I have to have this plot twist, whatever. It's not necessarily that, because a story is a series of connected events, or like they said, it has to have a beginning, a middle, and an end. So the beginning is, this is the problem, this is the solution, this is how the middle will be, this is the solution, and then the benefit would be, this is how you're going to end, and this is what's in it for you. So that in itself is a story when you do with startups.
I love it. I'm taking notes.
Okay.
Simplicity of beginning, middles, and ends, because it's very close to coaching, because I'm also doing coaching a little bit, and it's really that simple structure of being able to communicate in like 3 bullet points, right?
Yeah.
What exactly I'm trying to get across. So yeah, for the participants, this is something you should pay attention to, because if we're going to read like 20 entries, maybe, that would be a lot to read. So please make sure that you take note of this.
Yeah, and I'd like to touch on the point you said about the power of 3, right? The 3 points. Yeah. Because I think sometimes when we are, as a business, we're so afraid that we sometimes overdose people with data, so many points. And Rhea's right. People normally remember 3. So I always tell, like, when we're preparing pitches, if you have lots of ideas, limit it to your top 3 ideas. That's it. Because nobody's gonna remember everything, but they will remember the 3. And there is something in our brain apparently that's wired that we like the number. They always look for the first beat, second beat, third beat. And so even in storytelling, if you're going, like, like even like fairy tales like Cinderella, there are like 3 issues that, like, blocked her way until she finally gets something out of it. So there's that power of 3. It shows like there's a pattern. By the 3rd time you establish a pattern, and then there's that change.
I like that. Power of 3, yeah. Son, Holy Spirit, and
actually it's also in our religion. I think that's why we're wired for 3. Everything comes in 3. They say like everything comes in 3s, right? Like bad luck comes in 3s, good luck comes in 3s. Even going out with your friends comes in 3s. It's much better to be going out with as a group of 3 versus a group of 2.
This is true. Yeah. 2 is like, yeah. Are you girls on the date? What's going on? Yeah, 3 is definitely better. All right. So yeah, it makes me so interested because I see Hakbang when you're talking about what's the problem, what's the solution, what's the benefit, right? And for us, it's really what's the problem. Well, COVID is the problem, and just rallying people behind this is really what we want to happen. And who does it benefit? Mindanao, hopefully the Philippines eventually. So I hope this encourages our participants. It's not rocket science. It doesn't have to be rocket science, right?
Storytelling is something that we've always grown up with. Even when we're catching up with friends, we're telling stories. 70% of the time we're just not telling it well. But culturally, I would say amongst peoples I've worked with, Filipinos are very natural at it because it is in our culture, like the kwentuhan. Other parts of Asia, not that sure. I'm not that confident. I'm not that confident in terms of their storytelling skills, but I think because I think we call it, like, I don't know. I think the term was when I was still living, chikahan, like, let's make chika. So it's in our culture. So I think, and we have a tendency because of all our art scenes, we have a tendency for the dramatic. So we're very good at telling stories. It's just that we never thought of storytelling as a business. We think of it as entertainment.
Yeah.
But
Sure.
it applies in business as well. Even commercials. There's like, like that PLDT. Oh my God, I used to cry at all those PLDT commercials. Because and it's like those 30-second clips, right? And it's a story in itself.
Yeah. Exactly. So I am now realizing that, yeah, right. That's how we actually connect to brands. It's because of the story.
Yeah, and like we connect to Facebook because of the story of the founder. We think of Amazon. We know Bezos' story as well, Jeff Bezos' story as to like what he wanted at the start when he didn't want to just sell books. He wanted an everything store, right? That had no place. And so his own narrative was compelling. Steve Jobs had a very powerful story. And he has like the prodigal son returns. He got kicked out of his own company that he founded, which makes it a compelling narrative on its own.
Yeah.
And he was a masterful storyteller. I mean, he got people paying through the nose for a really expensive phone.
A teeny tiny gadget.
Yeah, a teeny tiny gadget that was way overpriced compared to the rest. He didn't price himself slightly higher. He priced himself like
Way
like
above.
3
Yeah.
times above his competitors' high premium phone.
And people happily paid, happily
Because
gave
they
their
like the story. They like the association that they get when because he sold the story about what having an iPhone would feel like. He walked you through that journey of using the phone, the iPhone.
Yeah.
And
Every time he came on stage, right?
yeah.
And he was just so charismatic, and he would just continue with his story and his narrative, and that's what got you hooked on it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
So that's like the power of stories, and it can capture the audience attention and the imagination.
Okay. What about the story that you mentioned a while ago, this Cartier from the
Cartier
Philippines?
Women's Initiative, which is for female, so for social enterprise. Oh, by the way, they're recruiting right now for 2021 because I was a coach for this year, but I coached for someone from China. No representatives from Philippines this year.
No, Shyla.
But
No,
social enterprises. We're looking at founders for social enterprise, like social impact. So like the one from the Philippines last year was InvestEd. So they provide financial education loans to the urban poor, like graduating students, like to finish college, like that. They study now, pay later. So they were offering those micro loans, and so and we like even the pitch, like we walked through the journey of this is the person. He used to work at like Toy Kingdom, like he had to give up. He had to drop out of school on his final year. He had to work at Toy Kingdom because he has to support his family. But then he also realized as a high school graduate, he will never become manager because he needs a college degree. And he was just 1 year short. So then he found like this company online, InvestEd, and then he managed to get that loan. And then so we kind of started with that, his journey, right? Then we talked about what investment, like this is a practical application of what I'm telling you guys. So that was the scenario. That was the problem because he is just one out of hundreds of thousands in the Philippines. We hear the same story. And we talk about like his journey when he when he borrowed from InvestEd. And then we ended it up with he's graduating this year, or at least at that time when we were doing the pitch, he was graduating, and his younger sister also joined in on InvestEd and borrowed so that she can finish school. So we're kind of like we're stopping that negative cycle of poverty in the Philippines, at least one student at a time.
Yeah.
And that's a very powerful story in like in terms of the pitch. I was quite proud of that pitch actually.
It is, wow. And yeah, it doesn't like this is what I love about it, is that it really not it really dumbs it down, so to speak, right? Like you don't have to put out the numbers out there. You don't have to make this thing bigger than what it is, because you are helping somebody, and that's the most important thing. And so that's what you just need to dial it down to at the end of the day.
I won't call it, I would probably call it more like making it relatable. Like, like you want to be able to explain your idea that a 7-year-old could understand, like a child could understand. If otherwise, that means your idea is way too complicated and people can't follow you. So, and a story in a way makes it like you realize how it applies. But that being said, most people don't understand what I do when I tell people I'm a storyteller. Half the people thought I dress up as a fairy and I tell stories at children's parties. I mean, I am telling a Filipino urban, no, not Filipino urban myth, a Filipino legend from Bicol at Singapore Story Fest online next month. So I'm telling one of our little known mythology in Bicol called Handyong and Oriol. Do you guys know the story of Handyong and Oriol? So yeah, so it's a love story, and it's apparently very popular in Bicol. But like I had to really like Google, do my research about like like the myths of of our own culture, because I only knew Maria Makiling, but everybody heard about
Yeah.
Maria Makiling.
Yeah.
So I'm trying my hand there, but yeah, but that's like that's what people don't understand, and like people kind of, but storytelling is such a buzzword that you hear it being thrown around. There's data and storytelling, like they go, oh, data storytelling, right? And I always think like, so basically it's facts and figures wrapped in a story.
Okay.
And some people make it into animation and stuff, like so that they can like make it into a storyboard, making it like the idea more relatable. But but
still
yeah, basically it's like it's facts and figures just wrapped in a concept that most people can understand.
And
That's
it
data
works.
storytelling.
Yeah.
I think so. I don't really have to work in that area because I like what I like is working with people on their personal narratives, like working with startups, or even working with senior executives. I've worked with senior executives in banks in terms of like their career journey when they're introducing themselves, or even like just making themselves be able to be more concise about explaining like why I do what I do, why it matters, why I believe in this company, or why I believe in this field, this career field, like the impact that it made on me, or the impression it made on me, or the impression it makes on other people. You can use it for recruiting talent, you can use it just to connect with, or even for networking or introductions for keynotes. I prefer people's personal stories. And so I love hearing founders and their stories. I think whenever I run workshops with accelerators, I tell them, I don't really need to know what you do for your company. I just want to know like I don't really want to know what your company does. I want to know what inspired you to find the company. Or even the story behind your name. Like I like knowing people, a little bit more information, like say, Rhea, what's the story behind your name?
Well, my whole family starts with the letter R.
Mm-hmm.
And so yeah, I was called Rhea.
So yeah, so it's like for that like little information, that's not necessarily public knowledge, but that's not neither is it very private, like very, but it's a personal, something personal about you that not everybody knows about you. Well, now it's out there. It's out there. People know about it now.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, how can they use it against you? No, they can't.
Yeah. So like for you, Shayla, what's the story behind your name?
My mom just told me it's from a book. I was born in Malaysia. Yeah, but there's a
Okay.
story right there because my dad used to work for the Malaysian airline, and my mom read my name in a book.
Okay.
So
So
there's
yeah.
a story. True.
So yeah, so in a way, so that's like a little backstory as to like how you got your name. Because like when we were kids, right, we would always ask our parents, like, Mom, Dad, how did I get my name? So apparently, so I was born, and so my name is Annalisa. I go by Anna On, but I used to go by Annalisa. And I was named after the soap opera Annalisa.
Oh,
Because that was my grandma's favorite soap opera. So apparently I was named after a soap opera that was starred by Julie Vega or something like that.
Yeah. Judy Vega. Yeah.
Oh yeah, so that was how I got my name.
See, and there's something already that people know
Showbiz.
about you. Yeah, showbiz.
All right. What was interesting is when you asked Shyla, what's the story behind your name? I was like, there are a lot of information that she came up with that I learned that her dad used to work for Malaysian Airlines. So there's a lot of things that I'm like, I didn't even know about this.
Exactly.
And
Yeah,
it's
true.
amazing how like you can extract that level of information by just asking a very simple question.
Yeah.
I'm fascinated by it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of my favorite ways to start any group activity because it's something people feel comfortable enough to share. Because you don't even have, you can decide which part of your name. You can share your last name if it's very unique or whatever, or you can share a nickname. Because I'm not particularly specific. Because some people, and very interesting in terms of like in China, I understood like sometimes they give themselves their own names. I've met people who says like, oh, how'd you get? What's the story behind your name? She was like, my name is. That's the first word. That's the first female name I ran across that I did not see anywhere else. So I decided that's going to be my name.
Yeah.
That's it. That's it. Like, like my English teacher gave me a list of names, girls' names, and I went through all of them and I saw this name and I go, I've never met anyone with this name. I've never seen this name before. This is going to be my name. That's it. Or some goes like, my last name starts with the letter X. So my parents said I have to have a letter A. So in case of like, like in school, there are some lists that I'll be first because the X guarantees I'm at the last.
That's true. Or yeah, even I remember when I was flying, my colleagues would be like, "Oh, I'm like Kim Yum-un. Call me Paris. My English name is Paris." I'm like, "Oh, that's so cool. Is that your English name?" She's like, "No, I just like the name Paris." I'm like, "Oh, so like your name today is Paris. It could be completely something different tomorrow." And she's like, "Yeah." I'm like, wow, wow.
Yeah, I mean, I have friends who like just change their names when they move countries because like I don't want to be called this name because I never liked this name, so I'm just gonna change my name, and people just start calling them by that name. So what's in the name?
Yeah,
I can relate to that. I actually say I have a Starbucks name, and because the thing is they never spell your name right? So I said, well, I'm not gonna give them my real name so that no matter what they say, it's not gonna be my real name. So every time I go to Starbucks, I go by Julia.
Julia, okay.
Yeah, so I go by Julia, and then sometimes like, yeah, well, they didn't spell my name right. It's so far away from Rhea, right?
Yeah. So might as well just go with.
Yeah.
All right. So speaking of stories, so for our startups or our participants right now, how long should their story be when they're pitching?
3 minutes max.
3 minutes. See.
I normally recommend.
Why 3 minutes?
That's as long as you can get someone's attention span before their eyes start glazing over.
Okay.
Because I think right now because we are so adept with technology, our attention spans get shorter and shorter and shorter. So I normally recommend 3 minutes is a good it's long enough to have enough color, but you should also be able to introduce yourself in under 30 seconds. Like have your kind of like elevator story in 30 seconds, but 3 minutes is the longest that you should gives enough color in terms of your journey that people will be able to relate with you and connect with you. So when I work with startups, I normally have them work on their stories for under 3 minutes. Like literally I time them. And if it's too long, I tell them to cut it shorter.
I love this tip, Shai, because earlier when we spoke to Poch, he was saying that he missed an opportunity at pitching towards Lance Gokongwei on an elevator.
Yeah.
So an elevator ride in Manila could translate to that like 1 to 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So it's very interesting how the numbers are kind of going back to that.
Yeah. So it would be good, like, it's because you never know who you might run into at the elevator, right? So I normally say, like, you should have a 30-second elevator story.
So, okay, would you be willing to share with us, like, a 30-seconder story of how you would introduce yourself? If we met at an elevator and, say, you met Rhea and she looks like, this girl could back up my project for sure.
Oh, so I just say like, hi, I'm Anna. I'm an ex-banker turned storyteller. I work with founders, startup founders, in helping them craft their stories. And I also have a show called What's Your Story Slam, where people share their personal stories on stage. Normally that gets enough people to be intrigued enough. Like, actually for them, normally the banker turned storyteller is like, I want to know that story.
Yeah. Actually, yes, true. Yeah. Even when I read it a while ago, that's what hit me. Like, wow, banker story. How did you get from banker to storyteller? So that's interesting enough already in itself.
Yeah. So, I mean, do you want to hear it?
Yes, of course.
Yes, go ahead. Yes, it was in my mind already a while ago when I was reading your bio. Please share.
Well, okay, so I guess so here's probably in a nutshell. So it's like I always wanted to be one of those people who say #love my job because I didn't. Like, I secretly envied those people who would post on social media going like, hashtag love my job, hashtag passion, hashtag purpose. And like, because I don't share it because I was in banking. And it was a career that wasn't chosen for me. It was a career that was chosen by my mother. And I hope she's not watching this right now. So my mother, all my mother ever wanted for me to be, since I was a kid, was to be a banker. And so I did. My entire career, I was in banking. I did relationship management. I did treasury. I did financial market. I did sales. I did strategy, business management. So most of the front office stuff in banking I've tried. But my heart wasn't in it, and I don't find a sense of passion and purpose. And so one day, when my boss called me into his office, he told me that he was going to move roles. And he was one of the reasons why I stayed in the company, because like I really like working for him. And so when he told me he was moving and the area he's moving to, I really did not like that area because it was very more governance. So I told him, yeah, good luck. And then so HR was offering me a different role because he knows how I felt about that job. So I wasn't going to follow him because I was very clear from the start. Because the guy, I think, who wanted that job before wanted to hire me, and I said, fuck no. I said, I'd rather quit than take that job. So I felt very strongly. So HR was offering me something else. So I told them, no, I think this is a good time for me to quit. So I went to a meeting without planning on quitting my job, and I just quit. And my boss says, so what are you going to do? I go, I'm going to go to South America to learn Spanish and dance.
How old are you? How old are you then?
That was like 4 years ago.
So how?
I was in my 30s. I was like, I want to go to South America, learn Spanish and dance. And then my boss like, did you just made this up? And I go, well, I've been daydreaming about it for a while. Now we execute the fantasy. So I literally just quit my job. And I was so happy. Like that day, I went to see my chiropractor, and my chiropractor was like doing my adjustment. Going, Anna, this is how your body's supposed to feel like, strong, firm yet pliable, because she could not crack my back for the longest time. And so she said, something's very different about your body today. Oh, what happened? I told her, I quit my job. And she's like, are you happy? I go, yes. She goes like, your body feels happy. So she goes, so your problem isn't physical, it's emotional. You were just very stressed. Yeah. And like literally that night, it felt like I could not wait for the rest of my life because I felt like the entire world was my oyster. So yeah, so I left Singapore, sold all my stuff, moved to South America. I moved to Colombia to learn dance, salsa, bachata, Spanish. Moved to Buenos Aires to dance tango, which I fell in love with. And then, but after dancing for a couple of years, you kind of like go like, okay, so I'm not going to set up an Ana Ong school for men who can't dance, even though almost every guy I know has the secret fantasy to be Al Pacino in Scent of a Woman. So, but that's not my lifelong dream. So I was looking for passion and purpose. So I moved to San Francisco, where my sister was living at that time. And people there seemed very passionate and purposeful. And, like everyone in tech, very excited, right? So I go, I want to join them. And then I realized I don't share their passion or their purpose. So, so one night I went to a comedy show, and in comedy it's mostly men. There's not a lot of women. And so I was looking forward to this female stand-up comedian. Go, finally, a female comedian. But her jokes were so crass. I go like, really? Do we really have to go that low? Do we really have to go below the belt to be funny? So I started heckling her, and I got more laughs from the audience than she did. So I was thinking, well, if this is the bar for comedy, then I might as well just do comedy. I'm prettier and I'm funnier. So, so I moved to New York to study comedy, and I looked at comedy schools. Stand-up sounded like too much work, and I was still in vacay mode, so I go, I'll just go for improv. All you have to do is show up. My first day of improv, my teacher says, it's incredibly funny how a lot of people sign up for improv without knowing what it was or ever being seen an improv show, and I go, that's me. I have no freaking clue. And I didn't know it was a team sport, that I had to work with other people, that I had to work with connecting with people. So it was a tough journey for me, but it was also a good way for me because I learned storytelling from improv, because you tell storytelling as a group. You listen better, communicate better. And I thought about like, oh my God, I wish I knew these skills when I was in banking, because what great things could my team and I have done had we been able to listen to each other, build on each other's ideas, instead of taking each other down with this office politics. And this is also the basis of design thinking. Building up on everybody's ideas. Like there is no such thing as a bad idea, getting inspiration from everyone's ideas. So and the thought came to me, so well, why not me? Why can't I do this? So that's kind of how it inspired me to get into corporate training about storytelling and improv. But what got me falling in love with storytelling was when at an improv show when I was performing, I had to tell my own first personal story. And it was almost like the heavens opened up and the angels started singing, where I felt like this is what I was meant to do. I was meant to tell stories. And that's how I kind of ended up at the networking session talking to a startup founder about doing like helping them tell their stories. I was not looking to start my own business. It just seemed like a good idea when I was talking to him. So I was building up on as he was asking me questions, it was building up my ideas. So I was like, yeah, why not me? This sounds like a good idea. And that's how I pretty much started. And I always wanted to have a story that had the title, What's Your Story? But the WYS, WIS, kind of doesn't sound like a. So I was like, what's the age? I go, huh? And then I just thought it was funny. I just started laughing. I go, you know what? That's it. That's the name of my company.
Yeah.
Wish. What's your story, huh?
Yeah, I know. It's cute. It's funny. Yeah, yeah. So, oh my gosh, that's so. I want to have coffee with you?
Yeah, it's like Wish is like somebody goes like, what's the name of your company? I go, Wish. What do you mean? It's Wish with a Y, because all your story starts with your why.
Yeah, true.
It starts with your why, and it's like, and yeah, it's like sometimes it's like if you kind of wish it, you imagine it, you visualize it, which is like a story, it then can't come true.
We need to have wine together. That's how I'm.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Like wine and stories. Yeah. Yeah. Once like all these lockdowns over.
Yeah. So okay. So let's shift to the lockdown.
Yeah.
I love how you're so energetic and so passionate, and this is what we want. This is what we want.
I get very excited when I talk about comedy and storytelling. I mean, that's like the things that I do a lot is like improv and storytelling, or even improvised storytelling, because I tell people like you need to be able to tell stories on the fly.
Yeah. And I love how this is inspiring to me, because sometimes we feel like we have to be serious in life to get ahead. But here you are being a freaking comic, and you're doing well in the world, even left your job at 30 and doing amazing things right now. And this is what I think the youth need to learn now, because I feel like, okay, our parents didn't have it wrong. Okay. They were obviously built for that time, and we're built for this time. And I feel like the message that we can tell our youth is that we don't need to take life so seriously. Nobody's getting out of this alive. Seriously, right? And you coming here today is saying exactly that we could be successful and just not take everything so seriously.
Because it's actually creativity comes from play. And in the US, a lot of the startups embrace improv, because improv is started like improv, like, like whose line is it anyway, right? Like we make things up on like, I won't say if you make things up, you build ideas up on the fly. So it's very much like working in a startup. You cannot, no one day is the same. It's not like being in banking, every day is almost the same, right? In startup, it's always like there's always something chaotic that's happening. You always have to think on your feet. You always have to improvise. But sometimes we stumble because we sometimes shoot each other down instead of listening to each other and building up on each other's ideas, or trying to create a more collaborative environment. And I can give an example, because one of my clients in China, so they're like, this COVID has impacted their business a lot, because a lot of their trainings, they're a financial education company, so they teach everything face to face. And so Q1, COVID started in China. Nothing, everything was canceled. So they're looking at shutting down. Then I came in, and I remember I was working with her on her business plan. I told her, I got really depressed on the first page. I go, I'm not going to read this. I'm just going to talk to her and have a conversation and what's really going on. And just listening to her, I was building up. So asking like, so who's doing well right now during this lockdown? Because not everyone is doing badly. Zoom is doing fantastic. Amazon's doing really well.
Yeah.
And gaming companies are doing really well. Logistics company are doing great because everyone's afraid to leave, so it's all the logistics company, right? So
So I go like, so what can we borrow? And even trading companies, those online trading, they're making lots of money. They see the best because everyone's stuck at home, so they're doing a lot of trades. So then we were looking at it, go gaming company. So we were building that idea. So now she's a financial education tech company. They pivoted, and then she goes, I need to brainstorm with my team. So I taught her how to brainstorm with her team. I told her, you can't judge any idea, accept it. So design thinking. So I just taught her kind of like just the basic principles of design thinking, just building up on the idea. And she tells me like after 48 hours, like she goes like, oh my God, we work Saturday, Sunday. And I was so tired, but I didn't even notice because I was so energized. And she goes like, I felt like I entered a different company. Everybody was so excited. And she's like, oh my God, I didn't even know my team is so creative. Because she decided, instead of shooting, and she felt like I didn't feel so alone. I didn't feel that all the decisions rest on my shoulders. I felt like finally I have people I can count on. Versus, because I think sometimes what we have as burden as being CEOs is we're afraid to ask for help. If we're not in a collaborative mindset, we feel that the burden is on us to make all the decision and everybody else we delegate. So that was her problem too, because she was like, I was like a dictator. And she admits it. But now we were working together because she's transformed as a leader. She's now creating a more collaborative environment where building up on people's ideas. She loves how her team is now taking initiative in terms of like, like suggesting what else they can do. And it feels like a different environment. And that's just applying one principle from improv. Yeah. Imagine what more when she applies all of them.
Very interesting. And I like what Anna's saying because I was reading because I'm also in the organizational design aspect of corporate life. And one of the things that I have read recently is that storytelling is one of the top five skills that are needed for the next 10 years. So what would be your encouragement, Anna, for
our participants? Yeah.
Well, if you want to learn about better stories, you have to read more stories. I think that's the thing. I find at least most tech people, startups, they read so much of these like nonfiction books, like so all the self-help, lean startup and all that stuff, which is interesting because you learn so many things, right? But in terms of being able to tell a story, you can't really be a good storyteller unless you've read what a good story is like. So you need to read stories. Or listen to stories. I love listening to podcasts because I perform as a storyteller, sharing my personal narratives on stage. And unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, depends on how you look at it. I don't have anything traumatic happened in my life that I can bank on and can tell everybody all that I was abused, whatever. I got nothing. I have a very normal childhood. So I had nothing. There was nothing terrible, really. I have a very, I would say, ordinary life. It's about how you tell it. You tell it in an extraordinary way that makes it memorable. Like I've been on like all these dates, like everybody's been on all these bad dates. I make stories I tell stories about them, and people find it very relatable and funny because of just how I tell it. But everybody's had that date. Everybody's had that, jumping out of the car because you're afraid of getting that first kiss because you're just like so scared because you had like the biggest crush on that guy. So everybody has like those stories like where you almost blew it, and those are like the kind of stories I tell. I listen to a lot of storytellers, like such as like The Moth, like how they tell their stories because those are the shows that I participate in. So those are the kind of storytelling that I do, and that's my favorite, like being the most interesting dinner companion. If anything else, that's why I get invited to a lot of dinners, I think, is because I tell a lot of great stories.
And were you always a great storyteller when you were a banker? Were you always the same way?
Yeah, so I think I don't tell stories in presentations because it's funny enough, in banking, I rarely do presentations. But I do when I meet with clients. I entertain through storytelling with clients, but not really in terms of my presentations at work. Though when I tell my former mentor in banking, when he goes, "Hey Anna, what are you doing now?" I go, "Oh, I'm doing improv and storytelling," and he tells me, "That sounds just like a budget meeting," and I started laughing because you're right. Because whenever we run budget meetings, all the account managers will give you a story why they can't meet that budget. And then when you challenge them, they'll make something up. They have to improvise. So I go, yeah, you know what? You're right.
It is, yeah.
I've always been trained for this.
Yeah. Exactly. Without you knowing.
Yeah.
Without you knowing, you're already being prepared for the role that you're playing now.
Yeah, I would say yes, but I
Great.
also, because I like listening to stories and reading stories even when I was a kid. Like I used to, before I wanted to be a writer, I want to write like I want to write those fiction books, like, like Hunger Games. Like that's a kind of, that was my lifelong dream, was just to write like Hunger Games, or like something like Sweet Valley High. I mean, I was very Sweet Valley High, or
I
those.
love, oh my gosh, I love Sweet Valley.
So that was just my lifelong dream, was to write like books like Sweet Valley High. Okay, well, nothing particularly highbrow like the Lean Startup. I was like,
Yeah,
Sweet
yeah.
Valley High, something sweet, feel good, light. Yeah. So, and that's the kind of stories I tell too. I don't tell particularly dark ones, or I don't tell a lot of depressing ones. I tell a lot of stories about my mom. I feel bad because of the things I put her through, or the things she put me through. But now I see it in a different light as an adult.
Yes, yes. Whew, pretty fun stuff. I love that this wasn't serious at all. I will be honest, I was scared when they told me backstage, because we were shifting. Our cats are jumping.
Yeah, I know. It's like your cat's like doing like the flying. It's like flying in the background.
Yeah, they're flying. So when the team told me, okay, Shyla, get ready to get on with her, I was like, wait. But now I'm so glad I did. I'm very glad that I did get to hear your story, share a bit of my story. And I hope our participants, I know I did. I picked up a lot of stuff, so I'm pretty sure they did pick up a lot of valuable.
So, well, yeah, I hope so. Like, yeah,
For sure.
and I like conversations better.
Yeah.
Like, if like they throw questions, I prefer answering those than like just me sprouting stuff, because I don't really know what you want to hear. So I figured, let's just be fluid. We'll improvise, and I can talk about like how stories are assets, which I already discussed, but I can't talk about it for one whole hour, because I go. That's like a third. That's like, if you follow, if people, I know Rhea follows my posts on LinkedIn, and that's like a 1 minute. I discuss it in 1 minute.
So imagine an hour.
Yeah, so so I think I was supposed to talk about personal narratives for Story Fest Singapore, and good thing the producer goes like, you know what? Because I told her, I really don't know what to say if I'm just talking to the camera for an hour. And I'm talking about storytelling, and I don't know where this is going. So we did a Q&A instead, like an interview, which went better, because then it's more like an intimate, it's more of a conversation.
Yeah. Which I appreciated about this one.
Yeah. And it's a fun topic. They just make cuento. Like, I mean, like, someone tells me like, my friends I've been asking me, Anna, you should just teach single guys how to tell better stories so that they can get a second date. Which I no, because I think they need that. They really need it.
Yes, there's something there. That's some pretty gold advice for sure. For sure, there's so many men out there. I mean, even
Especially
like
in startups, they can get a first date, they can't get a second date because they just lose their audience.
Okay, before we leave, I like that. No, because I like that. Can you share with our participants like just two things that like just don't do or do on a first date?
Whoa, dating tips now?
Yeah, dating. Because they're so deep into their problem solving thing, that they're so geeky or nerdy or whatever, and that's fine. But like, how do we get them out of that slump? Out of the dating slump.
So I think most of the time, because guys are so nervous, they never ask their dates questions. And women are very talkative in general. So I think taking an interest, asking open-ended questions helps. And really listening. Because from there, you can pick up what to ask next. Especially, one of the best questions to ask is find out what her passions are. Because then that gets her very excited. And then, of course, she'll not run out of things to talk about.
Yeah.
Like for me, it's normally about storytelling and comedy. So I mean, I brighten up when I talk about it or about my show.
Yeah. But that's the thing. When you say, right, when you tell men you gotta listen, I think that's where they find it difficult.
That's what I teach people also. Is like I run workshops on how to listen. Because when you're listening, you're not supposed to just listen to the facts. You need to listen to the feelings, the body language, the intention. Like listen to the posture, because I sometimes like to. This is what I loved about improv, because that you sometimes we don't even use words or sounds, and we just use our eyes to really listen with our whole body, and we can do it over Zoom too. Like we participate. You know, if they're interested when they're leaning in, and you know, like they're detached, or like when they're checking their phone all the time. Oh, by the way, don't check your phone on a date.
Don't
Yes.
for sure.
Because that basically means you're checked out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's actually although I just posted on Instagram last night when my girlfriend was telling me about all the don'ts. Do not talk to me about what you do not do on the first date. Do not talk to me about your ex. Do not ask me about my ex.
Yeah, true.
Please, not on the first date. Do not offer to pick me up. Oh, well, because they might be a stalker.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was thinking, why not?
If you've never met them yet. I think a first date,
True,
if
true,
you haven't
true.
met in
You're
person,
right.
you don't want to meet,
Yeah,
you
it's
don't want them to
scary.
know where you live.
Your
But I
address.
think after that one, then you want to see them second time, you can allow them to pick you up. Which is so weird. Before that, I never even thought about it. But yeah,
Exactly. But yeah, we live in different times. You're right.
yeah. So, but yeah, do not ask me about my ex. Do not talk to me about your ex. Oh, and also, do not ask me if I want to have your babies.
Did you have that experience?
No, she did. She did. So
Oh, she
my
did.
best friend was bitching. So I was just like writing it down. I think if well, I don't know if you guys follow me on Instagram, but on Instagram sometimes post this like as a story. So at Anna Ong 212, I post these things. So like last night I was posting it like, yeah, do not ask me about my ex, and do not ask me if I want to have your babies. Or babies in general. Actually, the question is babies, but I put the open and close parentheses on your, because that's implied. Please, not on the first date. Second date, yes.
Okay, the boys are like, okay, all right, second date.
But it's so weird. It's like I don't know what dating's happening, because my friend has started dating since Singapore. As of last week, has started easing up. So you can go out. The restaurants are open. The bars are open, but they stopped serving alcohol at. I think last order is like 9:45 or something, and they close by 10:30. They literally confiscated the martini my friend was drinking at 10:30. The lights turned on. Ma'am, we really have to get it now. You can sit there, but you can. And my friend's like, she had to chug her cocktail. So and I think everyone's kind of like desperate to go out. So she was telling me about all her dates and what they did, because I just thought it was funny, so I decided to put the do nots on a date, on the first date.
See. All right, so there you go. Something to look forward to, gentlemen, if you're tuned in. What not to do on the first date when this COVID thing gets better, I guess. So thank you, Anna. That was so helpful. Imagine, guys, I mean, practical advice and storytelling, tapos may dating advice pa, diba? I mean,
Maybe I should have just been a dating coach, no?
Why not?
Yeah, exactly. You might be headed there. It could be
You
storytellers.
can diversify your target market. Yeah.
That's true.
Well, so I think it's nice to give Anna the space to invite people, because they can learn storytelling by joining her.
Absolutely. Go right ahead.
Oh yeah. So yeah, I'd like to. I don't know, how do I share my social media links? Because
We
I
can
give.
share-
Huh?
We can share them on the Facebook page.
Okay, so I'll just share on the Facebook page my social media, because I'm on Instagram. I post a lot of videos and tips on how to tell a story. If you guys follow my show, What's Your Story Slam by Wish, at What's Your Story Slam by Wish, I post a lot of videos on storytelling. Sometimes I post information about how it applies as entrepreneurs, how we can, or even visual storytelling techniques, because right now all of our stuff, we're doing it over Zoom. So how do you then make sure that you have, like, good lighting, looking at the camera, like a lot. I mean, you go on virtual dates now. People do that.
Does
So do
that
not do this.
does that exist? Virtual dates?
I had one guy buy me, like, before our dinner, basically, like, my dinner arrived. He bought me dinner. My dinner and my cocktail arrived 10 minutes before we were meeting on Zoom. So I had time to set my meal and then go and meet him on Zoom.
This is
Wow.
something new.
Yeah, no, that was good. Like, because he goes, okay, I have a little surprise for you other than because I was craving for this truffle pizza, so he ordered it for me. And then he goes, I have another surprise. And I was hoping it was the tiramisu that I like. And I go, oh my God, how could he blow it? I gave him the freaking link to my tiramisu. He got me a cocktail instead. So I still had to go get my own tiramisu.
But wait, so that means he got your address.
Oh no, because I went out with him before. So he's been to my
Oh,
apartment.
okay.
So that's fine. For
Ah,
me,
okay,
if it's a first date, no. But if it's like a second, third, or even like you guys have gone out before, then that's fine. Like he's been to my apartment a few times, so that's fine.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much. The hour went
No, this was
by.
fun. I had a
Yeah,
great
it was.
time.
I had a great time. Thank you so much. I'm glad. I'm glad I didn't fold, knowing we were gonna do this together. Thank you. I hope I have the privilege to meet you for real, like face to face.
Yeah. I hope to connect with you. I guess I'll find you on the page.
Yes, I
Whatever.
will. I will definitely follow you. By the way, we also have someone from the team. She's like, "Oh my gosh, you have Anna Ong. I love her." So she's following you. So I'll just say hi to her real quick. Kim Lim. She does our design stuff. She does the posters. She did the posters. So she's a big fan. She says.
All
So
right. Oh wow.
I
I'm
will
very
definitely
flattered.
follow you. Yeah, she was so happy. She was like, "Oh my gosh." She loves you. There you go. So thank you so much, Anna.
Yes, hopefully I'll see you guys when I'm back in the Philippines. I mean, I normally come back a few times a year to visit my family, but my parents go like, yeah, can't come right now. Don't come.
Yeah, no, don't come. Definitely, let's grab a couple of drinks. We'll meet you in Siargao.
Yeah. Oh my God. I haven't been to Siargao. I've always wanted to go.
Yeah.
There you go.
I've always wanted to go to Cloud9 or wherever I not that I know how to surf, but I always wanted to go. Oh my God, yes, definitely.
Yes. All right, you have to let us know. It's not far, it's not near, but we definitely go once in a while, and it would be nice to meet you there. It's so for you. Like you would love it. You would love it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I miss the beaches in the Philippines. Like that's like I always get a holiday when I'm there.
Yes,
Yeah.
and the people there are just lovely, and it's great community as well. So
Yeah. So I heard lots of great things. So definitely want to check it out. So hopefully once we can start traveling again.
Awesome.
Right.
All right. Thank you, Anna. Having
All right.
said that, we'll see you soon.
All right. Thanks. Bye.
Bye. So there you have it, guys. Anna Ong. Grabe, na-starstruck din ba kayo? I didn't know. She's so amazing. Wow, I hope you guys picked up a lot of awesome stuff from her. I know I did. Rhea, oh my gosh, you did not tell me how amazing this woman is.
Yeah. You know, Shai, I don't invite people basta-basta.
Ay, naman. Totoo naman yan.
We have quality check. Because we
Yes.
know what we're bringing to the table here.
Yeah. I mean, apart from being such a fun person, she just gave really valuable stuff that I know our participants can use. And this is such a break. Like the whole day was amazing because we had one segment after another. But it was more of like, oh my gosh, wow, we're learning so much. And then by the time it's at night, I'm like, wait, can I take more? And you bring her on. What a way to finish this day.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's like time for wine, right? Afterwards.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
Glass
I
of
gotta
wine.
I gotta put wine in this. We better put wine in this coffee mug. All right. Thank you so much, Joy. I know we're gonna say bye for just a teeny tiny bit. Thank you, Joy, and then I'll come back and just say hi again to the people. Thank you. There you have it, guys. That was our conversation with Anna Ong and Rhea from our team. Please do stick around. We have an artist coming up. You can't miss this as well. Stick around for that.
Friends? You have her profile now?
Wait. Yeah.
Hey guys, Kulas here from Becoming Filipino, and I have something super cool to share with you today. First though, holy smokes, the world has changed, and this is really a surreal time for everybody. We're talking about this whole new normal. Like, what even is the new normal? How can we make a difference in the new normal in our lives and other people's lives? We got to share ideas, and there's a really, really cool event this June on the internet called Hackbang that is just that, a way for us to share ideas, connect, and help shape this new normal in a positive way. So, super encourage you guys, if you see this, look up Hackbang, get involved, join it, and let's make a positive difference and power on in this new normal. Hackbang pa more.
All right, so there you go. That was COVID Conversations Over Coffee a while ago. Guys, it is 7 o'clock. We've been airing since 8 o'clock this morning, but that's not stopping us from bringing you amazing content. We've got an artist, just one more before we officially end the day, but just a recap of some of the things that happened today. We got to sit down with Ollie Ruiz and, gosh, it just slips my mind, and somebody from Davao, who was great as well. I can't believe I'm forgetting his name. But yeah, so we were just talking about the wedding industry and how they're coping as well. And we were also with Coach RJ this afternoon, just talking about mental health. If you just watched us, we were with Anna Ong as well. She had amazing advice for our partners, our listeners, and I hope you guys got really good, valuable stuff. We had Christopher, there you go, Christopher Ledesma of Davao. He was amazing and just very nice to chat with. I hope you guys are enjoying the content that we have for you, because we really worked hard on making sure these segments are relatable, are inspiring, are encouraging, and it's just been really fun bringing them all to you. But anyway, we have one more before I officially say goodbye to you guys. We have up next Pamela Hine. She was born here in the Philippines, but she moved to England, United Kingdom, at a young age with her mom and her sister. She is currently studying a music degree in London. You have to listen to her. She's just absolutely lovely. So she studied a music degree in London at the Academy of Contemporary Music, and she also works as a private vocal coach. So here you go, guys. Pamela Hine.
All right, thank you so much, Pamela Hine. I told you guys she was going to be great, right? Gabi, homegrown talents, Filipino talents are amazing. And there's just so many wonderful talents out there. And we feel absolutely privileged that they got to join us here in Hakbang and just share with you guys some of the things that they're really passionate about. Pero, hindi pa tayo tapos. Meron pa tayong 4th day. This is happening tomorrow, no? Ugma na, guys. My gosh, last day na nato sa Hakbang. Murag di man ko ganahan, ana. Di man ko ganahan mag-goodbye sa inyo. Kay grabe na ko kalingaw sa atong gibuhat diri. Because it's not only fun, it's also, it has a heart. It really has a heart. And I hope you guys can see that, have seen that in the past few days. That, the team, the 12 of us, we're putting our hearts really on the line. And I hope that speaks to our participants and our mentors for sure, because they've just been super, there since day one. But I hope our participants are seeing that valuable kaayo mo sa amo. Mao nang we put this program here, we put this platform here, dili mani para sa amoa. This is really for Mindanao, sa ato ani, dili sa amoa, sa ato ani tanan. So that we can really show that Mindanao can be at the forefront in this fight against COVID. And I'm not going to cry, although sometimes when I think about that topic, it really makes me want to cry, because Mindanao has been left behind so many times. When you talk about the Philippines, you see Metro Manila advancing, you see Cebu advancing, and I've lived here since 2014, and sometimes it hurts seeing how left behind we are. But I hope Hakbang shows you guys na dili gyud ka nang lan mabilin ta. Pwede gyud ta na sa ato ang mag-start. Imagine guys, only 12 people are doing this. Imagine if we do this all together. Imagine if we continue doing these small steps together. Imagine if you don't back out of your teams. How we could turn the tide for the Philippines, how we can turn the tide, even for just Mindanao na nga eh. Kanang para dili mo mahadlok, para lang miskin sa Mindanao, maghuna-huna mo kung unsay difference mabuhat nato para sa ato dire, diba? That gives me goosebumps. And so, I hope you were inspired with the content we have for you. There's more coming up tomorrow, even if it is our last day here at Hakbang. And by the looks of it, I am telling you guys, it looks like Hakbang is here to stay, because a lot of people are already contacting us and are wanting to connect with us. Dili lang sa amo, imagine na they want to connect with you guys, our future partners. We could be partners, right? Sa atong mga teams, our mentors. So we're doing something amazing here. So ayaw na tagpabilin, palihog lang, ha? Alright, tomorrow, a couple of things that you guys can look forward to watching. How to improve your business's online visibility through Google this time. If a while ago it was about how to transition your business to the online platform, tomorrow it's about how to improve your business's online visibility through Google. As my cat is making loud noises in the background. We're also going to have air fryer challenge. So kana no, ang mga naay air fryer dili kanang lan kanang mahalon na air fryer, pwede ka nang baratuhon sad. Naatay air fryer challenge ugma, who can cook us the best lunch. We will have prizes for you. We've got sponsors, Brat Pack, Travel Club. These guys are waiting to give you prizes. We have Food Panda as well sponsoring us. So who knows what we can come up with tomorrow. We also have video content creation for your business. No, kanang using your phone lang, guys. Using your phone, you will know how to make video content. I have a fantastic couple coming up for that tomorrow. It's the couple who are good friends of ours at Hakbang as well. They're going to be ready to show you that tomorrow. We also have, again, brought to you by a wonderful couple in Manila, how to beautifully style and shoot your food using your phone, your mobile phone. Kay daghan ba ya new businesses karon, daghan ba ya home chefs karon, no? So we'd like to help you by showing you how to take good photos using just your phone. We also have a final check-in, of course, with our participants and our mentors, and hopefully we will try to get you a sunset session with a music DJ. If you guys are connected to music DJs, or if you are one, please get in touch with us. Look for Hakbang on Facebook, and we would love to feature you and what you do. So connect with us. Ayaw nagmaulaw, it does not serve you at all. So with that, I just want to say thank you, everybody, for sticking around the whole day. If you've stuck around the whole day with us, thank you so much. If you haven't, more is coming for you tomorrow. We also have a yoga session first thing in the morning. So please do join us for that. It's at 8 o'clock. So, daghan, I really enjoyed this day. I hope you guys did too. I will say goodbye. We will end here. My name is Shyla, streaming all the way from Butuan City, diri lang sa Mindanao. Good night, everybody, and see you tomorrow.
batang